That night, my girlfriend died in a pool of blood, my parents were crushed to pieces while seeking justice, and I was pushed onto the murderer's guillotine. The 3 years in prison, darkness ate away my kindness bit by bit. I am unwilling to accept this. I used to be the cautious and rule-abiding Gu Chongshen. But what he got in return was his family destroyed and his enemies at large. Since the heavens are blind, I will repay the debt I owe with their lives in the name of the devil. Chapter 1. Click, creak. The heavy iron doors slowly swung open, like a farewell, like a curse. 3 years of darkness had engulfed me, and now I had finally stepped out of this hell. The sunlight pierced my eyes like red-hot steel needles, causing pain in the corners of my eyes, but I didn't blink. My prison uniform, washed bleached, hung loosely on my skeletal frame. 3 years in prison had robbed me of my flesh and blood, but forged a chilling, murderous aura. Only my eyes, belying this frail frame, were bottomless and silent, like a cold pond. Captain Jian's voice came from behind, telling me to go out and behave myself. He had witnessed my transformation over the past 3 years, from the innocent student I once was to the stranger who now chilled his heart. I didn't look back, only sneered inwardly. I had tried to behave myself. But in return, Wanqing was tortured to death, her body mutilated. My honest father and mother, who fought for my injustice, were crushed to pieces by a dump truck. I did nothing wrong, yet the true demon, Liharin, framed me and cast me into this hell on earth. 19 years of following the rules, only to have my family destroyed. A suppressed laugh escaped my throat, first a low hum, then a wild, unbridled laugh. Captain Chong recoiled in fear, his hand reaching for his baton. I turned around and thanked him for the half-steamed bun he'd secretly given me after my parents' accident. I clearly distinguish between gratitude and resentment. Kindness is in my heart. Hatred is etched in my bones. I turned and headed towards the highway to Jiancheng, each step as precise as if measured with a ruler. Captain Zhang watched me leave, his back soaked with sweat. He seemed to have a premonition. Jiancheng would no longer be peaceful. Hatred gnawed at my very core. Just as I was about to end my life in prison, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly rang out, announcing my binding to the extreme evil judgment system. It judges evil with evil, and uses killing to stop killing. It zeroes in on the world's most wicked individuals, and judging them earns them evil points. Points can be exchanged for money, information, abilities, connections, even life. The newbie gift pack comes with 100 million cash, god-level fighting techniques, and Liharin's whereabouts for the next 3 hours. Strength instantly surges through my limbs, and killing skills are etched into my bones. My phone buzzes with a text message about my account being credited. The string of zeros didn't faze my gaze. I was fixated on the third prize. Just then, a shabby bus pulled up. I boarded, took a window seat, and gazed at the gradually clearing skyline of Jiancheng. That was once my dream, now my battlefield of revenge. Lin Wanqing's smile surfaced in my mind, opening a studio after graduation, giving me her food, calling me the best. My heart ached. I opened my eyes, and the dead silence gave way to blood. Wanqing, uncle and aunt, please watch me drag them into hell. The bus pulled into the city, neon lights flashing and traffic thronging. A resplendent skyscraper pierced the night sky, the words Li Group etched atop it in glaring crimson. The system informed me that I had entered the target's area of influence, triggering a level 1 judgment mission. Liharin. His crimes are etched in my bones. Looking up at the building, the flames of revenge burned fiercely in my chest. I whispered to the system, as if whispering to a demon. Tell me, where will Liharin appear tonight? At that moment, a cold mechanical voice suddenly rang in my mind, accurately reporting Liharin's location. VIP box number 3 of Jianqing's Royal number 1, a high-stakes gambling and decadent party. Royal number 1, Jianqing's most extravagant den of money. 3 years ago, Wanqing and I walked by hand in hand. She smiled and said I'd bring her to see it when I became a big boss. Now I'm back, not as a guest, but as a debt collector. I looked down at myself, faded prison uniform, worn cloth shoes. Even a roadside restaurant might turn me away in this state. Revenge requires strength, but also disguise. I walked into the alley, broke the SIM card, and threw it into the trash. The ATM screen lit up, 100 million. What was once an astronomical figure was now just the first stepping stone to revenge. I took out 50,000 yuan in cash and changed into a black shirt, tailored slacks, and Italian-made leather shoes at a designer store. The look in the mirror revealed a cool, sharp edge, replaced by a look of decadence. I tossed my prison uniform into the trash. I bought an untraceable feature phone and washed away 3 years of bad luck in the hotel. The hot water in the bathroom completely freed me from the shadow of prison. Sitting on the edge of the bed, I commanded the system to pull up Liharin's crimes. Blood-stained text instantly flooded my consciousness. The truth of Wang Qing's tragic death, like a knife cutting through my heart, like a branding iron etched into my soul. I saw her crying and struggling. The glass in my hand shattered unconsciously, the sharp fragments piercing my palm, blood dripping, but I felt nothing. Those eyes were filled with blood. Killing intent reached its peak, and the system issued a mission. Tonight, let Liharin taste fear. The reward was villain points. Failure would relinquish his god-level fighting technique. I stood by the window, gazing at the brilliantly lit Royal One in the distance. Beneath the surface of calm lay a volcano about to erupt. I dialed the number Wu Tianming had given me and asked for a clean car. After 10 seconds of silence, the person told me the location and license plate. A black Mercedes-Benz S600 with license plate number Jian, AK 8888. The key was on the right rear fender. After use, both the person and the vehicle were disposed of. I pulled the curtains off my wound, wrapped them tightly around my waist, pushed the door open, and walked out into the night of Jiangqing. 15 minutes later, a black Mercedes-Benz quietly stopped in the shadows across from Royal Number 1. I sat in the driver's seat, staring at the clubhouse entrance, like a cheetah waiting for its prey to show its weakness. The anger in my chest roared, and my blood urged me to attack. System, I whispered, give me a diagram of the Royal One's internal structure, down to every ventilation duct and blind spot. After the mechanical voice confirmed the command, my mind was flooded with data. The system hacked into the Royal One security database, and a 3D structural diagram unfolded like a work of art. Every pipe and every air return vent was clearly marked, and blind spots were clearly exposed by green lines. Before it, this top-tier club was like a child stripped naked, devoid of secrets. I knew the map wasn't enough. I needed to pry open Liharin's fulcrum, his most vulnerable person. The system targeted Sun Yu, a 31-year-old coward who owed a large amount of loan sharking debt and embezzled public funds. He was involved in the Wang Qing case 3 years ago and secretly kept the 17-second video as a talisman. That's him. As long as I get that video, Liharin's protective umbrella will be completely shattered. A cold glint flashed in my eyes. My prey had been marked. Meanwhile, inside VIP Box 3, the nauseating smell of cigar smoke and perfume filled the air. Liharin, wearing a floral shirt, arrogantly cleared his chips, daring everyone with a cigar in his mouth. Wang Ming cursed and conceded defeat, while Zhang Tao pushed up his glasses to flatter him. Finally, his gaze fell on Sun Yu, sweating profusely. His fingers were white as he gripped the cards, like a rat cornered in a corner. Liharin knocked his cigar on the table, mocking Sun Yu for showing off despite having no money, and the people around him laughed. Sun Yu gritted his teeth and called the bet, but lost his last chip after 5 minutes. Liharin killed everyone, slapping Sun Yu's face to humiliate him, then bragging about how he framed me 3 years ago. Zhang Tao proudly said that he could make me a murderer just by writing. They laughed at me recklessly, with Wang Ming even claiming I'd be forced to work as a bricklayer after my release. Liharin sneered, saying he'd beat me up every time he saw me, making sure I never dared to raise my head again. I sat quietly in the car, listening to their revelry through the microphone in the chandelier. No shouting, no cursing, just caressing the Mercedes-Benz logo on the steering wheel like a lover. System prompt. Target's party is over. Liharin's red Ferrari leads the way, followed by Sun Yu's silver BMW. All prey have entered the hunting grounds. I started the Mercedes-Benz S600. The deep engine roared like a beast before fading into silence. As the front of the car locked onto the exit, a gentle smile slowly curved the corners of my lips. Liharin, I whispered amid the engine noise, a car accident is indeed the best way to start a conversation. The black Mercedes-Benz turned into a silent shadow and quietly chased after him. Midnight in Jiangxing was eerily quiet, neon lights streaming silently through the cold shadows of buildings. On the overpass, sparse headlights glided across the asphalt like water droplets, and my Mercedes-Benz slowly followed its target, a silver BMW 5 Series. His name was Sun Yu. The alcohol had worn off, and anxiety was consuming him. A loan sharking him for $500,000 yuan, and his company's accounts were due for audit next week. His life was like that car, seemingly stable, yet perched on the edge, poised to plummet at any moment. I tapped the steering wheel with my fingertips, the rhythm syncing with my heartbeat. The system reported coldly, 3 kilometers ahead, at the Tongjiang Bridge, there's a 150-meter surveillance blind spot. A dump truck is about to merge. For me, this is the hunting ground. 3 years ago, the Lee family killed my parents in an out-of-control dump truck. Tonight, I'll reverse the situation in a way they know best. The call was interrupted by a single line. The fish have already reached the bridge. Then the call was disconnected. The wind blew into the bridge. Sun Yu turned off the music and lit a cigarette to keep warm. The massive dump truck slowly blocked the way ahead. He frowned and slowed down. Just as he was about to overtake, the truck suddenly swung sideways, blocking both lanes. He slammed on the brakes in panic, a sharp grinding sound piercing the night. At that moment, I calculated the timing perfectly, and the Mercedes turned into a battering ram, slamming into the right rear side of the BMW with precision, enough to make him lose control, but not to kill him. The BMW spun across the bridge like a spinning top, slamming into the concrete guardrail. The sound of twisting metal filled the air, along with thick smoke and the smell of burning. The dump truck driver looked out, cursed, and disappeared into the night. Legally, this was just a bicycle accident where a person had hit a guardrail while trying to avoid a larger vehicle. I quietly parked 50 meters away, watched the aftermath of the incident dissipate. I got out of the car, the cold wind sculpting my form into a sharp blade. I walked towards the pile of deformed scrap metal. Sun Yu was trapped in the driver's seat, his eyes bloodshot and his body feeling like it was falling apart. I easily opened the passenger door. He looked up at me, his eyes filled with fear. The youthfulness of 3 years ago was gone. My gaze was as cold as the abyss of hell. His voice trembled. Gu Chongxing. I lowered my head and spoke calmly. Sunwoo, we need to talk. As soon as I finished speaking, he was so frightened that he lost control of his bladder. In a trembling voice, he asked what I wanted to do. I didn't answer, but simply picked up the briefcase that had been thrown from the back seat. My eyes locked onto his again, my voice still calm, yet sharp as a blade cutting through bones. Where is your old phone? The one with the video? When I uttered the word video, his eyes shattered instantly. All hope collapsed, and his biggest secret had nowhere to hide in front of me. He continued to argue, claiming he didn't understand what I was saying. I simply stared in silence, the gaze of a hunter on dying prey, suffocating him. 10 seconds later, he completely collapsed, crying out that his phone was in the safe at his suburban villa, and the combination was his son's birthday. I'd anticipated this answer. I grabbed him by the collar, dragged him from the car, and threw him onto the cold asphalt. He trembled and begged for mercy, blaming Liharin and Chong. I scoffed. If he hadn't participated, why was he filming it and enjoying it all by himself? Those words pierced his heart like a red-hot iron rod, freezing him completely. That video was the incriminating evidence he'd taken while hiding in a corner when the girl was at her most desperate. Even in his dreams, he'd relived the morbid pleasure over and over again. He, too, was the murderer. I squatted down, looking him in the eye, and for the first time, I let out a disgusted, cruel smile. I said I wouldn't kill him. Death was too easy. I wanted him to live, to watch Liharin and the others suffer 100 times worse than he did. Then, I told him to get out of here, terrified. He stumbled toward the other side of the bridge, as if he had been granted amnesty. But a dozen meters later, my voice rang out from behind him. Did I let you go? He turned around, his face filled with despair. I gently moved my wrist and whispered, I said you should get out, not that you should get out in one piece. The next second, I vanished in front of him, a fleeting shadow, so fast I couldn't even shrink my pupils. God-level fighting technique, my first test run. A single blow struck his right shoulder and collarbone, a sharp, piercing crack of bone, and his screams pierced the night air. Without waiting for him to react, I kicked him in the left knee, sending him tumbling to his knees like a dying fish. I crushed his left hand, saying it was for Wanqing. I then crushed his right hand, saying it was for me. He was unworthy of touching anything beautiful again. He was in so much pain, he screamed. I'm a devil. I sneered. No, I'm just doing justice for God. Then, I pulled a golf bag from the trunk of his BMW, stuffed him in it, zipped it up, slung it over my shoulder, and walked towards my Mercedes. Sitting in the driver's seat, the system prompt sounded. Mission completed, evaluation perfect, and 200 villain points added. The system primary mall has been unlocked. A series of system prompts sounded in my mind. I just started the car, slowly turned it around, and drove back the way I came. As for the crashed BMW, soon, passers-by will call the police, and traffic police will come to handle the matter. And all the evidence will show that this was a one-way traffic accident caused by the driver's fatigue driving and improper operation. Car owner missing? Isn't it normal for a gambler who owes a huge amount of high-interest loans and embezzles company funds to flee for fear of punishment? Everything was calculated perfectly. The black Mercedes-Benz S600 was driving smoothly in the night of Jiangqing. I held the steering wheel with one hand, and tapped my knee with the other. Muffled moans came from the golf bag in the back seat of the car, and I just stared at the light blue system panel that appeared in my mind. The panel displayed my frail physique and strength, but my extremely high spirits and the eye-catching line, 1 billion in cash, to be claimed. I silently chanted, claim, and the system instantly generated a flawless funds path, transferring the funds to a Swiss UBS black gold card. The cartoon was pitch black, with no numbers or logos, save for a simple G pattern, symbolizing entry to the world's premier world of fame and fortune. But I felt nothing. Money was merely a tool for revenge. My true goal was to make all those who had bullied me pay. I opened the system store and was greeted by a dazzling array of skills and items, from boosting fluids to micro-expression clairvoyance. With only 200 villain points, I hesitated between upgrading my physique and gaining clairvoyance, ultimately choosing the physique and strength-boosting fluids. The system indicated there were no side effects and that it could enhance my physical attributes to human limits through mental power. I used it without hesitation, and 2 streams of warmth surged through my limbs and bones. My atrophied muscles quickly filled up, my bones crackled, my heartbeat became steady and powerful, and my wounds healed rapidly. In just a dozen seconds, my physique and strength improved significantly. A sense of power filled my body, and I even felt confident enough to crush Sun Yu's bones with a single finger. I called up the attribute panel. While the values were not up to the average standard, I had already shaken off my weakness. The car pulled into the suburban villa, once Sun Yu's secret lover's place, now mine. I parked the car, tossed my golf bag into the corner of the living room, and, despite the feeble sobs of the person inside, headed straight for the master bedroom on the 2nd floor. Deep in the cloakroom, I found a hidden safe and unlocked it using Sun Yu's son's birthday. Inside, besides gold bars and jewelry, there was also an old Nokia. I pulled it out with white gloves, entered the password, and flipped to the encrypted folder. Inside the folder was a 17-second video. The footage was dim, but it clearly captured Liharin and several other men surrounding a desperate young woman. His contorted smile was captured in close-up in the final seconds. I turned off the video expressionlessly and sealed my phone in the evidence bag. This video was the first bullet fired at Liharin. But this alone wasn't enough to satisfy me. I wanted the Li family to be shattered. Fighting against the behemoth that had been entrenched in Jiangxing for decades, relying solely on a video and alone, was a pipe dream. I needed a helper, a knife to do those shady things for me. I needed a loyal, capable fighting dog. My mind went to Shirley in prison, nicknamed Stone, a simple yet ironclad man who would risk his life for half a steamed bun. He was serving a 3-year sentence for manslaughter and should be released soon. I mentally called the system, asking if it could track down his whereabouts. As soon as I mentioned Shirley in my mind, the system responded immediately. The villain points were -10, and information poured out like water. He had been released from prison for a week. His sister had already died of illness, and now he was working as a temporary worker at the Shawan village dock, and he had fallen to such a state. Looking at this information, I felt a mixture of emotions. 3 years ago, he was imprisoned for a dispute with the owner of a boxing gym over his sister's medical expenses. I witnessed his honesty and loyalty in prison. Back then, he protected me from the brutal beatings from Dao Gu and his gang, like an unbreakable wall. Shirley once said, with a smile, that after he was released from prison, he would follow me and do whatever I told him to do. I took it as a joke, but now I want to make it come true. I need a loyal and sharp knife, and he is the perfect person. I stood up, left the villa, started the Mercedes, and drove to Shawan village, Jiangxing's urban village, damp and dilapidated, with sewage flowing everywhere, incompatible with the prosperity. My destination was the food stall called Brothers. Inside the shop, between greasy folding tables and plastic stools, Shirley sat alone, a plate of fried noodles and a bottle of erguotu in front of him. His shoulders were broad as a bear's, but his expression was filled with confusion and pain, his drunken despair etched in him. His strength was useless. Even the dock work was frowned upon, and even the shop owner dared to ridicule him as a good-for-nothing with a criminal record. His fists clenched until they cracked, but he finally swallowed his anger and uttered a low, "Get lost," sending the other party scurrying away in disgrace. I walked up to him, my Italian leather shoes pausing, and said calmly, "Plenty of wine. I'll treat you." He looked up as if struck by lightning, recognized me in the dim light, and called out in a trembling voice, "Chong Shin." I pulled up a stool and sat down, placing the bag of Mao Tai and roast chicken on the table. The aroma dispelled the stagnant air. I looked at him and said slowly, "Sure too. I'm back." He was so excited he nearly knocked over the table, his eyes reddening as he kept repeating, "That's great." I asked him to sit down, refilled his glass, and frankly told him I knew what he was going through. You're not useless. It's the world that's wrong, I told him. I took out my UBS black gold card, placed it in front of him, looked him in the eye, and asked, you said in there that you would follow me. Now, does that still count? Shirley stared at the dark card, then looked back at me, his eyes filled with doubt, but he didn't ask any further questions. I saw through his thoughts and said bluntly, sure too, what's done is done. I only ask you, are you willing to join me in poking a hole in the sky? These words struck him like thunder, bringing back memories of his prison years. They also made him realize that I was no longer the student I had been 3 years ago, but a vengeful demon crawling out of hell. He ignited a long-lost light, abruptly stood up, and lowered his head to me, a position he had never lowered before. Brother Chongsheng, this life is yours. I nodded with satisfaction, shoved the black gold card into his hand, and told him to pack up and move to a decent place tomorrow. Then meet me at Sun Yu's villa and deal with the gift in the trunk. Shirley solemnly agreed, holding the card. After dinner, I went alone to Jiangxing's most famous nightclub, Phantom. Unlike the ostentatious Royal one, Phantom is more mysterious and dangerous, serving as Jiangxing's intelligence hub. It's home to business tycoons, rising political elites, and underworld bosses, all controlled by none other than the Spider Queen, Su Mei, a woman both deadly in beauty and ruthless in her cruelty. I'm here for intelligence. At the door, 2 security guards in black stopped me and asked for my membership card. I told them I was looking for Su Mei and had brought a gift she was interested in. They mocked me and tried to push me away, but I raised my hand and grabbed their wrists like a pair of pliers, then swung them, sending them flying into a heap, causing an uproar. I straightened my collar and was about to enter when a lazy, magnetic female voice rang out. Su Mei, wearing a fiery red, high-slit cheongsam, leaned against the doorframe. Her long, wavy hair, snow-white skin, and peach-shaped eyes were captivating in every gesture. She eyed me with amusement and asked if I had hit someone. I replied calmly, they stopped me. She raised an eyebrow and reminded me of the rules here, but I ignored her and said I was here to buy something. She laughed and said she only sold wine, smiles, and dreams. I looked at her and said, I'm buying Liharin's life. This statement was like a bombshell, causing the onlookers to gasp. Su Mei's smile faded, her peach blossom eyes flashing dangerously as she slowly asked, who are you? When I said, I'll buy Liharin's life, the air at the entrance of the Phantom froze. The 2 security guards who had just gotten up stared at me, their eyes widening as if they had seen a madman. The spectators who were watching the excitement subconsciously stepped back, fearing that they would be implicated by my words. In Jiangcheng, you can call Liharin a scumbag, but you can't publicly say you want his life, because that would be a declaration of war on the entire Li family. Su Mei's smile disappeared instantly, her peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly, like a Persian cat showing its claws, and she asked coldly who I was. I said calmly, it's not important. What matters is what I can give her, what she can give me. She laughed at my attitude, stomping out her cigarette. With a faint scent, she approached, her red lips close to my ear, her voice cold as ice. She said I'd beaten her people and was going to kill the Li family. Why didn't she chop me into pieces and throw me into the river to feed the fish? The security guard's baton was already clenched, awaiting her order. But I just smiled, a sneer that was 3 parts mockery and 7 parts disdain. I reached out and pinched her chin with 2 fingers, forcing her to look me straight in the eye. Everyone around was shocked. Who would dare touch Su Mei like this? But in my eyes, she was just a lifeless stone. Her murderous intent was suppressed the moment she met my gaze, for there was no desire or greed in those eyes, only a bottomless void. I slowly spoke, Sun Yu, I have him. Her pupils shrank sharply, knowing full well who Sun Yu was, Liharin's most loyal dog. More importantly, Sun Yu was still with Liharin an hour ago, and I was able to take him away quietly. This ability is enough to make people shudder. I took out the old Nokia phone from my pocket again, waved it in front of her, and said that there was an appetizer that she was interested in. She was a smart woman, and she saw at once that this was my trump card, a challenge. After a moment's silence, she put away her cold expression, replaced it with a smile, waved the security guard away, gestured for him to leave, and said that the best Romani Conti had been waiting for a long time. I put my phone back in my pocket and walked expressionlessly with her through the Phantom's doors. The top floor was her private space, classically elegant and filled with the scent of sandalwood. In the tea room, she personally brewed tea for me and asked my name with a smile. I said Gu Changsheng. She searched her mind quickly, but there was no large family named Gu in Jiangxing. Suddenly, she remembered a name from 3 years ago, the poor student who had been imprisoned for murdering his girlfriend, Lin Wanqing. She looked at me in shock, clearly unable to connect me with the person before her. I didn't shy away from telling her directly, revenge. She quickly calmed down and pointed out that my plan was to buy intelligence on the 4 major families and send them to hell one by one. I admitted that she had put forward a condition, 30% of the Lee family's assets after its downfall, and a backup of the video. I just shook my head and laughed, staring into her eyes as I told her word by word. I wasn't negotiating with her. I was informing her. She wasn't qualified to negotiate with me. I stared at Su Mei and uttered a cold remark. She is not qualified to negotiate with me. The air in the tea room instantly solidified, and it was suffocating. Su Mei's face suddenly changed. She had been in Jiansheng for many years and was used to seeing arrogance and cruelty, but she had never seen someone as unreasonable as me. That wasn't a negotiation, it was a naked threat. She asked me why I was willing to work for her just because of Sun Yu and a video whose authenticity was unclear. I laughed and corrected her understanding. That was not working for her, but cooperation. I said, I'll tear down the Lee family tree, and she just needs to help me prune away the branches that get in the way. When a power vacuum emerges, we'll each seize it based on our own abilities. This offer was more tempting than her 30% of the property. But I knew she was a wolf that could never be tamed, and I wouldn't tame her either. She simply had no choice. The video is in my hands, and Sun Yu is in my hands. If she refuses, I can always let the Lee family go into the water with her. By then, she will become the prey of 2 tigers. I could tell she had already mentally given in. Su Mei relaxed her stiff shoulders, put on her charming smile again, refilled my tea, and promised to fully open up her intelligence network. I raised my glass slightly in response. When dealing with a woman like this, you only need to push her to the point where she bites back. Push her too far, and she'll bite back. What I want is her attitude. At that moment, there was a knock on the tea room door, and the assistant hurriedly said that the police were coming downstairs. Su Mei frowned. Phantom's background was very strong, and no one would dare to surprise them without warning. The visitor was Qin Yu, the new deputy chief of the city's criminal investigation division. She was known as a hard-working woman, cold, tough, with a strong background, and a penchant for targeting people in underdeveloped areas. Su Mei glanced at me, and I just sipped my tea slowly. She asked Qin Yu to come up, and then half-jokingly said, I have more business than just her tonight. A few minutes later, the steady, powerful sound of leather boots approached, and the door was pushed open, revealing Qin Yu. She was tall and capable, her dark blue police uniform highlighting her figure, which was both powerful and curvaceous. Her short hair set off her healthy wheat-colored skin, delicate features, and sharp eyes, like a sword unsheathed. Compared to Su Mei's enchanting charm, she was another kind of fatal attraction. Her eyes were fixed on me because she had just received a report from the car accident scene. Sun Yu was missing, and the suspect car was the black Mercedes-Benz with license plate number Jian, AK 8888, which had just entered the Phantom's garage. She didn't arrest anyone directly, but instead brought her team up under the guise of a routine inspection. I expected to see a desperate criminal, but instead I saw a bookish man like me. But she was not deceived by my appearance. She could sense the danger in me, just like facing a beast in the abyss, which was terrifyingly quiet but could pounce on her at any time. Qin Yu greeted Su Mei in a cold voice, then came straight to me, showing his police officer ID and revealing his identity. Qin Yu from the Criminal Investigation Detachment. She asked me where I was at 11 p.m. tonight, and I calmly replied that I was driving. She then asked about the license plate, and I said calmly that I didn't remember it. When she mentioned the suspect car was Chong, AK 8888, her eyes grew sharper. I remained calm. She then asked if I knew Sun Yu. I acted confused and shook my head in denial. Qin Yu pressed me for an explanation. Why were my tire tracks at the crime scene? And why did Sun Yu chase my car for so long before the accident? The tea room was unusually quiet, with only Qin Yu's voice, carrying an unquestionable sense of oppression, echoing in the air. Her gaze was like a knife, locked onto my face, as if she wanted to dig the truth out of my eyes. Most people would have panicked in the face of such questioning, but I didn't. I just slowly put down the teacup, looked into her eyes, and showed just the right amount of confusion and innocence on my face. Officer Qin, I'm afraid there's a misunderstanding here. My tone was calm and sincere, almost impeccable. She mentioned the car accident on Tongjiang Bridge, and I downplayed it by saying that I had indeed passed by it, and saw a BMW crash into the guardrail and a dump truck staggering away. My words were half true and half false. I admitted that it happened, but I also portrayed myself as a mere passerby. Qin Yu sneered, saying that the surveillance camera had captured a chase between me and the BMW before we got on the bridge. I feigned a frown, as if trying to recall something. After a few seconds, I pretended to understand, patted my leg, and said with grievance, Officer Chin, you have to make the decision for me. I said that the BMW suddenly swerved from the side and swerved me, nearly hitting me. I was so angry that I wanted to follow it, take down the license plate, and report him. But as soon as he got on the bridge, he ran into a car to avoid it. I left quickly to avoid getting in trouble. This explanation is reasonable and perfectly explains the so-called chase and leaving the scene. Chin Yu was silent. She knew that such things did happen in reality, but her intuition warned her that there was something wrong with her. In her opinion, my reaction was perfect, from surprise to fear, from tone to body language. There was not a single flaw. But truly innocent people would most likely lose control of their emotions when faced with suspicion, but I didn't. I was too calm. My emotions are like oil floating on the water, shiny but fake, with dead, cold, deep water underneath. She changed direction and asked me if I knew Sun Yu, and I answered firmly, no. Then, she changed the subject and said, I was just released from prison today. Su Mei's hand trembled, and the teacup nearly tipped over. I admitted it frankly, with a hint of self-mockery and indifference on my face. Chin Yu coldly mentioned the case 3 years ago. Lin Wanqing was murdered. I was sentenced to 3 years in prison for intentional injury, and Liharin was another key figure in that case. Sun Yu is Liharin's best friend. She stepped closer, her eyes sharp as a knife, and asked me if it was a coincidence. On the first day after being released from prison, Liharin's friend disappeared, and I happened to be near the crime scene. Her tone was like a sledgehammer, hitting me again and again, as if waiting for me to reveal a flaw. But I just smiled, a smile tinged with sadness. Coincidence? The most unfortunate thing in my life is encountering countless coincidences. I said that 3 years ago, I coincidentally became the murderer of my girlfriend, and my parents coincidentally were hit and killed by a dump truck while seeking justice for me. Now, I am coincidentally involved in a missing person case involving a stranger. I looked up at her, and for the first time, there was an inextricable sadness in my eyes. Officer Chin, are there really so many coincidences in this world? Or, as long as I've been in jail, I'll always be the prime suspect for something bad? Is it a sin for me to even pass by a car accident scene? My voice was not loud, but it left her speechless for a moment. I could see that she was wavering, a hesitation suppressed by reality. Just then, Su Mei came up, smiled, and handed Chin Yu a cup of hot tea to smooth things over for me. She said that this was most likely a misunderstanding, and hinted that Sun Yu owed debts and embezzled public funds, and it was very likely that he staged his own disappearance in order to escape from debt. These words not only helped me to ward off doubts, but also provided Chin Yu with another possibility. Chin Yu didn't drink the tea, but she admitted that, logically speaking, the disappearance of a gambler was more reasonable than the elaborate revenge of a man who had just been released from prison. What's more, she had no direct evidence pointing to me. The wheel marks only prove that I have been to the scene, and there is no motive for that. In Su Mei's territory, without evidence, she can't take me away. In the end, she compromised and said that today would be a misunderstanding, but before finding Sun Yu, I am the key investigation target and cannot leave Jiangcheng and keep my phone turned on. I nodded in agreement, behaving like a law-abiding citizen. She left her business card and told him to contact her if he had any clues, then left the tea house with reluctance and confusion. Chin Yu's capable figure disappeared at the door, and the tea room fell into silence again, but the atmosphere was more subtle. Su Mei held the teacup, her charming peach blossom eyes fixed on me, with inquiry, vigilance, and even a hint of excitement that she herself was not aware of. This woman was obviously interested in me. The way she looked at me was like staring into a bottomless whirlpool, dangerous and deadly, but making people want to get closer. Mr. Gu, great acting. She finally spoke with some admiration, saying that my performance just now almost made her believe it. The sadness and helplessness on my face disappeared instantly. I regained my composure, raised my hand, and drank the cup of herbal tea in one gulp. The most sincere lies often conceal the truest emotions, I said calmly. Except for the final conclusion, everything I just said is true. She was stunned, and finally understood that I was not acting, but using my deepest despair as a weapon to confuse the enemy with my wounds. She lamented how cruel I was to myself, but quickly changed the subject, saying that Chin Yu came from a police family and was a tough nut to crack. I would be in a lot of trouble if she targeted me. I sneered in response. Hard bones are interesting. If the police in Jiangcheng were all the same useless people they were 3 years ago, this city would be doomed long ago. She was stunned and seemed to be unable to see through me even more. In her eyes, I am ruthless, but deep down I retain an almost naive obsession with fairness and justice. Enough of that small talk. I stood up, my goal for the night having been achieved. From now on, we'll be working together. Send the first intelligence to my phone tomorrow morning. She asked what information. I only have one thing to say. The Lee family and all its core members, including lovers, illegitimate children, white gloves, and all the things that are not allowed to be seen in the light, the more detailed the better. She raised an eyebrow. This appetite was big enough to sell for 8 figures, but she still agreed. I'm just curious, since I got Sun Yu's video and my next target is Liharin, why are you checking so many people? I walked to the door and stopped, without looking back, leaving only a sentence that made her back cold. Killing a person is too easy. What I want is to destroy the heart. After saying that, I left the tea room, leaving her staring blankly at the cup of tea I had drunk from, with a complicated expression. After a long time, she made a phone call and ordered someone to use the highest authority to thoroughly investigate everything that happened during my 3 years in prison. I drove my black Mercedes-Benz out of the Phantom and did not return to Sun Yu's villa. Instead, I stopped under a bridge across the river and threw the Nokia phone containing the video and the iron block into the river. Ding. Host behavior detected. The system's cold prompt sounded, and the comment was that the work was good but not smart enough. The real evidence should be stored in the cloud. I smiled. The video has already been uploaded to an overseas server with 13 layers of encryption. This is just to test the limits of the system's capabilities. It is not only powerful, but also has a certain degree of emotion and spitting ability, which makes me very satisfied. It was already 4 in the morning when we returned to the villa. The room was dead silent. Shirley didn't come, and there was no movement from the golf bag in the corner. Sun Yu inside had probably fainted from the pain. I went straight into the bathroom to take a shower. The warm water flowed over the thin but powerful body, and 3 years of fatigue were slightly relieved. I closed my eyes and thought, Liharin is the first target, but I can't touch him first, otherwise it will alarm Li Jianguo and make that old fox guard against it. To kill a snake, you have to hit it at its most vulnerable part. The Li family's most vulnerable part is not in the shopping mall or underground, but in that mouth that can confuse right and wrong and a pen that can turn black into white. This mouth belongs to the Zhang family's media empire, and this money belongs to the gold medal lawyer Lu Hongwan, who has been supported by the Li family for many years. 3 years ago, it was he who used eloquent lies in court to throw all the dirty water on me and Lin Wanqing. I still can't forget the contemptuous smile he showed when he turned around at the moment of the verdict. Therefore, in order to judge Liharin, we must first destroy this most vicious pen, leaving him speechless and ruined. I silently chanted in my mind. System, lock on to the second trial target, Lu Hongwan. Target locked successfully. The system prompts that his crimes are extremely serious, triggering the second-level trial task to treat him in his own way. The reward is 500 villain points and the new ability, mind reading. When I saw these 3 words, my eyes lit up instantly. With it, neither Su Mei nor Li Jianguo will have any secrets from me. System, I want all the dirty laundry on Lu Hongwan, including evidence of him accepting bribes, colluding with the judiciary, and all his shady habits. The system's prompts were still cold and efficient, like an invisible knife. In just a few seconds, evidence of Lu Hongwan's crimes flooded into my mind like a waterfall, accepting 370 million in illegal funds, colluding with senior court officials, arranging ridiculous secret banquets, and even accepting 20 million from the Li family in the Lin Wanqing case, and personally manipulating perjury and public opinion. What's even more disgusting is that he has a habit of collecting the underwear of female victims. How can such a thing sit in the defense seat so openly? I am not surprised. How could a person who can be called Lu Gui be clean? I am more concerned about his schedule. At 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, he will appear in court to defend the Hongfa Construction Company. The case is the claim for compensation for migrant worker Wong Jianguo, who was paralyzed due to work-related injuries. However, in order to avoid compensation, Hongfa colluded with him to forge documents and put the blame on the victim. Another farce that confuses right and wrong. Thinking of this, a sneer appeared on the corner of my mouth. This time, I will let him tear his face apart on his stage so that everyone can see the real Lu Hongwan. The next morning, I appeared in the 3rd court of Jiangxing Intermediate People's Court on time. The place was already packed with law students and young lawyers, all coming to catch a glimpse of the legal genius. Lu Hongwan was wearing a well-tailored Italian suit, his hair was shiny, and his eyes behind his gold-rimmed glasses were firm and proud, as if the lawsuit had already been won. Opposite, Wong Jianguo was sitting in a wheelchair, his face weathered, and his wife was wiping tears behind him. Their lawyer was a young man who had just graduated. He was sweating profusely and kept flipping through the documents in his hands, his fingers trembling. It's a joke for an egg to try to break a stone. The gavel fell, and the trial began. The young lawyer tried his best to state the facts, produced the disability assessment, and demanded 1.2 million in compensation. When it was Lu Hongwen's turn, he first put on a compassionate attitude to gain sympathy, and then suddenly changed his tone, claiming that sympathy cannot replace the law and the facts cannot be covered up by lies. He presented a so-called testimony from a coworker, accusing Wong Jiangwo of violating regulations and climbing the scaffolding while drunk. Then another blurry surveillance video was played, a blurry figure holding a white bottle and shaking it. He argued forcefully that this was not a work-related injury but a suicidal violation, demanded that the claim be dismissed, and reserved the right to counterclaim. In the plaintiff's seat, Wong Jiangwo was shaking with excitement, and his wife cried, but was quickly stopped by the bailiff. The young lawyer angrily refuted the fabricated evidence, but was ridiculed by Lu Hongwen, who said that even the only witness had been bribed. His contemptuous smile reminded me of the court 3 years ago. But today, this smile will freeze on his face. The back door of the court was pushed open. I walked in, and Shirley followed closely behind. The bailiffs rushed forward, but he held them down with one hand each, unable to move. I walked straight towards Lu Hongwen and said coldly, "I also have a video. You might want to take a look." With a snap of his fingers, the screen switched instantly. In the luxurious office, he talked with the boss of Hongfa. The figure of 50 million was clear and glaring, and there was also a dirty deal arranged for him with female college students. The video was only 30 seconds long, but it exploded in the courtroom like an atomic bomb. The whole court was silent, leaving only his face as pale as paper. The atomic bomb in the court not only ended Lu Hongwen's career, but also blew a deep hole in the heart of Jiangqing's upper class. That afternoon, this so-called legal genius was handcuffed and taken away in court. After the disgusting collections in the secret compartment of his office were exposed, it instantly ignited public opinion throughout the city. Immediately afterwards, the deputy director of the municipal court, Qian, was taken away by the Discipline Inspection Commission, and several judges surrendered themselves. A complex web of judicial corruption was torn open by me in the most direct way. And I, as if nothing had happened, walked out of the court quietly under Shirley's protection. Instead of going home, I went to the most expensive Western restaurant in Jiangqing, Moonlight. An hour ago, Sume sent a message with only one sentence. "I have reserved a table to celebrate the start of our cooperation." This was obviously a Hongmin banquet, but I was not afraid at all. Moonlight booked the top floor. The floor-to-ceiling windows overlooked the entire night view of Jiangqing. The sound of piano accompanied the violin, the red wine exuded a mellow aroma, and sitting next to him was a woman who could make a man lose his mind. Sume changed out of her usual red cheongsam and put on an elegant black backless dress. Her shoulders and back shone alluringly under the light. She held up the wine glass, and there was no longer any contempt in her eyes, but instead a deep fear. Intelligence shows that my 3 years in prison were uneventful, and I was like an ordinary prisoner. But less than 2 days after I was released from prison, I first overthrew Sun Yu, then defeated Lu Hongwen, and turned Jiangqing upside down. This is not just a complete transformation, it's like being reborn. "Miss Su, you're too kind." I sat down and poured a glass of wine. "I'm just seeking justice for what is rightfully mine." She sneered, as if she thought fairness was a joke. I told her that I used to believe, but now I only believe that people with strong fists and ruthless means are justice itself. These words made her heart tremble, and she seemed to be attracted by my temperament. There was a crisp sound of clinking glasses, and at that moment, we reached a dangerous alliance. She handed over a USB flash drive containing the details of 3 generations of the Li family, including Li Jiangwo's black material, hidden assets, and even his mistress and illegitimate child. I took it, but didn't look at it immediately. I asked her with a smile, "Aren't you afraid that if the Li family falls, she will be the next one?" Her smile froze for a moment, then returned to normal, and she said charmingly that she had a bottom line. In her business, she believes in making money through harmony. She sells wine, smiles, and information, but not her life. The Li family is different. They regard human life as worthless and will not hesitate to crush innocent people for the sake of profit. She was just snatching some scraps of meat from the jackal's mouth, but the Li family was the real man-eater. I could feel that she was serious about what she said. Although she is cruel, she still has humanity, which is why I choose to cooperate with her instead of eliminating her. In her opinion, helping me is helping herself. The Li family's tree is too big, blocking out the sunlight for everyone. Tear it down is a good thing for survivors like her. I nodded in agreement, but she quickly changed the subject and said that I had not informed her in advance about the court case. If it is discovered that the source of the video is related to Phantom, she will be passive. It turned out that her purpose today was to find fault with me and test my cards. I laughed and asked her how she thought I got the video. She guessed it was the intelligence network or hackers who helped. No. I shook my head and told her that I took it from Lu Hongwen's computer in court in front of everyone. She was stunned, as if she had heard an absurd magic trick. I leaned back in my chair and told her that I didn't need her, but I respected her. I gave her a chance to stand on the side of the winner. Whether she can seize it depends on herself. These words left her speechless. For the first time, she felt powerless. Her beauty, wisdom, and means seemed useless in front of me. I just sat there quietly, but like a black hole, I had everything under my control. After a long silence, she smiled bitterly, raised her glass and drank it all, admitting that she had lost. She promised that from now on she would obey your orders without hesitation. I nodded with satisfaction, my goal achieved. Picking up the USB drive, I stood up and prepared to leave. When I reached the door, I turned around and asked her to help me check someone, Chong. The executioner who followed Liharin and killed my girlfriend with his own hands 3 years ago. The Li family manor is located in Yueliang Bay on the eastern outskirts of Jiangqing, covering an area of more than 20 acres. It is dotted with pavilions and towers and is heavily guarded, making it look like a modern version of a royal palace. That night, the air pressure in the study in the main building almost froze, and the air seemed to be dripping with water. Bang! A priceless Ming Dynasty blue and white porcelain vase was smashed to the ground by Li Jianguo angrily. The head of the Li family, who is usually known as a smiling tiger, now has a terribly gloomy face, and his anger is as raging as a volcanic eruption. He cursed loudly and vented all his anger on his son Liharin, asking him what happened after losing Sun Yu and Lu Gui in the past 2 days. Liharin lowered his head, not daring to breathe. His expensive shirt was wrinkled into a ball, and his face was pale and swollen. He stammered and could not explain the situation clearly, and could only attribute the disappearance to so-called coincidence and negligence of others. But to Li Jianguo, it was all nonsense. With a crisp sound, he slapped his son and scolded him harshly for not cutting the root of the problem 3 years ago, leaving Sun Yu as the root of the trouble, which now caused a disaster. What made him even angrier was that he had ordered his son to get rid of me before I was released from prison, but his son just said casually that I couldn't cause any trouble. After this kick, Liharin bent like a shrimp, sweating profusely from the pain, but he didn't dare to say a word in rebuttal. I know he is afraid of this moody father, but now, he is more afraid of me. Sun Yu's disappearance and Lu Gui's destruction made it impossible for him to erase my face. That look was the coldness and hatred I looked back at him in court 3 years ago. He didn't dare to admit it, but he couldn't get rid of his suspicion. He could only hypnotize himself and say that it was a coincidence and that the Wong family or the Zhang family was doing it in secret. After hearing this, Li Jianguo's expression eased a little, but his murderous intent remained unchanged. He ordered that Sun Yu must be found, Lu Gui's mouth must be shut, and I must be kept a close eye on. Even if there was only suspicion, I had to be eliminated in advance. Liharin responded as if relieved, but was immediately warned not to leave the manor and that Chong had to stay by his side at all times. Otherwise, his father would break his legs himself. Liharin was so scared that he nodded repeatedly and fled from the study in a hurry. He closed the door and then breathed a sigh of relief, as if he had crawled out of the gates of hell. But the fear did not dissipate, but became even stronger. He touched his swollen face, his eyes flashing with resentment and panic. He immediately called Chong and asked him to come back immediately to guard him. But the next sentence revealed his true fear. Lin Wanqing, are you sure you have dealt with it properly? There was a long silence on the other end of the phone before Chong said that she had indeed died that year, but her body was thrown into the incinerator in a hurry and was scared away by the police sirens before it was completely burned. This means that Lin Wanqing's body may not have completely turned into ashes. Hearing this, Liharin felt as if all his blood was drained out. He angrily cursed the waste, and after hanging up the phone, he collapsed to the ground, trembling all over. His mind kept flashing back to the fate of Sun Yu and Lu Gui, and finally it all froze on my face. That was no coincidence. It was a prelude to revenge. He murmured that he couldn't just sit there and wait for death. His eyes gradually became crazy, and he wanted to take the initiative to attack. Soon, he thought of a name, Sume. He dialed the number and said in a flattering tone that he had a business deal to discuss. But this time, what he wanted to buy was not intelligence, but a person's hands and feet. Just when Liharin was panicking because of fear and was anxiously looking for Sume for help, I was sitting leisurely on the sofa in Sun Yu's villa, reading the local news of Jiangqing. Shirley stood behind me like an iron tower. He changed into a black sportswear and looked much more energetic, but the murderous aura that kept strangers away was even stronger. As for the owner of the villa, Sun Yu, he was tied up and thrown into the basement with a towel stuffed in his mouth. Apart from whimpering, he could not make any sound. Brother Chongqing, everything has been handled. Shirley reported that the Mercedes-Benz had been destroyed in the scrapyard, and Sun Yu's mobile phone and computer had also been brought back. I nodded, my eyes still fixed on the screen. The headlines were all, Lu Hongwen arrested in court, and the comments section was bustling with activity. Some people applauded, some sighed at the justice, and some were curious about who the mysterious man in the court was. But I am very clear that these so-called public opinions change faster than turning the pages of a book. Sure enough, when I refreshed the page, the wind direction had changed. A post titled Shocking. The mysterious man who brought down Lu Hongwen turned out to be the prisoner who killed his girlfriend 3 years ago, quickly became a trending topic. It detailed my so-called black history back then, accompanied by photos of me being taken into custody in a miserable state, portraying me as a criminal eager for revenge. The article avoided Lu Hongwen's evidence of guilt and pointed the finger at my identity and motives, trying to erase everything with my criminal record. Soon, the tone of comments reversed, and some people began to question the authenticity of the video, and some even spoke up for Lu Hongwen. I knew without thinking that the Li family, or more likely the Zhang family, was behind this. The Zhang family has controlled public opinion for many years, and 3 years ago they used this trick to nail me to the pillar of shame. Shirley was so angry that he wanted to rush out to settle the score with someone, but I waved my hand to stop him. To deal with a dog hiding in the dark, using fists is too much of a compliment. I closed the news, opened a black dialogue box filled with dense code, and typed, "Monkey, are you there?" A few seconds later, a grinning monkey avatar popped up with a ruffian greeting. I gave him the task directly. Delete this post within 5 minutes and find out who is behind it. Monkey agreed readily and sent an OK gesture in less than a minute. He also revealed that the person behind the scenes was Zhang Jingda's nephew Zhang Tao. He also found a bunch of family ethics blockbusters on Zhang Tao's computer, but he didn't even bother to go into details. My eyes turned cold, and I told him to send these learning materials anonymously to major media outlets in Jiangcheng and use untraceable onion routing to pin the blame on Zhang's opponents. The monkey was so excited as if he had found a treasure, and then asked me if I had any instructions. I asked him to prepare a brand new identity and help me check out a person, Scar Chong. 3 years ago, Lin Wanqing died at his hands. The monkey responded and said he would give me the results in half an hour. I leaned back on the sofa and closed my eyes. 2 pieces had already been placed on the chessboard of revenge. Shirley was the shield and spear, and the monkey was the eye and blade. Now, all that's missing is the east wind that can set everything off, and this wind will soon be brought by Liharin himself. I looked down at my phone. On the screen was a short message from Su Mei. "Fish, you've taken the bait." Chapter 17. A corner of the truth from that year was torn open. "Fish, you've taken the bait." Looking at the 5 words sent by Su Mei, a cold smile appeared on the corner of my mouth, like the arc of the Grim Reaper's scythe. Everything was as I expected. Liharin, that idiot, did the most foolish thing in his fear, trying to kill someone with a borrowed knife, and this knife happened to be mine. Shirley asked curiously what I meant. I didn't explain. I just stood by the window and looked at Jiangcheng swallowed by the night. "Sure too. The show is about to begin. Are you ready?" His eyes lit up, and he pounded his chest, saying he couldn't wait any longer. I shook my head. "Let's not do it tonight. Let's go see a play." Half an hour later, at an abandoned chemical plant in the suburbs. This was where the underground forces usually went to solve problems. It was desolate and without signal, so no one knew what was going on inside. Liharin arrived at the scene alone in a flashy Ferrari. This was the transaction location set by Su Meiding, and she asked him to come alone. He sat in the car with his hands sweating, looking around like a frightened rabbit. 2 headlights came from the distance, and a black Mercedes slowly stopped 10 meters away. The car door opened, and the figure that walked down scared him to death. It was me. His mind was like it was exploding. Su Mei had lied to him. Why was it me? I walked to his car and said in a low voice, "Get out." He wanted to escape, but his body felt like it was filled with lead, and he couldn't move. I opened the car door and repeated it. He collapsed, crawled out of the car, knelt in front of me, hugged his legs and begged for mercy, calling me brother and uncle, and asked for money as soon as he opened his mouth, willing to give him 100 million or 1 billion. 3 years ago, he used money to send me to hell. 3 years later, he still thought money could save him. I sneered and kicked him in the face, sending my teeth and blood flying out. "Do you think I came back just for a few bucks?" I grabbed his hair and made him look at me. Let me ask you, 3 years ago, did Wanqing also kneel down and beg you like this? When he heard the word Wanqing, his pupils suddenly shrank and his eyes were filled with fear. I roared and grabbed his neck, suffocating him until his face turned purple. He begged for mercy in a panic, and then told the truth in fragments. Wanqing did ask for it, and she also said that she was already pregnant with my child. At that moment, my brain exploded. It turned out that night not only took away her, but also took away our unborn child. Anger gushed out from my bones. I let out a heart-wrenching roar towards the sky and punched him again and again, the sound of bangs echoing in the empty factory. Beasts! You beasts! I was already going crazy until Shirley grabbed my arm tightly from behind and shouted in a low voice, "Brother Chongqing, that's enough. If you hit me again, I'll really die." I gasped, looked at his messy appearance, and let go of my hand. Killing him now would be too easy. I want him to watch in fear as everything he has is destroyed bit by bit. My eyes returned to dead silence, but the hatred beneath this dead silence was 1,000 times stronger than before. At this moment, the phone vibrated. It was a message from Monkey. "Boss, we've found Scar Chong's location." Chapter 18, he is the real hunter. Monkey's message popped up on the phone screen. "Boss, Scar Chong's location has been found." My bloodshot eyes gradually returned to their cold clarity. I took a deep breath and suppressed the anger that was almost destroying my sanity. I understand that anger cannot solve any problems. Only by staying calm can I let my enemies walk into the hell I have prepared for them one by one. Monkey sent detailed information. Scar Chong, hiding in the underground boxing gym of the Iron Blood Alliance in Donghai City, codenamed Meat Grinder, sneaked back to China a year ago, and the boss behind him is Master Chun. I squatted down and patted the dying Liharin. My voice was as flat as a scalpel. "Liharin, I'll give you a chance to live." When he heard the word survive, he immediately opened one of his swollen and deformed eyes and asked me what to do with eagerness. I threw his phone in front of me and said, "Call Scar Chong and tell him I'm back and know everything. Ask him to come back to see me immediately." I smiled and added, "Otherwise, I will tell your father exactly what you just said about Wanqing and the child. I know this will make him more devastated than killing him. Li Jianguo values his offspring the most. If he learns the truth, he will personally destroy his son." Liharin screamed in fright and quickly grabbed his phone, dialing the number from the encrypted contacts that he thought he would never use again. Inside the Iron Blood Alliance boxing gym in Donghai City, blood and flesh were flying everywhere in the octagonal cage. Scar Chong was riding on an unconscious opponent and smashing him wildly, while the audience frantically shouted, "Meat Grinder." He enjoyed this bloody worship until his subordinates handed him a phone, saying that it was from Li Xiao of Jiangqing. After the call was connected, I heard Liharin say my name in a crying voice. Gu Chongsheng was back, and he asked him to come back to Jiangcheng to see me immediately. I can imagine how ugly his face must have been at that moment. On the other end of the phone, Liharin hysterically begged him to come and save me. Scar Chong was silent for a moment, and his tone became cold. He said that he would bring people to the abandoned chemical plant and would never let me come back. I took back my phone and played the conversation back to Liharin. Seeing his relieved expression due to the fantasy of being rescued, I laughed as if I was watching a clown waiting to die. Then, I slowly took out another cell phone, pressed the speakerphone button, and dialed a number. Su Mei's lazy and smiling voice came from the phone. "Boss Gu, you are looking for me so late. Do you miss me?" I said calmly. "Look up the phone number of Mr. Chun, the boss of the Iron Blood Alliance in Donghai City." She was stunned for a moment and said that the man was a ruthless killer. I just responded coldly. "Tell him that his gold medal boxer Scar Chong is leading people across the river to kill me. If you don't want to offend me for a dog, have him break the dog's legs with his own hands and pack it up and send it to the place I specify. In return, I, Gu Chongsheng, owe him a favor." Chapter 19, let the bullets fly for a while. The show begins. When Gu Chongsheng's words, "pack it up and send it to the place I specify," echoed clearly in the empty chemical plant through the hands-free voice, Liharin on the ground was completely dumbfounded. His eyes, narrowed into slits due to swelling, were filled with fear and despair that was 10,000 times deeper than when he was beaten just now. He is not a fool. He understood it instantly. Sume has been in cahoots with Gu Chongsheng for a long time. Everything tonight, from the moment Sume asked him to come here, was a setup, a complete trap set specifically for him. He thought he was a hunter, but he didn't expect that from the beginning to the end. He was just a poor prey being played with in the palm of his hand. And Gu Chongsheng is the real hunter who stands at the top of the food chain and controls everything. No, impossible. His lips trembled as he murmured desperately, like a dream. You. Sume on the other end of the phone chuckled after a brief silence. To Liharin, that laughter sounded like the devil's chant, full of mockery and pity. Mr. Gu, you really know how to cause trouble for others. Sume's voice was filled with a hint of lazy scolding. Mr. Chun is not an easy person to deal with. But she changed the subject, her tone full of confidence. I'll repay your favor. In 5 minutes, Master Chin will call your cell phone. Thank you. Gu Chongqing said this lightly and hung up the phone. He put away his phone and calmly looked at the pool of mud on the ground that had completely lost its soul, with a playful smile on his face. Now, he said softly, we just need to sit here quietly, make a pot of tea, and let the bullets fly for a while. See how far your loyal and devoted brother Chong can run. At the same time, in Donghai City, inside the Iron Blood Alliance boxing gym, dozens of strong men armed with machetes and steel pipes are gathering and waiting, looking murderous. Scar Chong changed into a black suit, and the centipede-like scar on his face looked even more hideous under the light. Listen up to me, everyone. He roared at his men. Tonight, cross the River Dragon. Go to Jiangsheng and kill someone for me. No matter who he is, no matter how powerful he is, I only want one result. That is, to turn him into a pile of minced meat. Set off. With his order, dozens of people were preparing to board several Jinbei vans and head towards Jiangsheng in a mighty manner. However, just as Scar Chong was about to step into the first car, his cell phone rang. When Scar Chong saw the name on the caller ID that made him both respect and fear, his body suddenly stiffened. It's Master Chun. He didn't dare to delay in the slightest, so he quickly ran to the side and answered the phone respectfully. Hey, Master Chun, you're so late. What can I do for you? From the other end of the phone came an old yet majestic voice, intimidating without even being angry. Li Chong. Master Chun only called him by his real name. Where are you going? Scar's heart skipped a beat. He subconsciously lied. No, I didn't go anywhere, Master Chun. The brothers finished training, so I took them out for a midnight snack. Midnight snack? Master Chun on the other end of the phone sneered. Are you going to Jiangqing to eat, or are you planning to treat me as a midnight snack? Boom. Scar Chong's mind buzzed and went blank. Master Chun, how did he know? I don't care what grudge you have with that kid called Gu Chongsheng. Master Chin's voice turned icy cold. I only want to tell you one thing. Just now, that kid surnamed Gu asked that which Su made to bring me a message. He said he owed me a favor. And you? Master Chin's voice was filled with disdain. Do you think your life is worth a favor from Gu Chongsheng? Scar Chong was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't understand how a prisoner who had just been released from prison for less than 3 days could possibly hook up with Su Mei and even get a big shot like Master Chun to personally speak for him. What kind of monster is this Gu Chongsheng? Master Chun. He wanted to argue. But Master Chun has lost his patience. I don't want to hear your nonsense. Master Chun interrupted him coldly. I'll give you 2 choices. First, I will send someone to sink you into the East China Sea to feed the turtles. Secondly, Master Chin's voice paused, then turned as cold as a Siberian current. Break those 2 disobedient legs of yours yourself. Then, like a dog, roll back to Jiangsheng and kowtow to your new master and admit your fault. Choose. Beep, beep, beep. The phone was hung up. Scar Chong stood there blankly, his phone slipping from his weak hands and falling to the ground, the screen shattering into pieces in an instant. The dozens of younger brothers behind him looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. Chong, Brother Chong, are you still leaving? A younger brother asked tentatively. Scar Chong did not answer. He just slowly raised his head and glanced in the direction of Jiangqing. His eyes were filled with endless fear, unwillingness, and deep despair. He knew he was finished. He got into trouble with the devil, someone he couldn't afford to offend. In the abandoned chemical plant, time passes by minute. Gu Chongqing really didn't know where he got a set of portable tea sets from, and leisurely made a pot of hot tea for himself and Shirley. The fragrance of tea dispelled the bloody smell in the air. Although Shirley didn't understand what Gu Chongqing was doing, he still stood by like a door god, loyally fulfilling his duty. Liharin, lying on the ground, was like a real dead dog, lying there motionless, with empty eyes, and completely lost all his energy. All his hopes and reliance were crushed to pieces by Gu Chongqing in the phone call just now. He finally understood. In front of Gu Chongqing, his family background, money, and connections that he was proud of were just a joke. They don't exist in the same dimension at all. Gu Chongqing is the chess player, and he is not even qualified to be a chess piece. He was just a poor bug waiting to die on the chessboard. Just then, Gu Chongqing's cell phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number from Donghai City. Gu Changsheng glanced at Liharin lying on the ground and pressed the hands-free button. An old and majestic voice came from the phone. Is that Mr. Gu? I'm Chen Guohua. Chen Guohua is Mr. Chen's real name. Hello, Mr. Chen. Gu Changxing responded indifferently. Haha, the young are indeed formidable. Master Chen smiled on the other end of the phone. I accept your favor. I've had my disobedient dog's legs broken. It should be on its way to Jiangxing now. Mr. Gu, how you decide to deal with him is your own business. I only ask that you please give me, Chen, a favor and spare his life. After all, he has been with me for so many years. Even if he has no credit, he has worked hard. Okay. Gu Changxing agreed without hesitation. I just want his hand. As for his life, I'm not interested. That's refreshing, Master Chen exclaimed. Mr. Gu, the water in Jiangxing is too shallow. If you have time, come to Donghai and sit with me. The tea here is much more fragrant than Sumei's. Must. After hanging up the phone, Gu Changxing picked up the teacup and took a sip. Opposite him, Liharin's body began to twitch violently, and a meaningless ho-ho sound came from his throat. His spirit completely collapsed under this series of blows. He is crazy. Stone. Gu Changxing didn't even look at him and gave the order lightly. Here, brother Changxing. Call Li Jiangguo. The corner of Gu Changxing's mouth curled up into a cruel arc. Tell him that his son is in my hands. If you want him to live, bring all the original files from the Lin Wanqing murder case from 3 years ago and come here to see me alone. Chapter 20 The first confrontation with the old fox. Under the pale moonlight, the abandoned chemical plant looks like a silent steel behemoth, emitting an aura of decay and foreboding. Gu Changxing hung up the call with Master Chen, and also hung up Liharin's last glimmer of hope. He calmly put his phone back into his pocket, then walked to Shirley and took Liharin's phone from him. He found Li Jiangguo's number and dialed it. The call was answered almost instantly, and a voice came from the other end, pretending to be calm, but still unable to conceal its anxiety and anger. Who are you? Where's my son? It's Li Jiangguo. Chairman Li, how are you? Gu Changxing chuckled, his voice filled with cat-and-mouse playfulness. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that your precious son is in my hands now. There was a deathly silence on the other end of the phone. More than 10 seconds passed before Li Jiangguo's voice, which was filled with suppressed anger, sounded again. Gu Changxing. It seems Chairman Li isn't senile yet. Gu Changxing pulled over an abandoned oil drum and sat down casually. Your son is right next to me. He seems to be having some mental problems, but it's nothing serious. He's still alive. What do you want? Li Jiangguo said straight to the point, his voice as cold as ice. Money? Or something else? Name your price. As expected of an old fox who has been active in Jiangxing for decades, he was able to maintain basic composure even when his son was kidnapped. Money. Gu Changxing sneered. Chairman Li, do you think that everything in this world can be measured by money? I said, I don't want money. What I want are all the original files from the Lin Wanqing murder case 3 years ago, including but not limited to all confession transcripts, forensic reports, on-site investigation photos, as well as everything you deliberately concealed, destroyed, or forged, everything that shouldn't exist. You, Li Jiangguo obviously didn't expect that Gu Changxing would make such a request. This is no longer a simple kidnapping and extortion case. This is to overturn the verdict. It is to nail his Li family to the pillar of shame completely. Gu Changxing, don't push your luck. Li Jiangguo's voice finally took on a hint of exasperation. Do you think you can do anything to my Li family just by getting those things? I'm telling you, wishful thinking. Whether it's possible or not, you don't have to worry about it, Chairman Li. Gu Changxing interrupted him calmly. You just need to tell me whether you would trade your son's life for this piece of waste paper. The other end of the phone fell silent again. This time, the silence lasted longer. Gu Changxing could imagine that at this moment, Li Jiangguo must be pacing back and forth in that antique study, weighing the pros and cons. Is it to sacrifice a useless son to preserve the reputation of the entire family? Or take a gamble? After a long time, Li Jiangguo's voice, which seemed to have aged 10 years, slowly sounded. Good. He only said one word. I promise. Address. Gu Changxing gave the address of the chemical plant and added, I'll only give you an hour, and I only want you to come alone. If you dare to do anything, like call the police, or bring someone you shouldn't be with. Gu Changxing glanced at the puddle of mud on the ground that was still twitching slightly, and a cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then you can prepare to collect the body of your only son. After hanging up the phone, Gu Changxing threw the phone back to Shirley. Brother Changxing, are we just going to wait for him to come? Shirley asked in a deep voice, a hint of vigilance in his eyes. That old fox will definitely not give up. He might bring people and wipe us out. He will. Gu Chongqing nodded, but there was no sign of nervousness on his face. He stood up and walked to an abandoned second-floor platform in the chemical plant. From here, he had a wide view and could see the only entrance to the entire chemical plant. But, he said slowly, looking at the lights of the city in the distance, he's afraid too. He's afraid that I'll really kill him and leave his Li family extinct. I'm even more afraid that I might hold other deadly cards besides Sun Yu. So, he will definitely come tonight. And, most likely, he will follow my rules and come alone. Of course, Gu Chongqing changed the subject, a shrewd glint in his eyes. We can't be completely defenseless either. He pulled out his phone and sent a message to a number. Prepare to close the net. Li Family Manor. Li Jianguo hung up the phone. His usually well-maintained face was now distorted by anger and anxiety. He paced back and forth in the study like a wild beast trapped in a cage. To go or not to go? This is a problem. Going there would be like handing the hilt of a knife to Gu Chongqing. God knows what more outrageous demands that lunatic will make. But if I don't go, he only has one son, Lharin. Although he is useless and a waste, he is still the bloodline of his Li family. If Lharin died, who would inherit the Li family's decades-long legacy? Is it going to be handed over to those illegitimate children out there who are not presentable? Gu Chongqing, Gu Chongqing. Li Jianguo gritted his teeth and repeated the name, his eyes full of resentment. He couldn't understand how an ant, which he could easily crush to death, could become a tiger that could threaten him in just 3 years. No, we can't just let him lead us by the nose. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Li Jianguo's eyes, and he made a quick decision. He first dialed an encrypted number. Hello, Director Wong. It's me, Jianguo. I don't care what method you use. Immediately find a man named Gu Chongqing for me. Yes, the one from that case 3 years ago. I want to know all his whereabouts. Also, immediately send your most trusted person to set up surveillance near the abandoned chemical plant in the eastern suburbs. Remember, do not expose yourself. Wait for my signal. After hanging up the phone, he dialed another number. Have Shadow get ready. Come with me to a place in half an hour. Shadow is the top killer that the Li family has nurtured for many years, and is also his last and most secret trump card. After doing all this, Li Jianguo finally breathed a sigh of relief. He opened the secret compartment in the study and took out a heavy safe. Enter the password and open it. Inside, lying quietly, was a yellowed-brown paper file bag marked Top Secret. It was the original file of the Lin Wanqing murder case 3 years ago. Li Jianguo picked up the file bag, his eyes full of complexity. He originally thought that this file would remain sealed here forever until it rotted. But he never expected that one day it would become the bargaining chip that determines his son's life or death. He picked up the file, closed the safe, and walked out of the study. He was going to meet the young man who had been keeping him awake at night. He wanted to see whether this kid who crawled back from hell had 3 heads or 6 arms. An hour later, a black Rolls-Royce Phantom appeared at the entrance of the chemical plant on time. The car lights went out, and a figure wearing a Chinese Tang suit and with meticulously combed hair got out of the car. It was Li Jianguo. In his hand, he was holding the manila file bag. He walked alone and slowly into the chemical plant that looked like the mouth of a giant beast. Gu Chongqing, I'm here. His voice echoed in the empty factory. I brought things too. Where's my son? On the platform on the second floor, Gu Chongqing looked at the old fox below who was alone but still had a strong aura, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He winked at Shirley. Shirley understood and dragged the half-crazy Liharin to the edge of the platform like a dead dog. Dad, Dad, save me, save me. When Liharin saw his father, he seemed to have grabbed the last straw and cried out at the top of his lungs. Seeing his son's miserable appearance, Li Jianguo's eyes twitched slightly. Gu Chongqing. He raised his head and looked up at the figure on the platform. Let my son go. I'll give you the file. No rush. Gu Chongqing looked down at him, his voice full of teasing. Chairman Li, do you know? Just 2 hours ago, your son told me something very interesting. He said that 3 years ago, Wanqing was already pregnant with my child. Boom. These words made Li Jianguo's body tremble violently. His expression instantly became uglier than that of a dead person. You're talking nonsense, he shouted harshly, but there was a hint of guilt in his tone. You know best whether I'm talking nonsense or not. Gu Chongqing's voice suddenly became icy cold. Today, I want to ask him one last time in front of you. He grabbed Liharin's hair, lifted him up, and asked coldly like a judge. Liharin, I'll ask you one last time. Did you kill the child in Wanqing's belly with your own hands? Chapter 21 Shin Yu's suspicion. This criminal is not simple. The lights in the Criminal Investigation Detachment Office of the Jiangxing Public Security Bureau were brightly lit. Qin Yu stood before a giant electronic map, her brow furrowed, her eyes sharp as an eagle's. She had been working for over 24 hours straight, yet her mind remained intensely focused. On the map, a red dot of light was standing still in the abandoned chemical plant area in the eastern suburbs. This light spot represents Li Jiangwo's black Rolls-Royce Phantom. On another screen beside her, the black Mercedes-Benz with license plate number Jian, AK 8888, which had quietly left the underground garage of the Phantom nightclub an hour earlier, was displayed. It had also driven towards the abandoned chemical plant, arriving over an hour before Li Jiangguo. The two people she was particularly suspicious of appeared in the same deserted place late at night, one after the other. If this is still a coincidence, then it is simply rubbing Qin Yu's IQ to the ground. Boss, we found out. A young male police officer, Xiao Wong, ran over hurriedly, holding a document. We checked the court's surveillance footage, and the man who caused trouble in court today was Gu Chongsheng. He's the same person in the photo from 3 years ago. And Xiao Wong swallowed, an expression of disbelief on his face. We also found out that he was just released from prison yesterday, and today he has an extra billion in cash deposits in the banking system. The source is the Union Bank of Switzerland, and the process was through a series of complex international virtual currency transactions. It's so clean. It's like it appeared out of thin air. 1 billion. For the first time, Qin Yu's cold face showed an expression of shock. A newly released prisoner suddenly had an extra billion in his name within 24 hours. This is beyond common sense. Also, Xiao Wang continued, we've also investigated Liu Hongwen's case. The technical department analyzed the video played in court and found it wasn't hacked through an external network. It's more likely someone physically controlled the court's internal playback system. However, we've repeatedly reviewed all the surveillance footage from that day and haven't found any suspicious individuals approaching the computer room. It's like it's haunted. Haunted? Qin Yu shook her head. She didn't believe in ghosts or gods. She just believed that there must be a huge secret hidden behind this that she could not understand. This Gu Chongsheng is definitely not as simple as he seems. He is like a mystery, an extremely dangerous mystery shrouded in fog. Boss, what should we do now? Xiao Wang asked. Li Jiangguo and Gu Chongsheng are together. This clearly indicates they're about to cause trouble. Should we dispatch the police immediately and take them all out? Qin Yu didn't answer immediately. She walked to the window, looked at the night view of the city outside, and fell into deep thought. Call the police? What's the reason? That they were having a secret meeting in an abandoned factory late at night? That's not illegal. Is Gu Chongsheng suspected of kidnapping Sun Yu? There's no evidence. Sun Yu's family had already received a call from him from out of town, saying he was out of town and hiding because of gambling debts. Although everyone knew this was suspicious, the case couldn't be established until Sun Yu himself was found. Saying Gu Chongsheng was suspected of disrupting court order? That was even more ridiculous. He had simply released a video exposing a crime, and now netizens across the city were practically hailing him as a hero. If they arrested him now, the pressure of public opinion would rip the roof off the city bureau. As for the 1 billion, the source is legal and so clean that there is not a single flaw to be found, and it does not constitute a crime. Without evidence and reason, rashly sending police out will only alert the enemy. He might even be bitten back by that old fox Li Jiangguo. No. Qin Yu shook her head slowly, a look of determination flashing in her eyes. We can't alert the enemy. But we can't just leave it alone. She turned around and gave orders to all the police officers on standby in the office. Team 1, immediately establish perimeter surveillance around the abandoned chemical plant. Remember, this is the perimeter. All intersections and commanding heights. Keep a close watch. No one is allowed to approach the core area without my order. Team 2, contact the traffic control department and be ready to intercept the target vehicle at any time. Team 3, technical department, listen closely. Use the highest level monitoring equipment and do whatever it takes. I want to know what the people inside are saying. Yes. The entire criminal investigation detachment, like a sophisticated war machine, instantly began to operate at high speed. Qin Yu, on the other hand, picked up her coat and car keys. Boss, where are you going? Xiao Wang asked worriedly. Qin Yu glanced at him, a flame of persistence burning in her eyes. I'll go there myself. I want to see what kind of monster this Gu Chongsheng is. I want to see his true face with my own eyes. Inside an abandoned chemical plant, the atmosphere has reached freezing point. Gu Chongsheng's cold question was like a sharp knife, stabbing into Li Jiangwo's heart. Did you kill the child in Wanqing's belly with your own hands? Li Jiangwo's body trembled violently. His face turned as pale as paper in an instant. He never imagined that Gu Chongsheng actually even knew about this matter. Back then, In order to completely exonerate Liharin and to cover up this huge scandal that would destroy the Li family's reputation once exposed, he personally ordered the forensic doctor to erase all traces of Lin Wanqing's pregnancy in the autopsy report. Apart from him, Liharin, Chong, and the forensic doctor whom he had already fed with money, there could be no fifth person who knew about this. But now, he looked at the devil-like young man on the second-floor platform, and for the first time, he felt an uncontrollable chill in his heart. How on earth did Gu Changxing know all this? Could it be that he really has the ability to reach the sky? Dad, no, he's talking nonsense. Liharin, lying on the ground, seemed to have a last burst of energy. He used up his last bit of strength to roar in defense. I didn't know she was pregnant. I really didn't know. He still wanted to make a final struggle. However, his defense sounded so pale and ridiculous to Gu Changxing. Yeah. Gu Changxing smiled. He let go of Liharin's hair and took out a cell phone from his pocket. He pressed play. A clear recording instantly echoed throughout the empty factory. Just now, when Liharin was on the verge of death, he personally admitted that Lin Wanqing was pregnant and knelt down to beg for mercy. Every word, every cry, is so clear. This is Gu Changxing's real trump card. From the very beginning, he hadn't expected this idiot Liharin to have any backbone. All his questioning and beatings were just to get this piece of ironclad evidence that would completely break Li Jianguo. Now, Chairman Li. Gu Changxing turned off the recording and looked down at the completely stunned old fox. Do you still think I'm talking nonsense? Li Jianguo's body shook, and he almost couldn't stand steadily. He looked at his son, the loser whom he had placed high hopes on, but who disappointed him time and time again. His eyes were filled with endless disappointment and a murderous intent. Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. But if this son were to destroy his lifelong legacy and the future of his entire family, that's another matter. He slowly closed his eyes, as if making the most difficult decision in his life. It was a long time before he opened his eyes again. In those cloudy old eyes, there was no longer any fatherly tenderness, only the cold and ruthless determination of a tyrant. Gu Changxing. His voice was hoarse but calm. You win. Here you go, dossier. He threw the brown paper file bag in his hand to the ground. Man, can you let me go? Gu Changxing looked at him and smiled. Certainly. He winked at Shirley. Shirley understood and pushed the half-dead Liharin down from the second-floor platform like throwing away garbage. Ah! Liharin let out a shrill scream and fell heavily to the concrete floor in front of Li Jianguo, completely fainting. Li Jianguo didn't even look at him. His eyes were fixed on Gu Changxing. Gu Changxing, I will remember you. His voice was like a curse from hell. From today on, my Li family will fight you to the death. I'm at your service anytime. Gu Changxing shrugged indifferently. He turned around and prepared to leave with Shirley. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurs. A black, ghostly figure had appeared silently behind Li Jianguo at some point. A cold light flashed in the figure's hand. It's a sharp, poison dagger. The target is directly at Gu Changxing's back. It's Shadow, Li Jianguo's last trump card. He was still playing tricks. From the very beginning, he had no intention of letting Gu Changxing leave here alive. All this happened in a flash. It was so fast that even Shirley didn't have time to react. It looked like the poison dagger was about to pierce Gu Changxing's body. But at this critical moment, Gu Changxing seemed to have eyes on his back. He didn't even turn his head, but his body moved half a meter to the left at an incredible angle. Perfectly, he dodged this fatal blow. At the same time, his voice sounded coldly. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Chapter 22 New Trial, The Corrupt Dean Sun Lren. I've been waiting for you for a long time. When Gu Changxing's ice-cold voice rang out in the dead-silent chemical plant, Li Jianguo and the top killer Shadow behind him were struck by lightning, and their bodies stiffened. He actually discovered it a long time ago. How is this possible? Shadow's stealth assassination skills were learned from the world's top killer organization. Even in a battlefield full of gunfire and bullets, he can do it as if he is in an empty space and take the head of a general as easily as taking something out of a bag. But now, the fatal attack he thought was flawless was actually seen through so easily by the other party. Without having time to think, the Shadow immediately wanted to withdraw and avoid the attack after missing the attack. However, how could Gu Changxing give him this opportunity? At the same moment when the Shadow pulled back, Gu Changxing's counterattack was already following like a shadow. The moment he dodged the dagger, his body didn't pause at all. With incredible coordination, he suddenly turned around and kicked the Shadow in the waist and ribs with a whip kick, with a whistling sound that tore through the air. Quick! Allow! Ruthless! Shadow's pupils instantly shrank to the size of a needle tip. He tried to block, but found it was too late. The opponent's speed was completely beyond his ability to react. Bang! There was a dull thud, like a heavy hammer hitting a cowhide drum. The ghostly figure of Shadow seemed to be hit head-on by a speeding truck. The whole person flew sideways, spitting out a mouthful of blood in the air, and finally crashed heavily onto a pile of scrap steel more than 10 meters away, making a loud clang sound, and then there was no movement at all. Flash sale. A top international killer was killed in one move. Li Jianguo, who was standing there, was completely dumbfounded. His face, which had just revealed a hint of ferocity because his plan had succeeded, was now filled with fear more terrifying than seeing a ghost. If it was said that the wisdom and skills that Gu Changsheng had shown before only made him feel fearful, at this moment, the inhuman and terrifying force displayed by Gu Changsheng made him feel an uncontrollable chill from the bottom of his heart. This is no longer something he can fight against with money and power. This is a monster. Chairman Li, you seem not very well behaved. Gu Changsheng slowly retracted his legs and walked step by step towards Li Jianguo, who had completely lost his mind. Every step he took seemed to be stepping on Li Jianguo's heart, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. No, don't come over. Li Jianguo was so scared that he stepped back repeatedly. His foot was tripped by something, and he fell to the ground. The usually arrogant and heroic attitude was gone. You don't do anything rash. I've already called the police. The police will be here soon. He roared in a cowardly manner, trying to use the law as his last shield. Call the police? Gu Changsheng laughed, his smile extremely mocking. Do you think it would still be of any use now? He walked up to Li Jianguo, slowly squatted down, and picked up the dusty brown paper file bag on the ground. He blew away the dust on it, then opened it in front of Li Jianguo. Yellowed documents and shocking photos came into his sight. When he saw the original autopsy report on Lin Wanqing that had been deliberately altered and deleted, his fingers holding the document turned slightly white due to excessive force. A cold, murderous intent once again emanated from him uncontrollably. Li Jianguo. He raised his head, his dead eyes fixed on the old face in front of him that was distorted by fear. Do you know? I originally wanted to spare your life and let you witness with your own eyes how the Li family's great tree rotted and collapsed bit by bit in my hands. But now, his voice suddenly became cold and piercing. I've changed my mind. Half an hour later, when Shin Yu led a large number of police officers and rushed into the abandoned chemical plant with live ammunition, they saw a strange scene that they would never forget. There was no one in the chemical plant. There was only a black Rolls-Royce Phantom parked quietly in the middle of the venue. Li Jianguo, the patriarch of the Li family, a powerful figure in Jiangxing for decades, was hung in midair by a rope in an extremely humiliating posture. He was covered in wounds and was dying, but he still had a breath. At his feet, his good-for-nothing son Liharin and his most trusted killer Shadow lay unconscious on the ground like two dead dogs. There were no signs of a struggle at the scene, nor were there any clues of the murderer. Gu Changsheng and Shi Lei disappeared without a trace, just like ghosts, just as they came. Boss this. Xiao Wong was so shocked that he was speechless when he saw the scene in front of him that was comparable to a scene from a Hollywood blockbuster. Shin Yu's expression was extremely solemn. She walked to the Rolls-Royce and found two words written on the window with her fingers. Gift. Is it a gift for her? Or provocation? Shin Yu clenched her fists. Her sense of honor and competitive spirit as a police officer were completely ignited at this moment. Seal off the scene immediately, she ordered coldly. Remove all surveillance cameras in the city. Even if we have to turn Jiangxing upside down, we must find Gu Changsheng. I want to see where you can run to. At this moment, Gu Changsheng, who was wanted by the whole city, was sitting leisurely on the sofa in Sun Yu's villa, carefully looking through the hard-earned original file. Shi Lei, on the other hand, was tending to his own wound. Just now, while trying to stop the frantic Gu Changsheng, his arm was accidentally injured, leaving a deep cut. Brother Changsheng, what should we do next? Shi Lei asked in a muffled voice as he bandaged the wound. The police in the whole city must be looking for us now. Don't worry, Gu Changsheng said without looking up. Li Jianguo suffered such a great loss this time that he dared not speak out. He will only use his personal connections to investigate secretly. As for Shin Yu, a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of Gu Changsheng's mouth. She can't find us. He believed in the monkey's technology. The moment they left the chemical plant, the monkey had hacked into the city's traffic system, erased all their driving records, and created more than a dozen false driving tracks to confuse the police. His attention was now completely drawn to a document in the file. It was a death certificate issued by Jiangxing Central Hospital regarding Lin Wanqing. The signature in the attending physician column above was written in 3 words in a flamboyant style. Sun Lren, the director of Jiangxing Central Hospital, an old expert who enjoys a high reputation in the medical community of Jiangxing and is known as the Master of Medicine. And in the attachment of this diagnosis certificate, there is also an anonymous bank card transfer record. Amount, 5 million. The recipient of the payment was none other than the highly respected President's son. Gu Chongqing's eyes turned cold in an instant. He remembered. 3 years ago, it was this president's son who testified in court as an authoritative expert. He solemnly assured everyone that Lin Wanqing's death was entirely due to acute heart failure caused by individual reasons and had nothing to do with any external factors. It was his authoritative testimony that became the last straw that broke the camel's back and completely eliminated all doubts. A white angel who was supposed to save lives and heal the wounded sold her conscience for a mere 5 million, tarnished her white coat, and became an accomplice in a shocking injustice. Such people are more hateful than those executioners holding butcher knives. System. Gu Chongqing issued a new instruction in his mind. Lock on the next trial target. Sun Lren. Chapter 23. Chapter 23. The dead souls in the hospital. The evidence is conclusive. Ding. New trial mission confirmed. Target. Sun Lren. Occupation. Director of Jiangxing Central Hospital. Sin value. 985. Hypocritical. Mission requirements. Uncover their hypocritical mask and judge their crimes in the way they fear the most. Mission reward. 800 villain points. System mall privilege enhancement. Looking at the new task that popped up on the system panel, Gu Chongqing's eyes were as cold as the knife on the operating table. Hospital. A place that should be a place of healing and hope. But 3 years ago, Jiangxing Central Hospital became an accomplice in covering up crimes and burying the truth. And Sun Lren was the one who handed over the shovel personally. Brother Chongqing, how do you plan to deal with this, Sun Lren? Shirley asked in a muffled voice after tending to his wounds and walking over to Gu Chongqing. After last night's thrilling duel, his admiration for Gu Chongqing had risen to the point of near blind worship. In his opinion, there is nothing in this world that Chongqing Gu cannot do. The best way to deal with a wolf in sheep's clothing is to skin him first. Gu Chongqing closed the file and said lightly. He took out his cell phone and sent a message to the monkey. Help me check all the dirt about Sun Lren and Jiangxing Central Hospital over the past 5 years, especially regarding medical malpractice and drug procurement. He knew very well that someone in a high position like Sun Lren would definitely not be clean. The 5 million 3 years ago was probably just a drop in the bucket for him. The monkey's efficiency is as high as ever. In less than 10 minutes, an encrypted, detailed report of hundreds of pages was transferred to Gu Chongqing's computer. Gu Chongqing flipped through the pages one by one, his expression becoming increasingly cold. The contents of the report were shocking and far beyond his imagination. Dean's son, who is highly respected by outsiders and has published countless academic papers, is actually a devil in a white coat in private. He abused his power and colluded with several pharmaceutical companies to purchase large quantities of high-priced and ineffective kickback drugs to make huge profits, causing countless patients to spend money in vain and miss the best time for treatment. He accepted huge red envelopes from patients' families and treated them differently. The wealthy received the best medicine and the best wards, while the poor were left to fend for themselves on extra beds in the corridor, taking the cheapest medicine. Even more outrageous, he also orchestrated numerous heinous medical malpractice cases, forcing the hospital to take the blame for deaths caused by doctors' errors by falsifying medical records and using coercion and inducement, then forcibly attributing the deaths to patients' own faults or unforeseen complications. At the end of the report, a long list is attached. The list records the souls of those who died in this hospital due to various accidents in the past 5 years and who should not have died. Behind every name is a broken family and a murder covered up by money and power. Gu Chongqing's finger pressed heavily on the mouse. Stone. Yes, Brother Chongqing. Change your clothes. Gu Chongqing's voice was cold and without a trace of warmth. Let's go to the hospital and visit Dean's son, who is so busy with his affairs. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Jiangxing Central Hospital, inpatient department. The smell of disinfectant, mixed with the painful groans of patients and the anxious footsteps of their families, constitutes the eternal theme here. Gu Chongqing and Shirley had changed into ordinary clothes and blended in with the bustling crowd, looking inconspicuous. Gu Chongqing was wearing a simple white t-shirt, jeans, and a baseball cap with the brim pulled down low, covering his overly sharp eyes. Shirley, wearing a loose work jacket, plays the role of an honest, older brother who accompanies his younger brother to see a doctor. Instead of going directly to the dean's office on the top floor, they followed the clues provided by the monkey and came to this special ward area on the 7th floor of the inpatient department. It's much quieter here than downstairs. The corridor is covered with thick carpet, and you can't even hear the sound of walking. Those who can live here are either rich or noble. They came to the door of a ward called 703. There is a name hanging on the door, Zhang Hai. According to Monkey's information, this Zhang Hai was Sun Lren's brother-in-law. He was a scoundrel with a penchant for drinking, whoring, and gambling. A week ago, he was sent here after crashing his car into a utility pole while driving under the influence, fracturing both his legs. Sun Lren used his power as the hospital director to not only arrange the best ward for him, but also let the best orthopedic specialist in the hospital perform the surgery on him personally. At this moment, inside the ward, there was a burst of arrogant shouting from a man and the crying voice of a young female nurse. "Damn it! How the hell did you give me that injection? You want to hurt me to death, right? Believe it or not, I'm going to file a complaint against you and have you pack up and leave tomorrow." I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang. I didn't mean to." "You didn't mean to? I think you did it on purpose. You want to get my attention, right? Fine. If you're willing to sleep with me today, I'll pretend this never happened." "No, don't, Mr. Zhang. Please don't do this." Gu Chongqing and Shirley looked at each other. Gu Chongqing winked at Shirley. Shirley understood and took a step forward. Without even thinking, he kicked the door of the ward. Bang! With a loud bang, the valuable solid wood ward door was kicked out as if it was made of paper and fell to the ground with a bang. In the ward, Zhang Hai, who was molesting the young nurse, and the young nurse who was crying bitterly, were both shocked by this sudden change. They stared at the door in amazement at the two figures who looked like gods descending from heaven. Who are you? What do you want to do?" Zhang Hai roared in a timid manner, trying to cover up his guilty conscience with his voice. Gu Chongqing ignored him. He simply walked up to the frightened nurse and said in the gentlest voice possible, "Go out first. You have nothing to do here." The young nurse felt as if she had been pardoned and ran out crawling. Gu Chongqing then turned his head and cast his gaze at the man lying on the hospital bed, who was in a plaster cast but still had an arrogant look on his face. "Zhang Hai, right?" Gu Chongqing pulled over a chair and sat down casually. "Sun Lren's brother-in-law?" "Yes, so what?" Zhang Hai looked at the towering Shirley behind Gu Chongqing, feeling a little intimidated, but he still refused to give in. "I'm telling you, my brother-in-law is the director of this hospital. You dare to touch me? I'll have him break your legs." "Really?" Gu Chongqing smiled. He took out his cell phone from his pocket and clicked on a recording. The recording contained all the conversations between Zhang Hai and the young nurse in the ward, in which he teased and threatened her. Zhang Hai's expression changed instantly. You recorded it. It's not just a recording." Gu Chongqing clicked on another video. The video showed Zhang Hai in an underground casino, spending lavishly and losing everything. At the bottom of the video, his gambling debt of 5 million yuan was clearly marked. Who are you? What do you want to do?" Zhang Hai was completely panicked. He could feel that the young man in front of him had bad intentions. "I don't want to do anything." Gu Chongqing turned off his phone, stood up, and looked down at him. "I just want you to give a message to your good brother-in-law." He took out a photo from his pocket and threw it in Zhang Hai's face. In the photo, there is a girl with a sweet smile. "It's Lin Wanqing. Tell Sun Lren." Gu Chongqing's voice was as cold as ice. "A man named Gu Chongqing has come to him and wants his life. Also, please give me a message. For example, in his office, that mahogany bookcase custom-made from Italy, in the 3rd row, behind the 5th book from the left, Human Anatomy, the contents in that secret compartment are quite fascinating. If he doesn't want these things to appear on the desk of the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection Secretary tomorrow." A cruel smile appeared on the corner of Gu Chongqing's mouth. "Let him go to where he should go and confess all his sins in detail. I only give him 24 hours. After saying that, he didn't stay any longer and turned around and left the ward with Shirley. Only Zhang Hai was left, staring blankly at the photo of Lin Wanqing and thinking about what Gu Chongqing had just said. His face was as pale as paper, and his whole body was shaking like a sieve. He knew that something big had happened. The sky is about to fall. Gu Chongqing and Shirley had just walked a short distance out of the ward. They ran into someone they least expected. A woman in police uniform, with cold eyes and holding a fruit basket in her hand. It was Qinyu. She obviously didn't expect to meet the #1 suspect. She was wanted all over the world here. Their eyes met. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. "Gu Chongqing." Qinyu's voice was filled with surprise and vigilance. "Why are you here?" Chapter 24 Gu Chongqing. "Who are you?" "Gu Chongqing. Why are you here?" Qin Yu's voice was like a piece of ice, hitting the quiet corridor of the hospital, full of shock and vigilance. She could never have imagined that the person she was mobilizing the entire detachment's police force to look for all over the world would actually appear in the city center hospital. And looking at his appearance, he seems as relaxed as if he is strolling in his own back garden. This is simply the most blatant provocation to her and the entire Jiangxing police. Subconsciously, her right hand reached for the holster at her waist, her eyes fixed on Gu Changsheng and the tower-like man behind him. All the muscles in her body tensed up instantly, and she entered a combat state. However, facing her look of facing a great enemy, Gu Changxing's reaction surprised her again. He didn't run away, didn't panic, and didn't even show a trace of unnecessary expression. He just naturally lifted up his baseball cap, revealing his bottomless eyes, and then gave Qin Yu a sunny smile. "Officer Qin, what a coincidence." His voice was full of familiarity and surprise, like meeting old friends after a long separation. "Are you in the hospital too? Are you feeling unwell? Do you want me to make an appointment for you?" These words almost made Qin Yu so angry that she pulled out her gun on the spot. "Skillful? What a coincidence, you big-headed ghost. The police all over the city are looking for you. You call it a coincidence?" "Gu Changsheng, I'm warning you, don't play tricks on me," Qin Yu shouted coldly. She wasn't going to fall for it. "Right now, put your hands on your head and squat on the ground. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you." No, Officer Qin, let's talk it out nicely." Gu Changsheng quickly waved his hands, his expression as innocent as a big boy who had been wronged. "It's so scary to pull out a gun at every turn. Besides, I haven't broken any law. Why are you arresting me? Nothing illegal?" Qin Yu was amused by his shameless face. "You are suspected of kidnapping, suspected of intentional injury, suspected of everything that happened at the chemical plant last night. You dare to say it has nothing to do with you?" "Of course it's okay," Gu Changsheng answered confidently. "After I came out of the Phantom yesterday, I went straight home to sleep. I didn't leave the house at all. If you don't believe me, you can check the surveillance." He started to act like a rogue again. He was certain that the monkey had wiped out all traces of him. Qin Yu gritted her teeth in anger. Of course she checked. But what is the result? In the surveillance video, after leaving the Phantom, Gu Changxing's car did go directly back to Sun Yu's villa and never came out again. On the other hand, according to the report from her colleagues stationed outside the chemical plant last night, except for Li Jiangwo's Rolls-Royce, no other vehicles or suspicious persons left the scene. Gu Changsheng and Shi Lei disappeared out of thin air, as if they had evaporated from the face of the earth. All of this was so weird that it made her scalp tingle. "Okay." Qin Yu took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. She knew that she would not gain any advantage by arguing with such a person. She decided to approach it from another angle. "Even if what happened last night has nothing to do with you, then why are you here now? Don't tell me you really came here to see a doctor." Her eyes swept over the door of Ward 703 behind Gu Changsheng, which was wide open and in a mess. "Oh, that's what you're talking about." Gu Changsheng followed her gaze and said with a look of sudden enlightenment, "Of course I'm not here to see a doctor. I'm here to do good deeds." "Do good deeds." Qin Yu felt her blood pressure rising again. "Yes." Gu Changxing nodded sincerely. "I was passing by here just now and heard a girl crying for help. You know I'm a kind-hearted person and I can't stand seeing girls being bullied. So, I asked this stronger friend of mine to help me open the door and take a look inside. Guess what happened?" He revealed an expression of righteous indignation. That patient named Zhang Hai inside was actually being a hooligan, bullying the young nurse. Isn't that infuriating? I gave him a serious verbal reprimand on the spot. Maybe my attitude was too harsh and scared him. As for this door, maybe my friend was too eager to save the patient and didn't control the strength well. With just a few words, he downplayed a case that may have involved breaking and assaulting people and turned it into a good deed of heroism. Moreover, he also created a glorious and positive image for himself. After hearing this, Qin Yu felt dizzy. She has lived for more than 20 years and has caught at least 80 criminals, but she has never seen anyone like Gu Changsheng, whose face is as thick as a city wall, whose logic is so clear that it is impervious to any mistakes, and whose ability to confuse right and wrong is even better than those of the top lawyers. Weird. She knew clearly that he was talking nonsense, but she just couldn't find any evidence to refute him, because, just now, the little nurse who was bullied had already run to the head nurse in tears to report it. What she said was almost exactly the same as what Gu Changxing said. The witnesses, the physical evidence, the recording, the motive, everything matches. Even if she wanted to find fault, she had no idea where to start. Gu Changsheng. Qin Yu looked at him and squeezed out these words almost from between her teeth. "Who are you?" This wasn't the first time she'd asked this question. But this time, her tone was filled with a deep sense of powerlessness and frustration. She felt like a boxer, using all her strength to throw punch after punch, but all of her punches hit cotton. The feeling of having no place to use her strength almost drove her crazy. Me? The playful smile on Gu Changxing's face slowly faded. He looked at Qin Yu's pretty face, which looked particularly vivid because of anger and confusion, and a hint of complexity flashed in his eyes. He was silent for a moment before he spoke slowly, his voice carrying a hint of self-mockery. I am a demon who was pushed into hell by you, and then I climbed back out of hell on my own. I am a madman who wants to seek justice for the innocent souls swallowed by the darkness. I am still it. He paused, a meaningful arc appearing at the corner of his mouth. A partner who can help you realize the justice in your heart. What do you mean? Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat. It's nothing. Gu Changxing shrugged. I just feel that, Officer Qin, you always seem to be one step behind me in investigating cases. For example, you just found out Sun Yu is missing, but I already know that there's a bigger secret behind him. For example, you've only just now targeted me, and I've already discovered that there are even more accomplices behind that unjust case from 3 years ago. He pointed in the direction of Ward 703. Just like the one lying in this ward, his brother-in-law, our highly respected President Sun Lren. Guess how many wronged souls are hiding in his office? Every word Gu Changxing said was like a bullet, accurately shooting into Qin Yu's heart. She looked at Gu Changxing in shock, unable to utter a word. Her investigative ability, which she was proud of, and her sharp intuition as a criminal police officer, seemed like a joke in front of this man. He seems to know everything. He always seems to be ahead of me. He seems to really be able to see through everyone's heart. So, Officer Qin. Gu Changxing looked at her distraught appearance and slowly extended his hand to her. Are you interested in collaborating with me? You are responsible for following the procedures, arresting people, and conducting trials. I'll help you catch all those rats hiding in the gutter, one by one, who are hiding from the light. How about it? Chapter 25. One thing leads to another, the desperate Li family. Gu Changxing extended an olive branch of cooperation to Qin Yu. But he didn't wait for Qin Yu's answer. While the proud female police officer was still in shock and struggling, he took Shirley and disappeared calmly and swaggeringly at the end of the corridor under the gaze of countless astonished eyes in the hospital. He knew that Qin Yu would figure it out. A police officer who truly desires justice but is constrained by rules and power everywhere. When faced with a devil who can hand her the dragon-slaying blade, her choice is actually already determined. He has more important things to do now. That is, to appreciate the first fire he lit with his own hands. Jiangqing Central Hospital. In the dean's office, Sun Lren was pacing back and forth anxiously, sweat soaking the back of his designer shirt. Just half an hour ago, his good-for-nothing brother-in-law Zhang Hai called him crying and repeated everything Gu Changxing said in detail. Especially the sentence mahogany bookcase, 3rd row, 5th book, the secret compartment behind human anatomy, echoed in his mind again and again like a death curse. In that secret compartment, there is all the evidence of his crimes over the past 20 years. From the account books of kickbacks received from pharmaceutical companies, to the original contracts for transactions with the Li family, to his disgusting, perverted collections. If any one of these things were exposed, it would be enough to ruin his reputation and put him in jail for life. That devil called Gu Changxing. How? How on earth did he know? Ding-ling-ling. The phone on the desk suddenly rang rapidly, scaring Sun Lren so much that he trembled all over. With trembling hands, he answered the phone. On the other end of the line came a voice that was all too familiar to him, one that was furious and exasperated. Sun Lren, what the hell did you do? It's Li Jianguo. At this moment, Li Jianguo had just been released from the hospital's intensive care unit. His son, Liharin, while not in life-threatening condition, had been reduced to a drooling idiot due to mental overstimulation. His ace assassin, Shadow, had suffered shattered bones and would be confined to his bed for the rest of his life. He himself almost had a stroke because of his anger and soaring blood pressure. He was so angry that he had no place to vent. But when he opened his phone, he saw the headline news. Sun Lren, director of the Municipal Central Hospital, is suspected of multiple medical accidents and huge bribes, and has been investigated by the Discipline Inspection Commission. He understood it instantly. This is a series of schemes by that little beast, Gu Changxing. Not only does he want to bring himself down, he also wants to pull out all the chess pieces that his Li family has placed in various fields in Jiangqing over the years, one by one. Mr. Li. Sun Lren was so frightened that his soul was out of his body. His voice was shaking. I don't know either. It's a man named Gu Changxing. He knows everything. He asked me to surrender myself, otherwise. Otherwise what? Li Jiangguo roared. Sun Lren, I'm warning you. You'd better keep your stinky mouth shut. If you dare to say a single word and involve the Li family in this, I guarantee you won't see the light of day tomorrow. Beep, beep, beep. The phone was hung up harshly. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, Sun Lren completely collapsed in his boss chair. In front of him was Gu Chongqing's death warrant, and behind him was Li Jiangguo's death threat. He has reached his wit's end. After experiencing despair and fear, his eyes were slowly replaced by a kind of crazy resentment. Li Jiangguo, Gu Chongqing, you all won't let me have an easy time. That's good. Then everyone, let's die together. He seemed to have made up his mind. He stood up suddenly, rushed to the mahogany bookcase, and opened the secret compartment that he thought would never be discovered by anyone. He wants to destroy all those things. However, the moment he opened the secret compartment, he was struck by lightning and completely froze in place. In the secret compartment, empty. All his evidence, all his secrets, are gone. Only a small, white card remained. On the card, there was a sentence written in blood-red handwriting. I accept your sin. Hell, you're welcome. Puff. When Sun Lren looked at the card, he felt a sweetness in his throat and a mouthful of blood spurted out, spilling all over the bookcase. His spirit completely collapsed at this moment. He was like a mad beast, smashing everything in his office and roaring in despair and unwillingness. At the same time, Jiangxing TV station. In the director's office, Zhang Jingda's nephew, Zhang Tao, who is also the TV station's ace reporter, was reporting his work to his uncle with a flattering look on his face. Uncle, don't worry. I've already had the internet troll company push that post that slandered Gu Chongqing all over the internet. I guarantee that within 12 hours, that prisoner will be nailed back to the pillar of shame, and he'll never be able to stand up again. Zhang Jingda nodded with satisfaction. He picked up the teacup, blew on the tea leaves, and said slowly, Xiao Tao, you did a good job on this matter. To deal with this kind of scum at the bottom of society, you have to use the weapon of public opinion. Make him die without knowing how he died. However, he changed the subject, a sinister glint in his eyes. This isn't enough. Contact those internet influencers we have, and have them write a few more in-depth reports overnight, focusing on the recidivism rate of prisoners after release to muddy the waters even further. Hee, I understand. Zhang Tao smiled, understanding. I guarantee it'll be done perfectly. Make Gu Chongqing a rat that everyone shouts and beats. As he was speaking, the office door was suddenly and roughly pushed open by someone from outside. Zhang Jingda's wife, a middle-aged beauty with some charm, was now pale and rushed in with disheveled hair, holding a tablet computer in her hand. Zhang Jingda, you look. Her voice was trembling with fear and anger. What are you looking at? You're so flustered. How disgraceful. Zhang Jingda frowned in dissatisfaction. However, when he took the tablet and saw the content on it, he froze instantly, as if struck by lightning. What was playing on the tablet was a disgusting video. The male protagonist in the video is none other than his most respected nephew, Zhang Tao, and the heroine is actually his own wife. The background is right in his own bedroom. The angle of the video is extremely tricky, and it is obvious that it was secretly filmed by someone using a pinhole camera. Zhang Jingda's hands began to tremble uncontrollably, and this was not the most devastating thing for him. What made him most upset was that this video was currently being broadcast live on the official websites of all major mainstream media outlets in Jiangxing. Moreover, the titles are all exactly the same, full of sensational gimmicks. Shocking. Media tycoon Zhang Jingda was betrayed by both his nephew and his beloved wife. Is this a distortion of human nature or a decline in morality? It's over. It's all over. Zhang Jingda felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. He raised his head and stared at his nephew and wife with murderous eyes. You two dogs. He roared angrily and pounced towards Zhang Tao like an enraged lion. The office suddenly became a mess. One thing leads to another. One knife after another. In less than 24 hours, the Li family's right-hand man, the black-hearted lawyer Lu Gue, has fallen. The Li family's mouthpiece, media tycoon Zhang Jingda, is gone. Sun Lren, the director of the Central Hospital and an accomplice of the Li family, has gone mad. And Liharin, the heir of the Li family, turned into an idiot. Li Jiangguo, the head of the Li family, was physically and mentally injured and became a laughingstock in the entire Jiangxing. This smooth and deadly combination of punches left the entire Li family helpless and plunged them into an unprecedented abyss of despair. And the instigator of all this, Gu Chongqing, was sitting quietly on the sofa in the villa at this moment. In front of him was a box full of evidence that he had taken back from Sun Lren's office. He took out his cell phone and dialed the number he had only called once. Shin Yu's cold and somewhat tired voice soon came from the other end of the phone. Gu Changsheng, what do you want to do? Gu Changsheng smiled and said lightly, Officer Shin, don't be nervous. I just wanted to give you another gift. Chapter 26, Li Jiangwo's Counterattack, The Fangs of a Smiling Tiger. The Li family manor is no longer the heavily guarded paradise on earth that it once was, filled with an atmosphere of wealth and leisure. It became an oppressive, death-filled cage. All the servants and bodyguards were dismissed. Only Li Jiangwo and his son, Liharin, who had become a complete idiot, remained in the huge manor. In the master bedroom, Li Jiangwo sat on the edge of the bed, looking at his son who was lying on the bed, drooling and laughing foolishly. There was no expression on his face, which was wrinkled with old age and anger. But if you look closely at his eyes, you will find that in those cloudy old eyes, there is a crazy flame burning that is enough to burn the entire Jiangqing. He lost. A complete defeat. In front of the young man named Gu Changsheng, the power, money, and connections that he was proud of were as fragile as paper and could not withstand a single blow. In just 3 days, the business alliance he had painstakingly built over decades collapsed. He was like an emperor who was stripped naked and thrown into the center of a busy city, enduring the ridicule and contempt from all sides. Especially his old friends, Wang Jinxiong from the Wong family, Zhang Jingda from the Zhang family. After learning that he was in trouble, these people not only did not lend a helping hand, but instead immediately began to frantically snatch and annex his Li family's property, adding insult to injury, and doing everything they could to hurt him. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. When the wall collapses, everyone pushes it down. This is reality, bloody and without a trace of warmth. Gu Changsheng. Li Jiangguo slowly recited the name that he hated to the core. He admitted that he had underestimated the young man. He treated him as an ant that could be crushed to death at will, but he didn't expect that behind this ant was a terrifying existence that could subvert everything. That kind of mysterious and elusive method, that kind of prophetic ability. This is no longer a power that ordinary people can possess. Do I really have to admit defeat like this? Are you just going to watch your life's work go to waste? No. No way. Li Jiangguo has been traveling around Jiangqing for half his life. What kind of storms has he not seen? Even if his opponent is a devil, he will bite off a piece of flesh from him. A crazy, gambler-like fierceness suddenly burst out from Li Jiangguo's eyes. He slowly stood up, walked to the bedside, and looked at his still smiling son. A complex emotion flashed in his eyes. There was reluctance, resentment, but more than that, a cold, heroic determination. Harin. He reached out and gently stroked his son's cheek, his voice hoarse and soft. Don't blame Dad. Dad, I was forced to do this. I had no choice. If you want to blame someone, blame that little bastard named Gu Changsheng. But don't worry, Dad. Soon, he will be sent down to be buried with you. After saying this, he pulled out a pillow filled with sleeping pills from his pocket, which he had prepared long ago. Then, slowly, with a barely perceptible tremor, he placed it over Liharin's foolish face. The next day, an even more explosive piece of news once again set off the entire Jiangqing. Li Jiangguo, chairman of the Li Group, overwhelmed by the burden, set himself on fire in his own estate with his demented son. In the news footage, the once glorious Li family manor was engulfed in raging fire, with billowing smoke covering the sky and the sun. Firefighters rescued 2 charred bodies from the fire scene that were burned beyond recognition and almost unrecognizable. After preliminary identification, it was confirmed that they were Li Jiangguo and Liharin, father and son. When the news came out, everyone was shocked. No one would have thought that this business tycoon who was once so powerful in Jiangcheng would eventually choose to end his life in such a tragic way. Some people sighed, some lamented, but more people were gloating. They feel that this is the law of retribution and the cycle of nature. At this time, in Sun Yu's villa, Gu Changsheng watched the news on TV, but there was no joy of revenge on his face. His brows were tightly furrowed. Something's wrong, he said in a deep voice. Brother Changsheng, what's wrong? Shirley asked in confusion. That old man and his son are both dead. Isn't this a great relief? We've almost achieved our revenge. No. Gu Changsheng shook his head, his eyes flashing with thought. You don't understand Li Jiangguo. He's the kind of person who's extremely selfish and fears death to the extreme. He'd rather linger like a dog than commit suicide, especially since he'd take his idiot son with him. It's not in his character. This is more like a carefully planned escape. Escape? Shirley scratched his head. He didn't quite understand. But Gu Changsheng had already taken out his cell phone and called Su Mei. Help me check the DNA identification reports of Li Jiangwo's 2 bodies. I want the most original and detailed one. Sumei's work efficiency is as high as ever. An hour later, an encrypted report was sent to Gu Chongqing's mailbox. Gu Chongqing opened the report and read it quickly. When he saw the last line of the report, which contained the conclusion about the comparison of the deceased's dental records, his eyes instantly became icy cold. Really? He slammed his fist on the table. The DNA report showed that the genes of the 2 charred corpses were as high as 99% similar to those of Li Jiangguo and his son Liharin. But the problem lies in the dental records. One of the charred corpses had 3 valuable dental implants in its mouth. According to Li Jiangguo's personal dental records, despite his advanced age, his teeth were in excellent condition, with no record of any implants or restorations. What does that mean? This means that the person who died was not Li Jiangguo at all, but a scapegoat who has a very high blood relationship with him. Thinking back to the information Su Mei had given him before about Li Jiangguo having an illegitimate child, a complete and vicious chain of plans was instantly connected in Gu Chongqing's mind. Li Jiangguo, this old fox, he actually used the life of his own son and the life of another innocent illegitimate child to stage a death drama for himself that was concealed from the world. He is going to move completely from the light to the dark. He was about to transform himself into a poisonous snake lurking in the darkness, ready to deliver the most fatal blow at any time. So cruel, so poisonous. What a good move to cut off the firewood from under the cauldron. Gu Chongqing had to admit that this time, he really underestimated Li Jiangguo's madness and cruelty. Brother Chongqing, what should we do now? Shirley also realized the seriousness of the matter and asked nervously. A person who is already dead cannot use any of his visible resources. Although Gu Chongqing's face was solemn, he still remained calm. Right now, he can only mobilize the most shady and darkest forces. And right now, there's only one thing he wants to do most. That is, kill me at all costs. He took out his cell phone and called Monkey again. Monkey, help me check if there's a killer codenamed Shadow in Jiangcheng, or even in the entire country. Also, Gu Chongqing paused, a cold glint in his eyes. Help me find the information about Li Jiangguo's still living illegitimate son, the one he values most. Since he wants to play dirty, then I'll play with him properly. He looked out the window at the city that seemed to have returned to peace, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Li Jiangguo, do you think the game is over if you die? No. The real game has just begun. Just then, his cell phone suddenly rang. It's an unfamiliar number. Gu Chongqing answered the phone. On the other end of the line came the voice of someone he didn't expect to hear. It's Qin. Her voice sounded complicated, a little tired, but more of a kind of determination. Gu Chongqing, you said last time, cooperation. Does it still count? Chapter 27 Retired Soldier Wong Lung Fong, the sharpest knife. Gu Chongqing, you said last time, cooperation. Does it still count? Qin Yu's voice came clearly from the other end of the phone, with an unquestionable determination that showed she had made some kind of resolution. Gu Chongqing took his cell phone and walked to the window. He looked out the window at the city that was still surging with undercurrents in the sunshine, and an expected smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He knew that this proud fish, full of justice, had finally taken the bait. Of course it counts, he said calmly, his voice expression unremarkable. Officer Qin, have you figured it out? There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment. Qin Yu's voice sounded again, with a hint of complexity and helplessness. Gu Chongqing, I don't know who you are, nor do I know what you want to do. But I know that any piece of evidence in that box of gifts you sent me would be enough to cause an 8-magnitude earthquake in Jiangqing's judicial and medical communities. These are things that our police force might not be able to find out even after 10 years. And you did it in less than 3 days. I admit that in some aspects, your efficiency is much higher than our procedures. So, her voice became incredibly firm. I need your intelligence, I need your efficiency, to help me pull out those termites hiding in the gutter, one by one, and bring them to justice. But, she changed the subject, her tone becoming sharper. I also have my conditions. First, you cannot cross the legal line and kill innocent people. All your actions must be under my supervision. To protect your Xiaohu documents from piracy, choose Xiaohu, a stable and reliable robot that won't let you fall into traps. Second, all evidence you obtain must be handed over to me immediately. Third, and most importantly, when everything is over, you must accept legal judgment for everything you've done. Hearing Qin Yu's righteous conditions, Gu Chongqing couldn't help laughing. This woman is really innocent and cute. Did she think she was negotiating terms with herself? Did she think that she could still use the so-called laws and procedures to restrain herself, the evil dragon that had already broken free from all shackles? Good. But Gu Changxing agreed without hesitation. I agree to all your conditions. He needs Qinyu. He needed her identity within the system to help him deal with many shady things and to help him make the evidence of his crimes public in the most legal way. The relationship between them is more like taking advantage of each other. However, who is actually taking advantage of whom is a matter of opinion. Okay then. Qinyu seemed relieved after receiving Gu Changxing's promise. Who is the target of our first cooperation? Gu Changxing looked at the information that Monkey had just sent him on the computer, and a cold, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Li Jiangguo. What? Qinyu was shocked. Hasn't he already? He's not dead. Gu Changxing interrupted her calmly. That was just a trick to escape. The one who really died was his other innocent, illegitimate child. Now, this old fox has transformed into a venomous snake, lurking in the shadows, ready to deliver a fatal blow to me at any moment. And I need you to help me pull him out of the hole. After hanging up the call with Qinyu, Gu Changxing fell into deep thought. He knew that Li Jiangguo's counterattack would come soon. Moreover, it will be extremely powerful, leaving no room for maneuver. The power around him is still too weak. Although Shi Tu is loyal and brave, he is ultimately just a boxer who fights on instinct. When facing a real, professionally trained killer, such as the Shadow last night, he still seems a little stretched. Monkey is the god of the online world, but in the real world, he is just a piece of trash. He needs a knife. The sharpest and most professional knife that has truly seen blood and knows how to kill. He picked up the phone again and dialed the number he had called only once when he had just been released from prison. The number left to him by that old ghost, Wu Tianming. The phone rang 3 times before being connected. It's me. Gu Changxing spoke directly without any nonsense. I know. A hoarse yet calm voice came from the other end of the phone. I've heard about what's happened in Jianqing recently. Boy, you did a good job, even better than I thought. I need people. Gu Changxing said in a deep voice. I need the sharpest knife that can help you deal with all your troubles. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment. Then, that hoarse voice sounded again. Eastern Suburbs, Dock, Warehouse number 3. He would go there every afternoon at 4 o'clock sharp and shoot 3 rounds. Whether you can make him work for you depends on your own ability. After that, the phone was hung up. Gu Changxing glanced at the time. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The timing is just right. Sure too, let's go. East Suburb Wharf, Warehouse number 3. This place has been abandoned for many years and is littered with rusty containers and moldy garbage. Gu Changxing and Shirley lurked quietly in the shadow of a container. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. A tall but slightly lonely figure appeared at the door of the warehouse on time. He was a man about 30 years old, wearing a washed-out camouflage uniform and a pair of heavy combat boots. His face was sharply defined, as if sculpted by a knife or an axe, but his eyes were like a pool of stagnant water, devoid of any emotion. On his back, he carried a long object wrapped in black cloth. He walked into the warehouse and skillfully dragged out an oil drum that had long been used as a target and was riddled with holes from the corner and placed it 50 meters away. Then he untied the black cloth on his back. Inside, there was a carefully modified Type 88 sniper rifle with a high-power scope. He took out 3 yellow bullets from his pocket and loaded them skillfully. He didn't shoot immediately. Instead, he raised his gun and aimed through the scope at the oil barrel quietly, without moving, as if he had become one with the entire warehouse. The aura on his body underwent a drastic change at this moment. No longer lonely and decadent as before, but it is a kind of cold and aloofness like a lone wolf in the wilderness. He is Lung Fong. He was once the ace sniper of Dragon Fong, China's top special forces. 3 years ago, during a mission to rescue hostages held by terrorists, he was forced to disobey his superior's orders and fire his weapon prematurely. Although he ultimately succeeded in rescuing the hostages and killing all the terrorists, he was also ordered to retire early because of this. After retiring, he wanted to return to an ordinary life. However, his family was targeted by a local developer, a powerful bully, because of the housing land issue in their hometown. Coercion, inducement, intimidation. Do whatever it takes. Lung Fong tried all legal means, including petitioning and reporting to the police, but in the end, everything fell on deaf ears. The faces of those officials who protected each other made him feel completely desperate. Finally, that night, when the bully brought people to demolish his house and even wanted to attack his elderly parents, Lung Fong took action. He only used his hands. In just over 10 seconds, 7 or 8 thugs armed with weapons had their hands and feet broken and were lying on the ground, wailing. He didn't kill anyone. But because of this, he completely offended that powerful person. From then on, he became a target of special attention. He couldn't find any job, and wherever he went, he would be invited for tea by the local police station. He was like a tiger with its claws broken, trapped in this invisible cage called society, unable to move. Until old ghost Wu Tianming found him, gave him a new identity, a new shelter. He was also given this gun, which he should no longer touch. Bang! The first shot rang out. The bullet passed through the center of the oil barrel with great precision. Bang! A second shot rang out. The bullet passed through the bullet hole left by the first bullet again, without any deviation. His marksmanship is still as godlike as ever. But there was no joy on Lung Feng's face, only numbness. He raised his gun, ready to fire the last bullet of the day. However, just as he was about to pull the trigger, a dull voice suddenly rang out not far behind him. Good marksmanship. Unfortunately, there are only bullets in the gun, no soul. Lung Feng's body suddenly stiffened. A cold, murderous intent instantly burst out from him. He turned around like lightning, and the sniper rifle in his hand, like a poisonous snake that had awakened, pointed the muzzle directly in the direction where the sound came from. He saw two figures slowly walking out from the shadow of the container. The leader was a very young man with a cold temperament and deep eyes. Behind him, there was a strong man as strong as an iron tower. Lung Feng's pupils suddenly contracted, because he could clearly feel that from the young man in the lead, there was a breath of a similar aura. It is a unique, bloody smell that only those who have actually been to the battlefield, killed people, and crawled out of a sea of corpses and blood can have. Who are you? Lung Feng's voice was hoarse and alert. Gu Changsheng did not answer his question. He just looked at Lung Feng and said slowly, "Your name is Lung Feng, former ace sniper of the Dragon Fong Special Forces. Codename, Ghost. 3 years ago, I was ordered to retire for violating military orders. 2 months ago, you were detained by the local police for assaulting thugs hired by the developer. In the end, it was Uncle Wu who stepped in and bailed you out." Every word Gu Changsheng said was like a bullet, accurately shooting into Lung Feng's heart. Lung Feng's expression changed completely. Chapter 28, Financial Queen Gu Yanan, in charge of financial power. When Gu Changsheng told Lung Feng's whole story, a hint of shock finally appeared on Lung Feng's usually cold face. Although the sniper rifle in his hand was still pointed steadily at Gu Changsheng, the murderous intent that was ready to be unleashed was quietly restrained. Who is this young man? Everything about him, all his secrets, were exposed to the other person like stripping off his clothes. This feeling made Lung Feng feel unprecedentedly alert, and also felt a little powerless. He is a professional soldier who only believes in intelligence and strength. And the man in front of him obviously exceeded his imagination in both aspects. "Uncle Wu, did they ask you to come?" Lung Feng's voice became hoarse and low. Gu Changsheng nodded without denying it. "So, Lung Feng." Gu Changsheng looked at his bottomless eyes and spoke slowly, with a hint of bewitching magic in his voice. "Are you going to hide here and shoot soulless bullets at an abandoned oil drum for the rest of your life?" These words, like a sharp knife, pierced into Lung Feng's heart. His whole body trembled, and the hand holding the sniper rifle clenched suddenly, and the joints turned slightly white due to the force. A bullet without a soul. Every word of Gu Changsheng's was precious. He had been hiding here these days, repeating the boring training every day. His marksmanship was becoming more and more sophisticated, but his heart was like this abandoned warehouse, rotten, numb, and had lost all color. He once thought that this was how his life would be. Abandoned by the system, suppressed by power, he is like a stray dog, barely surviving. But now, this man who suddenly appeared was like a bolt of lightning, suddenly tearing apart the haze that had been suppressing his head for 3 years. He brought hope, and also, the spark of revenge. "You, what do you want to do?" Lung Feng's voice trembled slightly. Gu Changsheng walked up to him, stretched out his hand, and gently grasped the cold sniper rifle. "I can help you find the soul in the gun again. I can allow you to personally seek belated justice for those innocent people who have been oppressed by the powerful and have nowhere else to turn." He slowly turned the muzzle of his gun from aiming at Lung Feng to the vague outline of the city in the distance. "I need your gun to be aimed at those who really deserve to die. Would you like to?" Lung Feng's gaze was fixed on Gu Changsheng's eyes. In those deep eyes, there was no hypocrisy, no calculation, only a pure, almost crazy, flame of revenge. That was a flame that resonated with the deepest obsession in his heart. He saw that the hatred in this man's eyes was deeper and stronger than his own. "Good." A roar like a trapped beast came from Lung Feng's throat. He suddenly retracted the sniper rifle, pointing the muzzle downward, and then used his other hand to pound his chest hard. From now on, my life, Lung Fong, belongs to you. This gun of mine is only for you. Wherever you point, I'll shoot. Even if you ask me to kill all the evil people in the world, I will not say no. Gu Changxing smiled. It was a genuine smile that came from the heart, with a hint of relief. He knew he had found his sharpest knife. Okay. He patted Lung Feng's shoulder. Welcome home. That night, in Sun Yu's villa, Gu Changxing, Shirley, and Lung Feng sat around a table. Although their backgrounds and personalities are very different, they all have only one common goal at this moment: revenge. Gu Changxing told the two of them all the information about the Li family and all his current plans without reservation. Shirley's blood boiled when he heard this, and he wanted to rush out immediately and tear that old fox Li Jianguo into pieces. As for Lung Feng, after listening to Gu Changxing's meticulous and almost crazy plan, a hint of surprise flashed in his cold eyes. This man not only possesses inhuman martial arts strength, but also possesses unpredictable wisdom that can manipulate everyone at his fingertips. By following him, perhaps we can really overturn this corrupt world. Brother Changxing, now we have the knife, the fist, and the internet. What should we do next? Shirley asked in a muffled voice. Gu Changxing didn't answer him. He simply opened his laptop and retrieved the information Monkey had just sent him about Li Jianguo's living, illegitimate son. Target, Li Ziming. Identity, son of Li Jianguo and his mistress Zhang Li. Currently a visiting professor in the finance department of Jiangqing University. Ostensibly a young talent in the financial world, he is actually Li Jianguo's secret operator for overseas money laundering. Sin value, 450 moderate. Gu Changxing took a look at Li Ziming's information, then opened the system mall. He now has 800 villain points, plus the ones he had left over from before, a total of 1,000 points. System, redeem micro-expression insight technique, beginner's guide. Confirm the exchange. 200 villain points will be deducted. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new ability, micro-expression insight, beginner. A mysterious stream of knowledge instantly poured into Gu Changxing's brain. He felt that his vision seemed to have changed in some way. When he looked at Shirley and Lung Feng, some subtle, imperceptible muscle twitches on their faces, and even the tiny changes in their pupils, became particularly clear. He could even judge their inner emotional fluctuations at the moment through these subtle signals. Shirley's excitement, Lung Feng's faint expectation under his calmness. This is the elementary form of mind reading. With it, he will have an absolute advantage in the future, whether facing negotiation opponents or interrogating criminals. Tomorrow, we need a new identity. Gu Changxing tapped on the keyboard, his tone calm, an identity that can openly launch an attack on the Li family in the business world. He needs to build his own business empire, a dark empire that can completely replace the Li family and control the economic lifeline of Jiangqing. But he cannot personally rule this empire. He needs a spokesperson who can stand up for him. A woman who is also proficient in finance, hates the Li family to the core, and has outstanding abilities. A name popped up in his mind. Gu Yanan. He was once a financial rising star in Jiangqing's business community and founded his own investment company at a young age. 3 years ago, she was Lin Wanqing's best friend and the largest investor in Lin Wanqing's studio. Later, because of Lin Wanqing's death and her company accidentally touching the interests of the Li family used various means to frantically suppress her in the financial market, which eventually led to the bankruptcy of her company. She herself was ruined and left with nothing. Gu Changxing knew very well that Gu Yanan's hatred for the Li family was no less than his own. Moreover, she once had an extremely keen sense of smell and outstanding talents in the business world. She is exactly what Gu Changxing needs, the queen of finance, who controls financial power. Monkey. Gu Changxing called Monkey again. Boss, I'm here again. What's so good about this? The monkey's voice was filled with a hint of excitement. Help me check someone. Gu Changxing said in a deep voice. Gu Yanan. I want all her detailed information. Especially, the real reason why her company went bankrupt that year. Also, I'll need a new set of identification tomorrow morning. From today on, the name Gu Changxing will completely disappear from any official records in Jiangqing. Understood. The monkey agreed readily. Boss, I promise that you will wake up tomorrow morning as a brand new, legal citizen. Okay. Gu Changxing nodded, and then his gaze turned to the dimly lit city outside the window again. Li Jianguo, do you think everything will be fine if you hide? A bloodthirsty smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I will take back everything you owe me. Everything the Li family owes me, tenfold, 100-fold. Don't you like playing dirty? Okay then. He looked at the brightly lit city outside the window, his eyes full of murderous intent. Now, the game officially begins. I will completely, Uproot you and everything you own. Chapter 29 Establishing a Company, a business base for revenge. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight shone through the blinds into the living room of Sun Yu's villa, Gu Changsheng had been working all night like a tireless machine. In front of him were 3 laptops. One of them is monitoring the internal network dynamics of Jiangxing police in real time to ensure that no accidents will occur on Shin Yu's line. One of them displayed all the detailed information about Gu Yanan that Monkey had just sent him, as well as a brand new, impeccable identity, Mr. Gu. On the third computer, there was a registration page for a brand new investment company with a registered capital of 2 billion. The company's name consists of only 2 words: longevity. Chongqing Group, a new empire that is destined to completely crush the Li Group, the former business giant, and replace it. Brother Chongsheng, you didn't sleep all night? Shirley yawned as he walked out of the upstairs guest room. He looked at Gu Chongsheng's eyes, which were bloodshot but still sparkling, with a look of admiration in his eyes. Lung Fong also quietly walked out of another room. He had changed into a black casual suit, and his whole body was like an ancient sword with all its sharpness restrained, silent but deadly. You guys are awake. Gu Chongsheng turned off the computer, stood up, and stretched his stiff neck. After breakfast, we'll go meet someone. Who are you meeting? Shirley asked curiously. Our future queen. Gu Chongsheng looked at the photo of Gu Yanan on the computer, which was full of intelligence and stubbornness, and a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In Jiangcheng, an old and slightly dilapidated residential building. This place seems to be 2 completely different worlds from those glamorous CBD office buildings. Gu Yanan lives here. When Gu Changsheng, Shirley, and Lung Feng knocked on the mottled iron door of her house, the person who opened the door was a woman about 27 or 28 years old. She was dressed in simple home clothes, her makeup unadorned, her hair casually tied up with a hairpin. Although she no longer had the refined and capable demeanor of a businesswoman from 3 years ago, her clear yet stubborn eyes still shone with a gleam of wisdom undimmed by life. She is Gu Yanan. When she saw the 3 strange men standing at the door, a hint of vigilance flashed in her eyes. Who are you? Sister Yanan, it's me. Gu Chongsheng took off his baseball cap and revealed his face. When Gu Yanan saw Gu Chongsheng's face that was both familiar and unfamiliar, she felt like she was struck by lightning and froze in place. Her eyes instantly turned red. Chongsheng. Her voice trembled with disbelief. You came out. Gu Chongsheng nodded, and a long-lost, gentle smile appeared on his face. I'm back. Half an hour later, in the living room of Gu Yanan's house, Gu Yanan made a pot of hot tea for the 3 of them, and their emotions gradually calmed down from the initial excitement. She looked at the man in front of her who had been reborn and whose temperament had become cold and powerful, and her heart was filled with infinite emotion. She still remembered the desperate and unwilling look of the young man in court 3 years ago. She also remembered that in order to overturn the verdict for him and Wan Qing, she had mobilized all her connections to challenge the unshakable Li family. But in the end, her company went bankrupt and she ended up in disgrace. Chongsheng, you have suffered a lot over the years. Gu Yanan's voice was filled with a hint of heartache. It's all in the past. Gu Chongsheng shook his head, then said straight to the point, Sister Yanan, I came to you this time to ask you to come out of retirement. Chongsheng, look at me now. How can I come out of seclusion? Gu Yanan smiled bitterly and shook her head. Chongsheng, how can I come out of seclusion? I have been completely banned by the entire financial circle of Jiangxing. No one will use me anymore. Her eyes were filled with loneliness and unwillingness. She was a born businesswoman, and the financial market was her battlefield. But now, her once sharp sword had been shelved, slowly rusting over the years. Others don't need you, but I do. Gu Chongsheng's voice was full of unquestionable power. He pushed a laptop in front of Gu Yanan. On the screen was the registration information of the Chongqing Group, and the string of 2 billion registered capital that was long enough to suffocate anyone. What is this? Gu Yanan was completely stunned. 2 billion. What is the concept? Even at the peak of the Li Group, the liquid funds available on the books were probably less than half of this amount. What on earth had Gu Chongsheng been through in prison for the past 3 years? This is our starting point. Gu Chongsheng looked at her and spoke word by word. A business base to exact revenge on the Li family and all those who have bullied us. Sister Yanan, I need your talent and wisdom to control the financial power of this empire. I need you to be the queen of my Chongqing Group. Gu Yanan's heart was trembling violently. She looked at Gu Chongsheng's eyes that were full of trust and expectation, and then looked at the huge amount of funds on the screen. Her strong heart, which had been silent for 3 years, began to beat violently again at this moment. Revenge. This thought, like a flame that had been suppressed for 3 years, burned fiercely in her chest. For Wanqing, for myself, and for all the dignity that has been trampled upon by the Li family. Good. She stood up suddenly, and the light in her eyes that she had 3 years ago, that of the powerful queen of finance. Chongqing, I promise you. From today on, I, Gu Yanan, will be the sharpest blade in your hand, the financial blade that pierces the enemy's heart. That afternoon, the entire top floor of the World Financial Center, the top office building in Jiangqing CBD, was bought in full at a sky-high price by a mysterious buyer. Immediately afterwards, a new company named Chongqing Group was officially established in an extremely high-profile manner. The legal representative of the company is Gu Yanan. The person behind the scenes controlling the company is a mysterious figure codenamed Mr. Gu. This news, like a depth bomb, instantly set off a huge wave in the Jiangqing business community, which was already in turmoil due to the downfall of the Li family. Everyone knew that the sky in Jiangqing was about to change completely. A new era is coming. And in the president's office of Chongqing Group, Gu Yanan has changed into a tailor-made top-grade professional suit and has turned back into the radiant and powerful queen. In front of her stood 3 men. Gu Chongqing, Shirlei, Lung Fong. Boss. Gu Yanan looked at Gu Chongqing. Although the address had changed, the respect in her eyes remained unchanged. What should we do next? Gu Chongqing walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window and looked down at the bustling city below, but his eyes were cast towards something farther away. Although the Li family has collapsed, the assets it left behind in Jiangqing have been almost completely divided up by the Wong and Zhang families. It's not easy to snatch food from their mouths. So, our first step is not to fight among ourselves. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It's expansion. In the shortest possible time, I will make the Chongqing Group a behemoth that no one can ignore. I want to acquire. I want to merge. I will use the most brutal way to tell everyone. His voice echoed in the empty office. I, Gu Chongqing, am back. Monkey. He picked up the phone and dialed Monkey's number. Help me. Snipe Li Jiangwo's good son, Li Ziming's company. I'm going to make him lose everything overnight. Chapter 30. Liharin's Friends. The First Blood Sacrifice. The chariot of the business empire has begun to rumble. Killing Li Ziming is just the first step in Gu Chongqing's grand revenge plan. Through this financial stranglehold, he aims to announce his return to all his lurking enemies and officially kick off the second round of his showdown with the old fox Li Jianguo. But Gu Chongqing never forgot his original intention of revenge. He also never forgot that 3 years ago, in that cold abandoned factory, in addition to Liharin and Scar Chong, there were 2 other equally damnable beasts. Wang Tsong, Zhao Sihai. Liharin's 2 most loyal lackeys are also 2 playboys in Jiangqing's famous rich second-generation circle. 3 years ago, it was these 2 who assisted Liharin in knocking Lin Wanqing unconscious and bringing her to that hellish abandoned factory. Although they did not do it themselves, they watched the whole process, laughed at her, recorded it with their mobile phones, and enjoyed the deepest despair and pain of an innocent girl. They are also murderers. Their hands were also stained with the blood of Wanqing and the unborn child. Monkey. In the president's office of Chongqing Group, which overlooks the entire Jiangqing, Gu Chongqing dialed Monkey's number. Boss, what are your instructions again? Do you want me to sell these Ziming stocks until they are worthless? Monkey's excited voice came from the other end of the phone. No rush. Gu Chongqing walked to the huge French window, his eyes as cold as the Siberian cold current. That's just an appetizer. Now, I need you to help me find the other 2 people. He told the monkey the names of Wang Tsong and Zhao Sihai. I want all their information and their whereabouts tonight. Hey, it's a piece of cake. Monkey replied confidently. Boss, give me 10 minutes. I promise to find out exactly what color underwear they're wearing today. 10 minutes later, a detailed document appeared on Gu Chongqing's computer on time. Wang Tsong, 26, is the second son of the Wong's Building Materials Group. Zhao Sihai, 27, whose father is the deputy director of the Municipal Planning Bureau. Similarities: typical dandy boys, uneducated and unskilled, who, relying on their family's power, acted tyrannically and did all sorts of evil in Jiangqing. Tonight's whereabouts. To celebrate the downfall of the Li family, they are colluding with a few cronies to host an extravagant underground racing party at the Flying Speed private racing track on the outskirts of the city. Underground racing party? A bloodthirsty, cruel smile appeared on the corner of Gu Chongqing's mouth. He likes this stage very much, because car accidents can always be defined as accidents. Stone Lung Fong. He turned around and looked at the 2 men behind him who looked like door gods. Tonight, there's work. At midnight, a private racing track is speeding on the outskirts of the city. The deafening electronic music, mixed with the huge roar of the sports car engine, almost tore the entire night sky apart. A makeshift party venue was set up next to the track. It had everything you could want: a swimming pool, fine wine, bikini-clad beauties. A group of rich second generations dressed in fancy clothes were hugging their female companions and twisting their bodies wildly under the stimulation of alcohol and music. Wong and Zhao Sihai are undoubtedly the protagonists of tonight's party. Ha! Come on, drink. Wong, holding a glass of champagne, shouted to the crowd with a flushed face. Today is a good day. That idiot Liharin has finally turned into an idiot. The Li family, the huge tree that has been weighing down our heads for so many years, has finally fallen down. That's right. Zhao Sihai, standing nearby, also raised his glass and echoed with a smug look on his face. From now on, Jiangxing belongs to us brothers. We won't have to worry about that bastard Liharin's face anymore. That's right. Cheers. Everyone raised their glasses and drank it all in one gulp. They were all once Liharin's followers. They enjoyed the protection brought by the Li family, but were jealous of Liharin's status. Now that the Li family has fallen, they not only do not feel the slightest bit of grief, but are instead extremely excited, like wild dogs that have broken free from their shackles. Come to think of it, a rich second-generation man with dyed yellow hair said with a lewd smile, hugging his female companion. 3 years ago, when Master Li played with that female college student, you two were there, right? I heard that girl was as beautiful as a fairy. It's a pity that you guys didn't get to try her out too. Hearing this, Wong and Zhao Sihai looked at each other and both showed a lewd smile that all men understand. Hee, that chick is really hot. Wong smacked his lips with endless aftertaste, especially when she was tied up, the way she cried and begged for mercy. TSK, it was so exciting. Yeah, Zhao Sihai chimed in. Unfortunately, Liharin was too overbearing and wouldn't let us touch him. However, I secretly recorded the video at the time, and it's still on my phone. I'll show it to my brothers someday for them to appreciate. Holy crap, is this true? Fourth brother is awesome. Take it out and let us see it. Everyone started to make a fuss, and the atmosphere on the scene became increasingly filthy. They were like a group of hyenas partying around carrion, unscrupulously, and using the foulest language to blaspheme the innocent soul that had long passed away. What they don't know is, on a hillside less than 500 meters away from the party site, a pair of cold, emotionless eyes were quietly observing them through a high-powered sniper scope. Boss. Lung Feng's voice was clearly transmitted to Gu Chongqing's ears through the radio headset. The targets have been locked. 12 in total, 7 men and 5 women. Among them, the core targets, Wong and Zhao Sihai, have been confirmed. Wind speed 3, humidity 75, distance 480 meters. We can carry out targeted elimination at any time. Gu Chongqing was currently sitting in a black SUV with Shirley. Through the real-time images sent back by Long Fong, he quietly watched the group of ugly men and women at the party, without a trace of emotion in his eyes. Don't worry, he said calmly. Wait until they have more fun. Tonight, what I want is not assassination. What I want is a gorgeous blood sacrifice. He glanced at his watch and saw that it was exactly midnight. Stone. Here, Brother Chongqing. Go and deliver the gift we prepared for them. Okay. Shirley agreed excitedly, carried a heavy, military-grade equipment box from the car, and then, like an agile Black Panther, quietly blended into the night. 10 minutes later, at the entrance of the racetrack, there was a sudden loud explosion. Boom! Flames shot up into the sky. The only exit of the entire racetrack was completely blocked by collapsed earth and rocks. The party scene instantly fell into chaos. What's going on? Is there an earthquake? Everyone looked around in panic. At this moment, all the lights on the racetrack suddenly went out with a click. The whole world was instantly plunged into pitch-black darkness. Panic, like a plague, began to spread. The screams of women and the curses of men mixed together, making the scene like hell. Don't panic, Wong bravely shouted. There must be something wrong with the wiring. Someone go check the generator. However, he didn't finish his words. A cold voice, as if coming from the depths of hell, suddenly came through the racetrack's broadcasting system and resounded throughout every corner of the venue. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to my hunting ground. This sound, Wong and Zhao Sihai's bodies suddenly stiffened. They felt that this voice sounded familiar. You, who are you? Zhao Sihai shouted loudly into the darkness with a fierce look but a weak heart. Who am I? The voice on the radio chuckled. Have you forgotten that old friend you sent to hell 3 years ago? Boom. Wang Tsong and Zhao Sihai's minds buzzed and went blank. Yes, it's him. Gu Changsheng. He actually came to my house. Now, the game begins. The voice on the radio suddenly became chilling and biting. I'll give you 10 minutes to escape. 10 minutes later. Hunting, begin. The first one is going to die. Gu Changsheng's voice paused, and then he slowly uttered a name. Wong Kong. Are you ready? Chapter 31 Chapter 31 Information from the dark web is worth 1,000 gold. The first one to die is Wong Kong. When Gu Changsheng's emotionless voice, like the sentence of death, resounded throughout the dark racing track through the radio, Wang Tsong completely collapsed. Oh, he let out a scream that was so shrill that it didn't sound like a human voice, and then ran madly in the darkness like a headless fly, trying to get away from the voice that terrified him to the extreme. The friends and female companions around him were also frightened out of their wits by this sudden change. They screamed, cried, and fled in all directions. The entire party scene instantly turned into a hell on earth filled with panic and despair. And on the hillside 500 meters away, Gu Changsheng put down the walkie-talkie in his hand, his face still showing that calm expression. He seemed to enjoy this feeling, like God, overlooking all living beings and controlling their fears, life and death. Stone, he said lightly. Here, Brother Changsheng. Shirley's voice came through the headset beside the SUV. He had already blocked all exits from the racetrack. Now, this place was like a cage from which no one could escape. In 10 minutes, knock out everyone except Wang Tsong and Zhao Sihai and throw them into the swimming pool, Gu Changsheng ordered. I don't want any innocent spectators to interrupt our upcoming main event. Clear. Lung Fong. Here, on the hillside, Lung Feng's voice was still as cold and steady as ever. Your mission is to suppress it. Gu Changsheng looked at the light on the screen that was frantically fleeing in the darkness. I want Wang Tsong to run through the last 10 minutes of his life in endless fear. Receive. Lung Feng's answer consisted of only one word. But the Type 88 sniper rifle in his hand was silently aimed at a certain direction in the darkness. A game of cat and mouse officially begins. However, Gu Changsheng did not focus all his attention on this hunt. He opened his laptop and skillfully logged into a dark red website with an interface filled with various strange symbols. Dark web, the dark side of the internet that exists outside of all laws and regulations. Here, money is the only pass. You can buy anything you want: weapons, drugs, assassins, and intelligence. Gu Changsheng needs information. The deeper intelligence about Wang Tsong and Zhao Sihai is enough to completely destroy their psychological defenses. He opened an encrypted chat box codenamed Ferryman. This was recommended to him by Monkey, the most famous and expensive intelligence dealer in the Jiangxing dark web. It is said that as long as you can afford the price, he can help you find out what color underwear the mayor of Jiangxing is wearing today. Gu Changsheng didn't waste any words and directly typed a line of words. Mr. Gu, I want all the dirty laundry on Wang Tsong and Zhao Sihai. The sooner the better. A few seconds later, the other party responded. A head wearing a pale mask lit up. Ferryman. Haha, Mr. Gu. Recently, Jiangxing has had a remarkable Mr. Gu. First, he brought down Lu Gui. Then he turned the Li family upside down. Now he set his sights on the precious sons of the Wong and Zhao families. You have quite the appetite. The other party obviously also knew his name. Gu Changsheng was not surprised. Those who can do this job are naturally well informed. Mr. Gu, name your price. Ferryman. Frank. I like doing business with frank people. Ferryman. Wang Tsong, an uneducated fool. His rubbish is worthless, so I'm giving it to him as a gift. As for Zhao Sihai, his father is Deputy Director Zhao of the City Planning Bureau. After all, he has a lot of good stuff. How about this, a flat price of 5 million? 5 million to buy a piece of intelligence. This price is astronomical. But Gu Changsheng didn't even blink. Mr. Gu, deal. Give me your account. The person who was withdrawing said, Mr. Gu is indeed a rare talent. However, my rule here is that I only accept clean, untraceable, virtual currencies. As he spoke, the other party sent a long and complicated wallet address. Gu Changsheng forwarded the address to Monkey. In less than 10 seconds, the monkey responded with an OK gesture. Almost at the same time, a message came from the ferryman. Ferryman, the money has arrived. Mr. Gu, it's a pleasure to work with you. This is what you asked for, please check it. An encrypted file package was then sent over. Gu Changsheng opened the file package and browsed through it quickly, taking a quick glance. Wang Tsong's profile is indeed nothing new, just as the ferryman said. It's nothing more than some bullying, car racing, fighting, and playing with women. But when he saw Zhao Sihai's information, his eyes froze in an instant. Target, Zhao Sihai? Key incriminating information. His father, Zhao Deming, exploited his position to secretly secure multiple plots of prime land in Jiangxing for the past 5 years, securing extremely low prices for the Li Group. He received 9-figure kickbacks in exchange. The majority of these kickbacks were transferred to his son, Zhao Sihai, as gifts. Evidence: all bank transfer records, and a high-definition recording of Zhao Deming, drunk, boasting to his mistress about how he and Li Jianguo sold a piece of commercial land originally worth 3 billion yuan to the Li family for 800 million yuan, earning a 300 million yuan commission. Good job. A cold glint flashed in Gu Changxing's eyes. He originally thought that Zhao Sihai was just a small fry, but he didn't expect that following this line of his would actually lead to the involvement of his father Zhao Deming and Li Jianguo, a deeper and more hidden criminal chain of collusion between officials and businessmen. These 5 million are totally worth it. This is simply buy one get one free, and it comes with the ultimate gift package. Ferryman, how's it going, Mr. Gu? Is this information worth the price? The ferryman seems to be very proud of his merchandise. Mr. Gu, excellent value for money. Gu Changxing praised sincerely. Putting you, haha, that's good. By the way, since you're so forthright, Mr. Gu, I'll give you another piece of information for free. Mr. Gu, oh? Ferryman, as far as I know, that old fox Li Jianguo, although apparently dead, has secretly released a secret spin worth 100 million through overseas channels. Ferryman, what I bought is your head. Ferryman, I heard that many of the world's top assassins and mercenaries are very interested in your sky-high reward. Ferryman, so, Mr. Gu, please be careful when you go out recently. The ferryman sent a friendly reminder. A sneer of disdain appeared on Gu Changxing's face. Killer? Mercenary? He is looking forward to it. He wanted to see whether their bullets were faster or Lung Feng's bullets were faster. Mr. Gu, thank you for the reminder. He closed the chat box and then extracted the high-definition recording of Zhao Deming separately. He glanced at the time. 10 minutes, almost there. He picked up the intercom, and his voice was cold and full of murderous intent. Lung Feng, break Wong Tsong's left leg for me. Stone, bring Zhao Sihai to me unharmed. As for the others, the corner of his mouth curled up in a cruel arc. Let them sober up in the pool. He stood up, walked to the edge of the hillside, and looked down at the hunting ground below that had fallen into complete chaos and panic. Now, let's have a proper talk with our eldest son, Mr. Zhao, about his father's glorious deeds. Chapter 32, Su Mei's Initiative, Fatal Temptation. Bang! A dull gunshot pierced the noise of fear and screams above the racetrack. The sound was not loud, but it was like a precise scalpel, cutting off all the noise in an instant. Wong Tsong, who was fleeing frantically in the darkness, felt as if his left knee was hit hard by a mad bull. An indescribable pain instantly spread throughout his body. He didn't even have time to let out a scream before he lost his balance and fell to the ground, holding his bloody leg and twitching in pain like a fish out of water. The hunt is over. Immediately afterwards, a figure like an iron tower appeared silently from the darkness. Shirley picked up Zhao Sihai, who was trembling with fear and pissing his pants like a chicken. Then, he picked up Wong Tsong, who was about to faint from the severe pain. After a few ups and downs, he disappeared into the night. As for the shivering rich second generations and their female companions who were thrown into the swimming pool, they became the most loyal and most terrified witnesses of this hunting game. They will probably never forget this nightmare-like night in their lives. Half an hour later, in the basement of Sun Yu's villa, this place has been transformed into a temporary interrogation room by Gu Changxing. Wang Tsong and Zhao Sihai were tied to 2 chairs respectively, with towels stuffed in their mouths. Wang Tsong had fainted due to excessive blood loss and severe pain. Zhao Sihai was trembling in endless fear, looking at the man sitting on the sofa in front of him, slowly wiping a dagger, his eyes full of pleading and despair. Gu Changxing did not rush to interrogate him. He is waiting. Wait for the best opportunity to completely break down Zhao Sihai's psychological defenses. At this moment, the doorbell of the villa suddenly rang. Shirley and Lung Feng both subconsciously showed vigilance in their eyes. Gu Changxing waved his hand as if he had expected it. Go open the door, he said calmly. It's our ally, here we are. Shirley walked over doubtfully and opened the door. Standing at the door was indeed the charming and captivating woman, Sume. Today, she wore a tight black leather jacket and pants, which perfectly outlined her extremely fiery figure. Her long, seaweed-like hair was tied into a neat ponytail, which lost some of her usual lazy charm and added a bit of heroic wildness. In her hands, She was also holding an exquisite food box and a bottle of expensive top-quality red wine. Mr. Gu, it's so late. I hope I didn't disturb you? Sume walked into the living room, and her charming peach blossom eyes first glanced at the two-door gods, Shirley and Lung Fong, and finally fell on Gu Changsheng and said with a smile, Miss Su is well informed. I guess you are here to watch the show. Gu Changsheng put down the dagger in his hand, raised his head, and looked at her with a smile. He knew without a doubt that his hunting game at the racetrack tonight could not be hidden from the eyes of Su Mei, the queen of intelligence. Watch a show. Su Mei giggled. She put the food box and red wine on the table, then walked naturally to Gu Changsheng's side and sat down. Her body was almost pressed against Gu Changsheng's. An intoxicating scent mixed with top-grade perfume and woman's body fragrance instantly entered Gu Changsheng's nose. No. Su Mei leaned close to his ear, her breath as sweet as orchid, her voice carrying a hint of fatal temptation. I'm not here for a show. I'm here to reward our great hero. As she spoke, her delicate hands began to draw circles gently on Gu Changsheng's thighs. This is naked seduction. Shirley, who was standing by, blushed and turned his head away subconsciously. Lung Fong still had the same icy face that had remained unchanged for thousands of years, as if the scene before him was just a ball of air. Gu Changsheng's face still had that calm expression. He neither pushed Su Mei away nor catered to her. He just quietly looked at this enchantress who came to him on her own initiative, with a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Miss Su, do you think you can find out my cards in this way? With just one sentence, he revealed Su Mei's true purpose. Su Mei's movements froze slightly. The smile on her face also became a little unnatural. She admitted that she came tonight with a tentative mindset. This man is so mysterious and so powerful. He was like a bottomless abyss, making her curious, fascinated, and also deeply frightened. She wanted to use her best weapon, which was irresistible to all men, to pry open a corner of this man's defense and see what was hidden deep in his heart. But she failed. This man's heart was harder and colder than she had imagined. Hee, Mr. Gu, you're so boring. Su Mei withdrew her hand and poured herself a glass of red wine, trying to hide her embarrassment. I meant well, but you thought so badly of me. Really? Gu Changsheng picked up the wine glass and gently shook the red liquid inside. Then tell me, what did you find out? He knew that a woman like Su Mei who would only do something for a profit would never come here simply to reward him. She must have acquired some new information. After Su Mei heard this, the expression on her face finally became serious. You guessed right. She took a sip of wine and said slowly, that old fox Li Jianguo is indeed not dead. Besides, she paused, a trace of fear flashing in her eyes. He is even more cruel and crazy than we imagined. Just an hour ago, he contacted the Crimson Rose Killer Organization, ranked 13th on the International Killer Rankings, through the dark web. He bid 300 million. Buy your life. Bloody Rose. As soon as this name came out, even Lung Fong, who had been silent all this time, had a hint of solemnity flashing in his calm eyes. As a former top soldier, he knew better than anyone what the four words Bloody Rose meant. It was a terrorist organization composed of all top female killers, feared by the entire underground world. Their methods are strange, cruel, and hard to guard against. Countless politicians and wealthy people have died at their hands. Unexpectedly, Li Jianguo could actually invite this great god. 300 million to buy my life. Gu Changsheng's face showed a hint of disdainful sneer. He really thinks highly of me. Mr. Gu, don't be careless, Su Mei warned, her expression more serious than ever. Crimson Rose is not comparable to the shadow you encountered before. Once they accept a mission, they will be like maggots on the tarsal bone and will not stop until they die. I know. Gu Changsheng nodded. Of course he knows. But he was not afraid at all, because he also has a trump card in his hand that is enough to scare away any killer. That's Lung Fong. So, Su Mei looked at him and asked word by word, what are you going to do? Gu Changsheng didn't answer her. He just drank the red wine in the glass. Then he stood up and walked up to Zhao Sihai, who was almost driven crazy by fear. Now it's our turn. He pulled the towel out of Zhao Sihai's mouth and a devilish smile appeared on his face. Young Master Zhao, let's talk about you, your good father, and the Li family's glorious deeds. Chapter 33, Qin Yu's Pursuit, a Dragnet. Gu Changsheng, you said last time, cooperation. Does it still count? When Qin Yu said this on the phone, she felt like she was making a deal with the devil. She exchanged the procedural justice that she had adhered to for more than 20 years for an illusory result justice promised by a criminal. This is betrayal. It was a betrayal of the police uniform she was wearing. But she had no choice. After hanging up the phone, she stood alone in the empty office for a long time. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window is the dazzling night view of Jiangqing, but she feels that under the neon lights of this city, there are too many sins and filth hidden that ordinary people cannot see. The downfall of the Li family is just the tip of the iceberg. But as a criminal police officer, she was helpless in doing anything about it. She remembered what Gu Changxing said to her in the hospital corridor. I am a demon who was pushed into hell by you, and then I climbed back out of hell on my own. I am a madman who wants to seek justice for the innocent souls swallowed by the darkness. At that moment, she saw something in the eyes of the man she was supposed to be hunting that she had never seen in anyone else. It was a kind of obsession that was purer and more paranoid than the justice she upheld. Perhaps only the devil can defeat the devil. Xiaowang. Finally, Qin Yu seemed to have made up her mind. She turned around abruptly and shouted loudly outside the office. Here, boss. The young policeman Xiao Wang ran in immediately. Immediately, review all the case files concerning Gu Changsheng. Qin Yu's eyes became extremely sharp, filled with the calmness and decisiveness of a professional criminal police officer. Start with the Lin Wanqing murder case, 3 years ago. I want every detail, every witness, every confession, to go over it again, word for word. Ah. Xiao Wang was stunned. Boss, hasn't the case been determined? Shouldn't we now focus on tracking down Gu Changxing and Li Jianguo? Follow orders. Qin Yu shouted coldly, leaving no room for questioning. She has a strong intuition. This line about Gu Changxing is definitely inextricably linked to the case he committed 3 years ago. If you want to truly understand this man, you must start from the turning point of his fate. Yes. Xiao Wang didn't dare to ask any more questions. He immediately stood at attention and saluted, then ran to retrieve the file. Also, Qin Yu continued to order. Notify the technical department to continue tracking Gu Changxing's location. I don't care what means he used to block the surveillance. There is no such thing as an impenetrable wall. As long as he is still in Jiangcheng, as long as he is still using electronic equipment, he will definitely leave clues. I want a dragnet that covers the entire city. I just don't believe he can really disappear from the face of the earth. For the next 24 hours, the entire Jiangxing City Criminal Investigation Detachment was plunged into unprecedented high-intensity operations. Qin Yu was like a wound-up machine, hardly closing her eyes. She locked herself in the office, looking through the dusty file from 3 years ago over and over again. The more she looked, the tighter her brows furrowed. The more she looked, the more confused she became. On the surface, the case had a complete chain of evidence, with witnesses and physical evidence all present. As the sole suspect, it seemed only natural that Gu Changxing should be convicted. But Qin Yu, with her bestial intuition for criminal investigation, smelled a scent of extreme disharmony from these perfect evidences. It's perfect. It was so perfect, as if someone had written a script in advance and then asked everyone to act according to the script. For example, the so-called eyewitness confessions provided by Lu Hongwen were remarkably consistent, with even the wording being almost identical. This is simply impossible in real-life criminal investigations. For example, the autopsy report on Lin Wanqing, issued by Sun Lren, only emphasized that Lin Wanqing died of acute heart failure, but downplayed the obvious injuries on her body caused by external forces. Furthermore, the officer in charge of the scene at the time was Officer Jian, a veteran from the 2nd Squad of the Municipal Bureau. And less than a month after the case was closed, Officer Chen bought himself a luxury car worth over $1 million. All the doubts, like invisible threads, ultimately point in the same direction. Li family. This case, from beginning to end, is full of the dirty shadow of the Li family manipulating behind the scenes. And Gu Changsheng was just a poor scapegoat chosen by them to take the blame. Bang! Qin Yu slammed his fist on the table. An uncontrollable rage burned in her chest. What made her angry was not only the Li family's lawlessness and disregard for human life. What made her even more angry was that the public power, represented by the police uniform she was wearing, had actually become a tool for these powerful people to cover up their crimes and persecute the innocent. This is the most ruthless trampling on her beliefs. Just then, the office door was pushed open. Xiao Wang ran in excitedly. Boss, found it. Found it. What did you find? Qin Yu suddenly raised her head. Gu Changxing's location. Xiao Wang said excitedly. My colleagues in the technical department intercepted a very weak, encrypted signal from the dark web. Although the enemy's anti-tracking capabilities are extremely strong, we were able to follow the clues and roughly locate the source of the signal. He placed an electronic map in front of Qin Yu. On the map, a flashing red dot was clearly marked. In the west of the city, an independent lakeside villa area. Also, Xiao Wang continued. We found out through our internal system that the owner of this villa is named Sunyu. Sunyu. It's Sunyu again. Liharin's friend who mysteriously disappeared on Tongjiang Bridge. All the clues are connected at this moment. Gu Chongsheng kidnapped Sunyu and then hid in his villa. This bold guy? He actually played the most dangerous trick, the darkest place under the lamp. Good, good, good. Shin Yu said good 3 times in a row, with an excited smile on his face, like a hunter who finally found the trace of his prey. Gu Chongsheng, I want to see how you can escape this time. She picked up her coat and prepared to give the order to assemble the team and start the arrest. But just as she was about to walk out of the office, her steps, however, stopped again. A question suddenly popped into her mind. Wrong. With Gu Chongsheng's elusive methods and the strength of the highly skilled hacker behind him, how could they make such a low-level mistake? Leaving behind a signal source that can be tracked? This is unreasonable. Unless... Shin Yu's pupils suddenly shrank. Unless this signal was left by him, on purpose. He was luring me over? What exactly is his purpose? There was a huge storm in Shin Yu's heart. She felt as if she was trapped in an invisible net woven by Gu Chongsheng himself. Every step she took was within the other party's calculations. This feeling made her feel unprecedented frustration. Boss? What's wrong? Xiao Wang looked at Shin Yu, who suddenly stopped and asked in confusion. Shin Yu didn't answer him. She just stared at the flashing red dot on the map, her eyes full of struggle. To go or not to go? If you go, you may fall into the trap set by the other party. But if she doesn't go, she will never be able to uncover all the mysteries of this man. Oh shit. In the end, Shin Yu cursed softly, and the unyielding spirit in her bones completely prevailed. Let's bet. She turned around and gave orders to Xiao Wang. Gather all field personnel. Bring your best equipment. Target, West City Lakeside Villa. I want to see what you, Gu Chongsheng, are up to. Chapter 34 Perfect Escape. Crushing IQ. Young Master Zhao. Let's talk about you, your good father, and the Li family's glorious deeds. When Gu Chongsheng's voice, like the whisper of a devil, sounded in the basement, Zhao Sihai, who was tied to a chair, trembled like a sieve. He looked at the man in front of him with a warm smile on his face, but eyes colder than 10,000-year-old black ice, and felt like a lamb that had been stripped of its hair and placed on a chopping board, waiting to be tortured to death. No, I don't know. I don't know anything. He wanted to make a final struggle. Gu Chongsheng smiled. He didn't say another word, but took out his cell phone and pressed the play button in front of Zhao Sihai. A clear recording filled with unbearable conversations slowly flowed out. That was exactly what the ferryman sold to him. It was the ironclad evidence that Zhao Deming boasted to his mistress about how he had teamed up with Li Jianguo to embezzle state-owned assets. When Zhao Sihai heard his father's familiar and boastful voice, his face turned pale as paper in an instant. All his psychological defenses collapsed at this moment. He knew he was finished. Completely finished. Now, can we have a good chat? Gu Chongsheng turned off the recording and looked at him leisurely. I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. Zhao Sihai completely collapsed, tears and snot streaming down his face. Please, don't hand this thing over. Otherwise, my dad will be finished. That depends, Gu Chongsheng said with a playful smile, whether your performance can satisfy me. Half an hour later, Gu Chongsheng walked out of the basement with a brand new mobile phone. The cell phone contained a complete confession recorded by Zhao Sihai himself, describing how he, along with Wong Tsong and Liharin, persecuted Lin Wanqing to death 3 years ago. Every detail is extremely clear. This is another blockbuster bomb that is enough to completely destroy the Li family. At this moment, the other cell phone in his pocket vibrated. It's a message from the monkey. Just 2 words. Here I come. Gu Chongsheng knew that Shin Yu's fish had finally taken the bait. Sure too, Lung Fong. He turned around and gave light instructions to the 2 door gods. Clean this place up. Especially those 3 guests in the basement. I don't want the police to find any unrelated traces on them. Clear. Shirley and Lung Fong responded in unison. Gu Chongsheng picked up a coat and walked out of the villa slowly. He didn't drive. Instead, like an ordinary citizen, he leisurely walked towards the lake. At the same time, outside the villa area, more than a dozen police cars with flashing lights have quietly completed the blockade of the perimeter. Dozens of special police officers armed with live ammunition, like cheetahs, lurked in various key positions, surrounding the entire villa area like an iron barrel. Shin Yu sat in a command vehicle, nervously observing every move of the target villa through the real-time images sent back by the drone. Report to the boss. There are 3 heat signals in the target villa. 2 of which are stationary, and 1 is moving. Report to the boss. We found the missing BMW 5 Series belonging to Sun Yu in the garage in the backyard of the villa. Report to the boss. We have detected an extremely weak encrypted data stream belonging to the dark web in the villa's communication signal. All the evidence points to one conclusion. Gu Changsheng, as well as Sun Yu, Wong Tsong, and Zhao Sihai, who were kidnapped by him, are all in this villa. Caught the man red-handed. Okay. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. She picked up the walkie-talkie and was about to give the order to assault. But at this moment, an unexpected scene appeared on the drone's monitoring screen. The door of the target villa opened. A man walked out leisurely from inside. It's Gu Changsheng. He was wearing casual clothes, a baseball cap, and had a toothpick in his mouth. He looked like he had just eaten and was going out for a walk to digest his food. He had no idea that he was surrounded, and he walked towards the lake in a swaggering manner. Boss? What should we do? He's out. Should we arrest him immediately? The voice of the operations team leader came from the walkie-talkie. Qin Yu's brows were tightly furrowed. Something is wrong. Something is so wrong. Why did he dare to come out alone? Where are his accomplices? Where are the hostages? This is more like bait. He was deliberately luring me to show up. No. Qin Yu gritted her teeth and made a difficult decision. Everyone, stay where you are. Do not act rashly without my order. Group 1, Group 2, plainclothes officers, follow up. Remember, keep a safe distance and don't expose yourself. She wanted to see what Gu Changsheng was up to. By the lake, the moonlight is like water. Gu Changsheng found a bench, sat down, and leisurely enjoyed the night view of the lake. A few minutes later, 2 young lovers in matching outfits and a middle-aged woman pushing a stroller passed by him seemingly casually, and then each found a seat not far away and sat down. He was a plainclothes officer sent by Qin Yu. A mocking smile appeared on the corner of Gu Changsheng's mouth. He knew that Qin Yu had already joined the game. He waited about 10 more minutes. A black, inconspicuous online taxi slowly stopped by the road beside the lake. A stunning woman in a fiery red long dress with an enchanting figure got out of the car. It was Su Mei. Su Mei walked to Gu Changsheng gracefully and naturally put her arm around his arm, with a hint of anger in her voice. You idiot, you made me wait for so long. They looked like a couple in love on a date. I can't help it. Something happened at home, and I was delayed. Gu Changsheng also took the opportunity to hug her slender waist, and their cooperation was seamless. Not far away, the plainclothes policemen were all stunned. After all this time, the prime suspect they'd mobilized so many troops to apprehend was actually out here, dating a beautiful woman. Qin Yu, who was in the command vehicle, suddenly became extremely ugly when he saw Su Mei appear. It's this witch again. She and Gu Changsheng are indeed in the same group. Mr. Gu, you've pulled off this luring the tiger away from the mountain tactic beautifully. Su Mei leaned close to Gu Changsheng's ear and whispered softly, You're using me as a shield. Aren't you afraid that I'll get angry? It's my honor to be used as a shield by a stunning beauty like Miss Su. Gu Changsheng responded with a chuckle. The reason why he dared to come out alone was that he deliberately left the signal source to lure Qin Yu over. It was because he had calculated that Su Mei, a smart woman, would take the initiative to show up and help him out after learning that he was surrounded by the police. Because, now, they are all on the same boat. If his boat capsized, Su Mei would definitely not be able to escape. This is an open conspiracy. A complete and utter crushing of IQ. Okay, I won't argue with you anymore. Su Mei rolled her eyes at him. I've prepared everything you asked me to prepare. She pointed to the online taxi. Inside the car is everything you need, including a brand new identity that will allow you to disappear from here without anyone noticing. Thank you. Gu Changsheng nodded. He hugged Su Mei, stood up, and slowly walked towards the online car-hailing vehicle like a real couple. Stop. Not far away. The plainclothes policeman finally couldn't hold back anymore and rushed up to surround them. Qin Yu, who was in the command vehicle, also knew that he had been exposed. She picked up the intercom and gave the order in a voice full of frustration and unwillingness. Collect the troops. She knew that tonight's operation had completely failed. She fell into Gu Changsheng's trap. She was fooled around by this man from beginning to end. She looked at the surveillance footage and saw the man who was surrounded by his men but remained calm, even giving a provocative smile towards the camera. Qin Yu clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into her flesh. She spoke into the intercom, enunciating each word. Gu Changsheng, what do you want to do? Chapter 35 Chapter 35 The Wong family takes action, the underground emperor's pressure. Gu Changsheng, what do you want to do? When Qin Yu's voice, full of frustration and unwillingness, reached the ears of every plainclothes policeman through the intercom, everyone fell silent. They looked at the couple in front of them who were still chatting and laughing in the encirclement, as if they were strolling in their own back garden, and they all felt a deep sense of powerlessness in their hearts. They are the police, the embodiment of justice, and the maintainers of order. But at this moment, all their pride was trampled under the feet of this man named Gu Changsheng and crushed to pieces. What do I want to do? Gu Changsheng heard the voice coming from the intercom, and the curve of his mouth became more playful. He released his arm around Su Mei, took 2 steps forward, and looked directly into the eyes of the couple who was hiding the pinhole camera, as if he was talking directly to Qin Yu in the command car through the lens. Officer Qin, my purpose has been clear from the beginning. What I want is revenge. It is to make those beasts who were once high and mighty and treated human life as worthless, one by one, pay the price they deserve in blood. As for you asking me, what do you want to do? He laughed, a laugh that was extremely arrogant, yet also extremely sad. What I want to do is actually the same as you. I also want this city, which has long been rotting and full of maggots, to see the sunlight again. It's just that you use a scalpel, carefully scraping the bone to cure the poison, but you are always restricted by various rules. And his eyes, at this moment, suddenly became cold and piercing. With an axe. I'm going to chop off all the rotten and maggoty things with one axe. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to the policemen who were completely stunned. He took Su Mei and got into the online taxi that had been waiting for a long time and drove away. Qin Yu was left alone in the command car, staring blankly at the taillights of the car, gradually moving away on the screen, speechless for a long time. The next day, a piece of news once again shook the entire Jiangxing. Zhao Deming, deputy director of the Municipal Planning Bureau, voluntarily surrendered to the Commission for Discipline Inspection and confessed all his crimes, including collusion with officials and businessmen of the Li Group over the years to embezzle state-owned assets. He also voluntarily returned all illegal gains, totaling 730 million yuan. This number left everyone who saw the news dumbfounded. His son, the playboy Zhao Sihai, was formally arrested by the police for his suspected involvement in the Lin Wanqing murder case 3 years ago, as well as multiple crimes such as group fornication and drug use. As for Wong Tsong, the second son of Wong's building materials, he broke his left leg in an accidental car accident the night before and has been in a coma ever since. In just a few days, among the 4 major families in Jiangxing, the Li family exists in name only. Because of a shocking scandal, the Zhang family became the laughingstock of the whole city. Their stocks fell to the limit and they were on the verge of bankruptcy. The Zhao family was also severely damaged by the downfall of Zhao Deming and his son, and everyone was in danger. The once solid alliance of the 4 families fell apart and became shaky in an instant under the stirring of Gu Changxing, the shit stirrer. As a result, Jiangxing entered an unprecedented power vacuum period. Countless pairs of eyes were fixed on the extremely tempting huge cake left behind after the fall of the Li family. Among them, the most greedy and impatient one is the only one left among the 4 major families, and also the most powerful one. Wong family, a local tyrant who made his fortune from the gray industry and controls the entire underground world of Jiangxing. Jiangxing, the Wong family residence. In a tea house filled with a classical atmosphere, a burly man with a rough face, exuding a fierce and bandit-like aura, was shirtless, wiping his granite-hard muscles with a hot towel. He is the head of the Wong family, Wang Zhenxiu, a man who believes that fists are truth and advocates solving all problems in the most direct and violent way. Dad, I've checked everything. His son, Wang Meng, who was also big and strong but had a sinister look on his face, stood respectfully by and reported. The one causing all the trouble in Jiangxing recently is that poor bastard named Gu Changsheng who was sent to jail by Liharin 3 years ago. Oh, Wang Zhenxiu paused. He picked up the teacup on the table and drank it all in one gulp, like drinking plain water. Then, in his resonant voice, he asked, how could a prisoner have such great abilities? That's right. Wang Meng nodded, a hint of disbelief in his eyes. According to the intelligence we've received, this Gu Changxing has some incredible luck. Not only did he end up with that enchanting woman Su Mei, but there seems to be a powerful and mysterious organization backing him up. First, he destroyed Liharin and forced Li Jianguo to death. Then he destroyed the Zhang family and overthrew Zhao Deming and his son. Now, the entire Jiangxing is almost his world. Humph. Wang Zhenxiu snorted disdainfully upon hearing this and slammed the teacup in his hand heavily on the table. How dare a young boy dare to tamper with the Tai Sui? A bloodthirsty gleam flashed in his eyes. That old fox Li Jianguo was just overthinking and hesitant, which is why he was fooled to death by a brat. With me, Wang Zhenxiong, there aren't so many twists and turns. He stood up. His burly body was like a mountain, full of oppression. I don't care what organization or backers are behind him. In Jiangcheng, if you're a dragon, you have to coil up. If you're a tiger, you have to lie down. If anyone dares to touch my Wong family's cake, I will personally grind him and everyone behind him into pulp. He turned his head, looked at his son Wang Meng, and gave the order. Go, find out for me where Gu Changsheng is now. Then, send him a big gift. Just tell him that I, Wang Zhenxiong, would like to invite him for a cup of tea. I want to see how powerful this so-called dragon crossing the river is. A cruel smile appeared on Wang Meng's face. Understood, Dad, he said excitedly. I promise to let him know who is the true, law-abiding ruler in Jiangcheng. At the same time, in the president's office of Chongqing Group, Gu Chongqing was discussing the next business plan with Gu Yanan. Boss, after the collapse of the Li Group, most of the high-quality assets left behind were acquired at low prices by the Wong family's Hongfa Construction and some external capital. Gu Yanan pointed at the complex equity structure diagram on the screen and analyzed. It's going to be very difficult for us to snatch food from their clutches now. Furthermore, Wang Zhenxiong of the Wong family is a reckless man who doesn't play by the rules. I'm worried that he might use some dishonorable tactics against us beyond business matters. Gu Chongqing smiled when he heard this. Dishonorable means? He picked up the coffee, took a sip, and a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. I'm just afraid that he won't come. As he was speaking, there was a knock on the office door. Shirley pushed the door open and walked in, his face looking a little serious. Brother Chongsheng, there are a few people downstairs. They say they are from the Wong family. They said they'd like to invite you over for a cup of tea. Oh, Gu Chongqing's lips curled up in a playful arc. You came to my house so soon? He put down his coffee cup and stood up. Let's go. Let's go meet this Jiangcheng underground emperor. I'd really like to know. His eyes suddenly turned cold. How hot is this cup of tea? Chapter 36. Qinglong meets Long Si, vulnerable. The downstairs lobby of Chongqing Group. The atmosphere was tense. A dozen burly men wearing black vests, revealing hideous tattoos and exuding a fierce and bandit-like aura, were arrogantly blocking the company's door. The leader was a man over 1.9 meters tall, with a burly build and a shiny bald head. On his neck was a lifelike blue dragon tattoo that stretched all the way to his cheek. He is the leader of the Qinglong Society, the largest thug organization under the Wong family. Dragon 4, a ruthless character in the underground world of Jiangcheng, known for his cruelty and willingness to fight to the death. At this moment, he was sitting carelessly on a chair that originally belonged to the front desk receptionist, with one foot arrogantly stepped on the expensive marble table and an unlit cigar in his mouth. Several security guards of the company had already been beaten black and blue by his men and thrown into the corner like dead dogs. I'll say it again. Long Si shouted impatiently at the trembling receptionist with his broken voice. Go up there and get that damned Mr. Gu of yours down here. Just say, I'm Long Si, waiting for him here. If he doesn't come down to see me within 10 minutes, I'm going to smash this crappy company of yours to pieces with my own hands. The lady at the front desk was so scared that her face turned pale, and her hand holding the phone was shaking constantly. At this moment, the elevator door opened with a ding. 3 figures slowly walked out from inside. The leader was Gu Chongsheng. He was still wearing simple casual clothes, and there was even a faint, kind smile on his face. Behind him followed Shirley and Lung Fong. One, like an unshakable mountain. One, like a sword hidden in its sheath. I am the person you are looking for. Gu Chongqing's voice was very calm, but it was like an invisible sound wave that instantly drowned out all the noise in the hall. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. Long Si narrowed his eyes, which were full of hostility, and looked up and down at Gu Chongsheng. You, are that Gu Chongsheng? His tone was full of disdain and contempt. In his opinion, although the young man in front of him had a somewhat cold temperament, his physique seemed a bit thin. No matter how he looked at it, he didn't look like a ruthless character who could turn the Li family upside down. It seems that the rumors are not credible. Long Si sneered and stood up from the chair. His burly body was a whole head taller than Gu Chongsheng. He walked up to Gu Chongsheng, looked down at him, and tried to overwhelm him with his powerful aura. Boy, our boss, Mr. Wong, wants to invite you over for a cup of tea. You are going to follow us obediently by yourself? He paused, and a ferocious smile appeared on his face. Or, let me break your legs and then drag you over like a dead dog. As he finished speaking, the dozen or so strong men behind him all took a step forward in unison, with shining machetes and steel pipes in their hands. A murderous atmosphere instantly enveloped the entire hall. The air seemed to be frozen. However, facing this kind of scene, which is enough to scare ordinary people to death. Gu Changxing's face still had that calm expression. He didn't even look at Long Si. He just said something lightly to the man behind him who was like an iron tower. Stone, do you think that what he just said was a bit noisy? Quarrel. Shirley answered with a single word in a muffled voice. There was a gleam of excitement and bloodthirstiness in his eyes. He has been holding it in for too long since he was released from prison. He has long wanted to stretch his muscles. Then tell him to shut up. Gu Changsheng ordered lightly. Okay, Brother Changsheng. Shirley agreed excitedly, then took a step forward. Just this step. The entire floor of the hall seemed to tremble slightly. A violent aura, 10 times more terrifying than that of Long Si's gang combined, like a prehistoric beast, burst out from Shirley's body. You're asking for your own death. Seeing this, Long Si didn't get angry but laughed instead. He thought that the other party was going to confront him head-on. Just what he wanted. What he likes most is to use his invincible fists to completely crush those challengers who overestimate their own abilities. Come on, destroy him. He roared angrily and was the first to wave his fist, which was as big as a casserole, and smashed it hard at Shirley's head. The group of minions behind him were also screaming and brandishing their weapons, swarming towards Shirley like a pack of rabid dogs. Did they think that with so many of them, it would be easy to deal with a big fool? However, the next second, what happened was a scene that all of them would never forget. Shirley faced the fists, knives and sticks that came at him like a rainstorm, without dodging or avoiding. He just let out a wild beast-like, earth-shaking roar. Roar! Then, his body, as hard as granite, rushed into the crowd like a tiger into a flock of sheep. Bang! 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 A series of dull, pounding sounds, like a sledgehammer hitting a watermelon, rang out densely. Immediately afterwards, there were bursts of shrill screams like pigs being slaughtered. Those dozen or so strong men who were so aggressive just now were just like a group of kindergarten children in front of Shirley. Their machetes chopped at Shirley's body, leaving not even a white mark, but a series of crisp ding-dang-ding sounds and a string of sparks. Shirley's fists, elbows, knee strikes, every one of his attacks were simple, rough, yet full of destructive power. One punch and the sternum collapses. One kick and an arm is broken. Less than 30 seconds. The battle is over. Except for Long Si, all his men were lying on the ground like a pile of broken garbage. Some had broken hands or legs, wailing incessantly, and had completely lost their fighting ability. The entire hall was in deathly silence. Only Shirley's devil-like figure was left standing quietly in a pool of blood. As for Long Si, his punch that was determined to win was easily caught by Shirley with one hand. His face flushed red, and he used all his strength, but found that his fist seemed to be welded to the opponent's hand, and he couldn't pull it back no matter what. You. For the first time, fear appeared in Long Si's eyes. The strength he was so proud of, the strength that could kill a cow with a single punch, was actually so vulnerable in front of this towering man. Is that all the strength you have? Shirley looked at him and grinned, revealing 2 rows of sharp white teeth. His smile was simple and honest, yet full of cruelty. How dare you bark like a dog in front of my brother Changsheng? Before he finished speaking, he grabbed Long Si's fist and twisted it hard. Crack! A bone-breaking sound, so crisp that it made one's scalp tingle, was heard. Long Si's fist, which was powerful enough to break stones and split rocks, along with his entire arm, was twisted and deformed at an extremely strange angle in an instant. Long Si let out the most shrill scream of his life, and his whole body collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud, rolling around in pain. Gu Changsheng slowly walked up to him and squatted down. He took out a clean white handkerchief from his pocket and gently wiped his spotless leather shoes. Then he looked at Long Si with a warm, harmless smile on his face. Now, is it quiet? If you're quiet. His eyes suddenly turned cold. Can we have a proper chat about your boss inviting me to tea? Chapter 37 Break his legs, a gift for Wang Zhenxiong. Now, is it quiet? When Gu Changxing's understated yet chilling voice echoed in the hall, Long Si's face, twisted with pain, was filled with a fear deeper than death. He looked at the young man in front of him who had a warm smile on his face but devilish eyes, and felt his soul trembling uncontrollably. He finally understood. Why did the Li family, the once invincible giant in Jiangxing, fall apart in just a few days at the hands of this young man? Because they are not opponents of the same level at all. This Gu Changsheng, he is not a human being at all. He is a monster in human skin. Quiet. Long Si's lips trembled as he squeezed out these words from between his teeth. The excruciating pain from his disabled arm made it difficult for him to even breathe. Very good. Gu Chongqing nodded with satisfaction. He stood up and looked down at the group of Qinglong Society members who were still groaning and rolling on the ground. There was not a trace of pity in his eyes. Go back and tell your boss, Wang Zhenxiong, a message. His voice was not loud, but it was like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone's heart hard. Just say he wants to treat me to tea, okay? But he didn't invite me. But I please him. Tomorrow night at 8 o'clock, Phantom Nightclub, top floor. I will prepare the best Longjing tea and wait for him. He can come, or not come. However, Gu Chongqing's lips curled up with a cruel arc. If he doesn't come, then tomorrow night, the one who falls into the river to feed the fish may not be me, but his equally useless, precious son. These words made Long Si's pupils shrink suddenly. A naked threat. This is no longer a simple provocation. This is a blatant declaration of war against the entire Wong family and Jiangcheng's long-famous underground emperor. This madman. What on earth does he want to do? Could it be that he really wanted to overthrow all 4 major families in Jiangcheng by himself? Did you hear what I said clearly? Gu Chongqing looked at him and asked lightly. Clear, clear. Long Si nodded repeatedly, like a rooster pounding garlic. Very good. Gu Chongqing nodded, seeming very satisfied with his attitude. He turned around and prepared to leave with Shirley and Lung Fong. Seeing this, Long Si breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He thought that he had finally saved his life today. However, Gu Chongqing had just taken 2 steps when he seemed to remember something and suddenly stopped. He didn't look back, but just left a sentence that made Long Si scared to death. Oh right. I've always been a person who values reciprocity. Since your boss has given me such a big gift, if I don't send a reply, wouldn't it be impolite? Stone. Here, Brother Chongqing. Shirley's voice like a huge bell rang out again. Gu Chongqing slowly stretched out a finger and pointed at the ground, where Long Si was still twitching in pain. His other arm, and those 2 legs. Interrupt. Then, find a gift box and pack it up. Give it to Wang Zhenxiong. Just think of it as a gift from me, a junior, to the old man. All right. Shirley's eyes instantly flashed with a light that was 10 times more excited than before. What he likes most is this kind of simple, rough, and unreasonable work. He took a step forward, like a tiger coming down the mountain, and walked towards Long Si, who was lying on the ground and was completely overwhelmed by fear, step by step. No, don't. Long Si's eyes were filled with endless despair. He wanted to beg for mercy and escape, but his disabled arm and legs that had long been limp from fear prevented him from moving an inch. He could only watch helplessly as the devil-like figure got closer and closer to him. Crack, crack, crack. 3 bone-breaking sounds, so crisp and teeth-grinding, rang out in succession in the hall. What followed was Long Si's extremely shrill scream that no longer sounded like a human voice. But Gu Chongqing seemed to have heard nothing. He just walked into the elevator calmly with a cold face. The elevator door slowly closed, isolating the hellish scene behind it. In the elevator, Lung Fong, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. His voice was still as hoarse as ever, but with a slight tremor that he himself hadn't even noticed. Aren't you afraid? He asked. The person he was asking about was Wang Zhenxiong. He is the underground emperor who can cover the sky with one hand in Jiangcheng and make a person disappear from this world completely with just one word. Gu Chongqing had provoked an enemy who was 10 times more terrifying than Li Jianguo. Gu Chongqing smiled when he heard this. He turned his head and looked at his own face in the elevator mirror, which was young but full of vicissitudes and hatred. Afraid? He shook his head gently. A person who is not afraid of death. At this moment, his eyes became extremely profound, as if he could see through time and space and return to the cold rainy night that changed his life. What do you think he will be afraid of? That night, a huge gift, wrapped in exquisite gift paper, was delivered to the door of the Wong family residence. When Wang Zhenxiong opened this gift with his own hands, what he saw was his most capable subordinate, the Qinglong Society's president, Long Si, whose face was completely distorted by severe pain and fear, and his limbs were all broken, and he looked miserable, like a human pig. Roar. A roar like that of a wounded beast, filled with endless anger and murderous intent, rose into the sky from the Wong family mansion. The entire night sky of Jiangxing seemed to be shaking. Gu, Chong, Sheng. Wang Zhenxiong gritted his teeth and repeated the name. I, Wang Zhenxiong, will not be a human being if I don't tear you into pieces. At this time, the instigator Gu Chongqing had already returned to the office of Chongqing Group. In front of him was a copy of the latest information just sent by Monkey. The intelligence contained a photo of a woman and her detailed information. The woman in the photo was wearing a tight black leather jacket. She had a hot body, but her eyes were like a venomous snake, cold and deadly. Her code name is Black Widow, one of the ace killers of the international killer organization Blood Rose. And she has only one mission goal. That is him, Gu Changsheng. Interesting. A playful arc appeared on the corner of Gu Changsheng's mouth. The Emperor of the Underground, the killer of the world. It seems that the next few days will not be boring. He picked up his phone and called Su Mei. Miss Su, I need you to help me arrange a meeting with our guest who has come from afar. Chapter 38. Chapter 38. The whole city is shocked. This newcomer is too arrogant. The night in Jiangxing has never been as turbulent as it is tonight. When Long Si, stuffed in a giant gift box with his limbs broken and looking like a human pig, was delivered to the gate of the Wong family mansion, the entire Jiangxing underground world was like being dropped with a depth charge. In an instant, it exploded. Who is Long Si? He was the top general who had followed Wang Jinxiong and conquered half of Jiangxing's underground world. He was the leader of the Azure Dragon Society. He was the living king of hell that everyone in Jiangxing's underground world feared. But now, this living devil has been destroyed in the most humiliating and cruel way. And the person who did this was actually an unknown young boy who had just been released from prison less than a week ago. What is even more shocking is that this young man named Gu Changsheng, after crippling Long Si, not only did not hide, but instead announced that he would invite Wang Jinxiong to have tea at the Phantom nightclub. This is no longer arrogance. This is simply crazy. This was done in front of the entire Jiangxing. Wang Jinxiong, the long-famous underground emperor who had dominated Jiangxing for decades, was pressed to the ground and rubbed repeatedly and fiercely with the soles of his shoes. In Jiangxing, in a secret private club, several bigwigs who are well known in the underground world of Jiangxing are gathered together to discuss this major event that can change the entire situation of Jiangxing. Have you heard? Long Si, the most capable fighter under Wang Laohu, was crippled. A bald boss with a face full of flesh and a big gold chain around his neck said in a low voice. It's more than just broken. Another old man with a pointed face and sinister eyes sneered. I heard that all his limbs were broken and even his tongue was almost cut off. When he was sent back, he was only breathing his last breath. Fuck. So cruel? Who did it? A kid named Gu Changsheng. He's the new guy who's been turning both the Li and Zhang families upside down lately. It's him. The bald boss looked incredulous. Isn't he in finance? How could he be so shady? In finance? The sinister old man sneered, picked up the teacup, and blew on the tea leaves. Do you really think he's just a simple businessman? Let me tell you, this kid is the real fierce dragon. He wants to take over both the black and white worlds. Then can Wang Laohu endure this? Endure. The sinister old man put down his teacup, his eyes flickering with gloating delight. That reckless man Wang Jinxiong has never suffered such a huge loss in his life. I bet he must be mad with rage right now. The Hongmen banquet with Phantom tomorrow night will definitely be a fierce duel. It's going to be a good show. The bald boss slapped his thigh excitedly. I, Tiger King of Gambling, will definitely chop that ignorant brat into minced meat. That's not necessarily true. The sinister old man shook his head and said meaningfully, this Gu Changsheng is very weird. I'm afraid the sky in Jiangxing is really going to change. At the same time, Jiangxing Public Security Bureau, the office of the Criminal Investigation Detachment, was also brightly lit. Shin Yu looked at her subordinates and the report they had just compiled on the conflict in the lobby of the Chongqing group. Her pretty face was as cold as ice. Lawless. Absolutely lawless. She slammed her fist on the table. In front of so many people, he openly committed violence and seriously injured more than a dozen people. This is no longer a simple fight. This is a blatant challenge to the laws of the entire Jiangxing. Boss, let's send the police now. Xiao Wang, standing nearby, was also filled with righteous indignation. If we don't take any action, that Gu Changxing will really become lawless. Let's go straight to the Chongqing group and bring him and that guy named Shirley back together. Catch him. Qin Yu glanced at him, her voice filled with helplessness. What's the reason? They're beating people up. Hit someone. Qin Yu gave a bitter laugh and threw another report in front of Xiao Wang. Take a look at this. Xiao Wang picked up the report in confusion, took a look at it, and was stunned. It was a confession recorded personally by Long Si and all his men. In their confessions, they all insisted that they had accidentally fallen in the lobby of the Chongqing group and broke their hands and feet. It has nothing to do with Gu Changxing and Shirley. They even thanked Shirley for his bravery in sending them to the hospital in time. How is this possible? Xiao Wang was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out of his head. Are they idiots? They were beaten like that, and they still refuse to admit it. They're not fools. Qin Yu's expression became extremely complicated. They're just scared. They were completely frightened by that Gu Changsheng. He would rather suffer this loss than provoke that devil again. Qin Yu leaned back in her chair, feeling her head buzzing. This Gu Changsheng is like a top chess player. Every step he took was precisely on the edge of the law. He has clearly committed heinous crimes, but you just can't find any substantial evidence against him. He used violence to create fear, which was more effective than the law. This feeling made Qin Yu feel unprecedentedly frustrated. For the first time, she had deep doubts about the procedural justice that she had upheld for so many years. Boss, then, what should we do now? Xiao Wong asked. Qin Yu didn't answer. She just looked out the window at the city shrouded in darkness, her eyes full of confusion. She doesn't know. She really didn't know what to do next. Should we continue to hunt down the devil in vain using the rules that have long been proven to be ineffective for some people? Still, the words that Gu Changsheng said to her appeared in her mind again. Are you interested in collaborating with me? At this moment, Gu Changsheng, the focus of the whole city's discussion, was sitting leisurely in Su Mei's quaint tea house, sipping the best Longjing tea, as if nothing had happened. Mr. Gu, you are now a celebrity in Jiangqing. Su Mei, wearing a sexy silk nightgown, refilled his tea herself. Her charming peach blossom eyes stared at him without blinking, full of curiosity. Both the black and white worlds are talking about you now. Everyone says you're a lunatic, a fool, a newbie. They're all waiting to see how that old bastard Wang Jinxiong will tear you to pieces tomorrow night. Upon hearing this, Gu Changxing smiled, picked up the teacup, and took a sip. Yeah. He put down the teacup, looked at Su Mei, and asked with a smile. What about you? Miss Su, how do you think I will die? Chapter 39, Rooftop Confrontation, Heart-to-Heart Talk with Qin Yu. Miss Su, how do you think I will die? When Gu Changxing's half-teasing and half-tentative words rang out in the tea room, Su Mei's charming peach blossom eyes flickered slightly. She looked at the man in front of her who was calm and composed, as if what he would face tomorrow was not a man-eating tiger, but an ordinary tea party, and her red lips curled up in a meaningful arc. Die. She chuckled and shook her head. Mr. Gu, you won't die. Her voice carried an inexplicable, almost firm confidence. Because I've never seen such a bright light hidden in the eyes of someone who is determined to die. That light, although shrouded in endless darkness, it does exist. After saying that, she said no more, just picked up the teacup and took a sip gently. Gu Changxing was stunned when he heard this. Subconsciously, he reached out and touched his eyes. Light? In his eyes that have long been filled with hatred and darkness, can there really be such a thing? At this moment, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. It's an encrypted, anonymous text message. Rooftop, strong wind. Good for a heart-to-heart talk. Qin. Seeing this message, Gu Changxing showed an interesting expression on his face. It seems that the proud and arrogant policewoman has finally figured it out. I'm sorry, Miss Su. He stood up and gave Su Mei an apologetic smile. It seems that this is all we can drink for tonight's tea. A more important friend asked me out to get some fresh air. Upon hearing this, Su Mei just waved her hand lazily, her eyes moving around, full of charm. Go ahead. Give my regards to our officer Qin. Half an hour later, on the rooftop of the skyscraper where the Changsheng Group is located. The night wind is howling. The wind was so strong that people's clothes flew up and they could hardly stand. Qin Yu stood quietly on the edge of the rooftop. She didn't wear her dashing police uniform, but a simple black sports outfit. Her short, neatly styled hair was a bit messy in the night breeze. She looked down at the city below her feet, which was as bright as the galaxy. Her cold eyes were filled with unprecedented confusion and struggle. A light sound of footsteps sounded behind her. She didn't look back. She knew it was him. Officer Qin, you're in a good mood. Gu Changsheng walked over to her side, standing shoulder to shoulder with her, also overlooking the bustling traffic below. It's so late, and you asked me to come to a place like this? Aren't you afraid that I might lose my temper and push you off? His tone was filled with a hint of cynical ridicule. You won't. Qin Yu shook her head, her voice a little broken by the wind. Because you and I are actually the same kind of people. Oh, Gu Changsheng raised his eyebrows with interest. We all can't stand the injustice in this world. Qin Yu turned her head, her clear eyes blazing in the night as she stared at Gu Changsheng. But I choose to dance in shackles. And you choose to smash all the shackles, including the stage, together. This metaphor is very appropriate. Gu Changxing smiled. It seems that Officer Qin has figured it out? No. Qin Yu shook her head, her eyes filled with painful struggle. I just can't figure it out. I can't understand why law, justice, procedure, these things I believed in since I was a child, become so pale and powerless in the face of certain people and certain things? I can't understand why, after trying my best and pulling countless all-nighters to uncover this evidence, it would ultimately become just a pile of waste paper because of a single word from a higher-up. I can't understand it even more, she said, her voice choking. Why, after his death, my heroic father, who risked his life to catch criminals, was labeled a violent law enforcement officer just because he offended certain people. He didn't even have a proper memorial service. In the end, the eyes of this woman who was always as strong as a piece of iron in front of outsiders finally turned red. A hot tear slid down her smooth cheek and was instantly dried by the cold night wind. Gu Chongqing listened quietly without saying anything. He simply pulled out a crumpled pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed one over. Qin Yu was stunned for a moment and shook her head. I won't. Gu Chongqing didn't insist any longer. He lit one and took a deep breath. The scarlet flames flickered on his well-defined face. My father is an honest worker. He spoke slowly, his voice hoarse and distant, as if he was telling a story that had nothing to do with himself. In his life, he never had a quarrel with anyone. He was always smiling when he saw his neighbors. When the factory was evaluated as advanced, he always gave it to others. He said that suffering a loss is a blessing. My mother is a housewife. Her greatest hobby is to plant all kinds of flowers in the small garden in front of her house. She often says that people should live like flowers, clean and beautiful. They taught me to be kind to others, to obey the law, and to be a useful person to society. That's what I've always done. He took a deep puff of the cigarette, then blew the smoke into the deep night sky. But what's the result? His voice suddenly became icy cold. The result is that this couple, who had been good people all their lives, died tragically on the streets just to seek justice for my wrongly accused son, leaving no trace of their bodies. And I, a good student who had followed the rules for 19 years, was treated as a murderer and thrown into that hell on earth. Tell me, is this funny or not? Qin Yu was silent. She couldn't answer that question, because she knew it wasn't funny. This is the bloody reality. So, Officer Qin, Gu Chongqing turned his head and looked at her. For the first time, his dead eyes were filled with an indescribable, complex emotion. From the moment I walked out of prison, I made a promise to myself. Since being a good person is useless, then I will become a villain who is worse than all the villains. Since the law can't give me justice, then I will use my own way to create justice for myself. His voice was not loud, but it was like a heavy hammer, hitting Qin Yu's heart hard, leaving her unable to refute and unable to refute. She looked at the man in front of her, who was clearly doing the most lawless thing, but whose eyes revealed the deepest sorrow. In my heart, a belief that I had held on to for more than 20 years quietly collapsed at this moment. Gu Chongqing. After a long time, she slowly spoke, her voice hoarse, as if she was crying. What should I do? Gu Chongqing put out the cigarette in his hand, looked at her, and slowly said something. It's very simple. Tomorrow night, 8 o'clock, Phantom Nightclub. You don't have to do anything. Just take your people outside, and quietly. The corner of his mouth curled up in a cruel arc. Wait, collect the body for me. Chapter 40. Sin in your eyes, punishment in my eyes. Wait, to collect your body. When Gu Chongqing's words, which were lightly spoken but full of endless blood, rang out in the night wind on the rooftop, Qin Yu felt as if struck by lightning and completely froze in place. Her eyes, which had just become moist due to her hesitation, suddenly became cold and sharp again at this moment. Gu Chongqing. She grabbed Gu Chongqing's collar, her clear eyes burning with rage. What do you mean? You want to kill someone? She could understand Gu Chongqing's hatred and even sympathize with his situation. But she could never tolerate him openly declaring in front of her that he was going to kill someone. This touched her last and most insurmountable bottom line as a police officer. Gu Chongqing did not resist. He just let Qin Yu hold him, then slowly lowered his head, his deep eyes looking straight into her eyes that were full of anger, and a self-deprecating arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Kill. He shook his head gently. Officer Qin, your choice of words is inaccurate. I never kill anyone. I just... His voice suddenly became cold and piercing, carrying out a belated judgment for those innocent souls forgotten by the law. Trial. Qin Yu was so angry at his perverse reasoning that she laughed. What right do you have to judge others? What qualifications do you have to judge others? Trial is the right of the law. It's the right of the court. It's not yours alone. Law. Gu Chongqing laughed even more mockingly when he heard this. Officer Qin, you want to talk to me about the law? He reached out and gently pushed away Qin Yu's hand that was grabbing his collar. 3 years ago, when that lawyer Lu Gue, in court, used his distorted words to throw all the dirty water on me and the now-deceased Wan Qing. Where was the law? When Sun Lren, that beast in a white coat, dared to tamper with the autopsy report and cover up the truth for a mere 5 million, where was the law? When that old fox Li Jiangguo used his power and money to wipe out all the evidence and personally sent an innocent person like me to prison, his voice suddenly rose a few notches, like thunder, exploding in Qin Yu's ears. Where the fuck is the law? A series of questions, like sharp knives, stabbed into Qin Yu's heart. It made her pale and unable to refute. Yes, where's the law? Where was the law that represented fairness and justice, which she had always believed in at that time? It is absent. She became a little girl who could be dressed up as she pleased by the powerful. So, Officer Qin. Gu Changxing's voice returned to calm, but with a kind of heart-wrenching indifference. Don't talk to me anymore. Your law has long been proven to be useless against some people. It's bullshit. From the moment I walked out of prison, I've lived by only one rule. That is, he stretched out a finger and pointed at his heart. The law in my heart. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Blood debt must be paid with blood. Qin Yu looked at him, at his eyes that were completely filled with hatred, yet revealed an almost sacred, paranoid fire. At this moment, something hard in her heart completely shattered. She weakly let go of her hands and staggered backwards. For the first time, she felt the inadequacy of language. All her rebuttals seemed so ridiculous and pathetic in the face of this man's bloody reality. Gu Changsheng. After a long time, she slowly spoke, her voice hoarse and dry. Do you really want to go that far? Do you really want to turn yourself into a devil like those people you hate the most? Devil. Gu Changxing smiled when he heard this. He turned around and looked at the prosperous yet sinful city beneath his feet again. Officer Qin, you are wrong again. I never thought of becoming a devil. I just wanted to. His voice drifted far, far away in the cold night wind. Become the one who specializes in hunting down demons. After saying this, he didn't stop. He took a step forward and walked towards the exit of the rooftop without looking back. Only Qin Yu was left alone, disheveled in the wind. She looked at Gu Changxing's lonely yet resolute back, and her eyes reddened uncontrollably again. She knew that she couldn't stop him. No one can stop him. She could only watch helplessly as this vengeful demon that crawled out of hell turned the already rotten city upside down in his own way. And the only thing she could do, perhaps, was really just collect the body for him. When Gu Changsheng returned to the villa, Shirley, Lung Fong, Gu Yanan, and even Monkey all appeared in the living room through remote video. Everyone is here. The atmosphere was solemn to the extreme. Boss, everything's ready. Monkey's voice came from the computer. Tomorrow night, all the surveillance and network information of the Phantom nightclub will be taken over by me. I promise that not even a fly flying in will escape my sight. Brother Changxing, what about us? Shirley rubbed his hands together, looking excited. You? Gu Changxing glanced at Shirley and Lung Fong, who was wiping a military dagger beside him, and said lightly, just outside, waiting. What? Shirley was stunned. Brother Changxing, you won't let us in? That old bastard Wang Jinxiong will definitely bring people with him. It's too dangerous for you to go in alone. Yes, boss. Lung Fong also raised his head. For the first time, his cold eyes showed a look of worry. Wang Jinxiong is not Li Jiangguo. He is a reckless man, a madman. He will not listen to any rules. He will only use the most direct violence to solve problems. I know. Gu Changxing nodded. But I still have to go alone. He looked at everyone and slowly told them his plan. Because this is not just a Hongmen feast. It's more of a show. I'm going to put on a show for all the evildoers hiding in the dark, ready to make a move, in Jiangqing. It's a big show. I want them to see with their own eyes. The corner of his mouth curled up in a bloodthirsty arc. If you offend me, Gu Changxing, what will be the end? He stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the blood-red moon hanging in the sky. Tomorrow night, Jiangcheng, there will no longer be the Wong family. He picked up his phone and called Su Mei. Miss Su, is the stage for tomorrow night ready? Chapter 41 Li's stock collapses, the first wave of harvest. The eve of a decisive battle is always exceptionally quiet. The entire Jiangxing seemed to be holding its breath, waiting for the dragon-tiger fight that would take place at the Phantom nightclub and determine the future of Jiangxing. Everyone thought that Gu Changsheng was gathering his strength to prepare for Wang Jinxiong's thunderous wrath. But they were all wrong. For Gu Changsheng, the confrontation with Wang Jinxiong is certainly important. But this is just one part of his huge revenge plan. His real goal, from the beginning to the end, was only one. Li family. And the one who, like a poisonous snake, lurked in the dark, thinking he had escaped. Li Jiangguo. What he wants is not just to destroy the Li family. What he wanted more than anything else was for Li Jiangguo to watch his life's work being devoured, bite by bite. He wanted him to experience the despair of falling from the clouds into hell. Chongqing Group, President's Office. In front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, Gu Changsheng, Gu Yanan, and Monkey, who was connected via video, were quietly looking at the huge electronic screen on the wall. On the screen, the red and green candlestick chart is jumping wildly. That is the stock chart of Li Real Estate, the only and most core listed company under the Li Group. Ever since Li Jiangguo died by self-immolation and the Li family was embroiled in a series of scandals, the share price of Li's real estate has plummeted like an avalanche, hitting the daily limit for 7 consecutive days, and its market value has evaporated by more than 60%. Countless investors lost all their money and the country was in dire straits. Other business giants in Jiangcheng, especially the Wong family's Manhwa construction, were like sharks that smelled blood. They began to frantically buy shares at low prices in the secondary market, trying to completely swallow this former business giant at the lowest cost. Boss, the time is almost right. Gu Yanan adjusted the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of her nose, and her intellectual eyes sparkled with the excitement that only a hunter would feel when he saw his prey. She pointed at the slightly rising bullish candlestick on the screen and analyzed. Those idiots from the Wong family have already taken all the smokescreens we threw. They think our Chongqing Group's goal is to seize the Li family's real estate. Now, they have invested over 3 billion yuan and are frantically buying up shares in the secondary market. They have already forcibly pulled the stock price back from the lower limit. They thought they were the ultimate winners. A disdainful sneer appeared at the corner of Gu Yanan's mouth. But they don't know that they are just leeks for us to harvest. Monkey. Gu Changsheng didn't waste any words and gave the order directly to the other side of the screen. Do it. Hey, got it. Boss. From the other side of the screen came the monkey's iconic, ruffian-filled laughter. I can't wait any longer. Let these self-righteous capitalists see for themselves what a true, technical adjustment is. As the monkey finished speaking, a financial stranglehold war, a war without smoke but more cruel and bloody than any other battlefield, has officially begun. In Jiangcheng, inside a heavily guarded private club, the head of the Wong family, Wong Zhenxiong, was looking at the real-time data sent by the trading team in front of him with a proud look on his face. Ha, well done. He slapped the hot female secretary next to him hard on the butt, causing her to grumble. That old bastard Li Jiangguo fought all his life, but in the end, he still made things difficult for me. Once we completely take over Li's real estate, the entire Jiangxing real estate market will be our Wong family's. His son, Wong Meng, beside him, echoed excitedly. Dad, you're so far-sighted. While that kid named Gu Changsheng and the Li family are fighting each other, we can reap the benefits. It's absolutely perfect. Gu Changsheng. When Wong Zhenxiong mentioned this name, a trace of disdain and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He's just a clown who doesn't know his place. Wait until I personally break his neck tonight in Phantom, and he'll know who has the final say in Jiangcheng. As he was speaking, a trader suddenly exclaimed, Wong, Mr. Wong, something bad has happened. What's the matter? You're so flustered, how disgraceful. Wong Zhenxiong frowned in dissatisfaction. Stock price. The trader's voice was trembling. He pointed at the computer screen in front of him as if he had seen a ghost. The stock price collapsed. What? Wong Zhenxiong and Wong Meng's faces changed, and they rushed over immediately. On the screen, the red bullish candlestick that was originally rising stubbornly suddenly seemed to be kicked down from a height of thousands of feet. At an almost vertical, suicidal angle, madly diving down. 9%, 5%, 0%, -5%, -10%, limit down. In just less than 30 seconds, the stock price, which they had just used billions of real money to pull back from the lower limit, was once again pushed back to the lower limit. Moreover, this time, it was more thorough than any previous time. On the sell side, there is a series of astronomically large sell orders that are long enough to make any trader feel suffocated. Like an insurmountable wall of despair. All possibilities of rising are completely blocked. What's going on? What the hell is going on? Wong Zhenxiong was completely stunned. He grabbed the trader by the collar and roared. Who? Who is crashing the market? No, I don't know, Director Wong. The trader was about to cry. This power is too terrifying. It's like it appeared out of thin air. We can't resist it at all. Just then, a piece of news that made them even more devastated was pushed to everyone's mobile phone through pop-up windows of major financial news. Shocking scandal. Li Group suspected of massive financial fraud. Many core plots of land turned out to be ghost assets. Did Li Jianguo fake his death to escape? His illegitimate son, Li Ziming, is suspected of massive money laundering and has been taken into custody by overseas police. The China Securities Regulatory Commission has officially launched an investigation. Will Li's real estate be forced to delist? A series of blockbuster bombs exploded one after another. It's over. It's all over. When Wong Jinxiong saw the news, he felt a black screen in front of his eyes and almost vomited a mouthful of blood. He finally understood. This is a trap, a net that had been set up from the very beginning for him and all the hungry wolves who coveted the Li family's assets. That Gu Chongsheng, he is not fighting with the Li family at all. He is fishing. Use the Li family's rotten, huge bait to lure in all these clever fishermen. Then, catch them all in one swoop. Plop. Wang Jinxiong fell to the ground weakly, his eyes empty and desperate. He knew that the 3 billion he invested was no longer just a waste of money. That is like falling into a bottomless pit that can never be filled. Chongqing Group, President's Office. Gu Yanan looked at the green K line on the screen that was pressed firmly on the lower limit, and a vengeful and refreshing smile appeared on her face. Boss, she turned around and reported to Gu Chongqing. The first wave of harvest has been completed. By shorting Li's real estate and all related financial derivatives, our initial estimate of paper profits is over 5 billion. Also, her eyes became extremely sharp. I've already had my trading team secretly use our profits to buy up a large number of Li real estate shares at a floor price, which were sold off in panic by the Wong family and other institutions. 3 days at most. Her voice was full of confidence. This business behemoth that once belonged to the Li family will completely change its surname to Gu. Gu Chongqing nodded with satisfaction. He glanced at the time. 6 p.m. There are still 2 hours left before the Hongmin banquet between him and Wang Jinxiu. He stood up, walked to the window, and looked down at the city that was about to be completely changed because of him. The show is over. The corner of his mouth curled up in a bloodthirsty arc. Now, it's time to go and meet our chairman Wong, who has already lost everything. He picked up his phone and called Lung Fong. Get ready. Tonight. To kill someone. Chapter 42 Liharin's Madness. Final Struggle. Jiangqing 3rd Mental Hospital. This is where all the crazy people in Jiangqing end up. High walls, electric fences, and the ever-present smell of Lysol dominate the atmosphere. Liharin lives here. Ever since that night at the chemical plant when Gu Chongsheng completely destroyed his spirit, he went from being a high and mighty young master of a wealthy family to an idiot who could only drool and giggle. After sending him here, the Wong family never took care of him again. For a pragmatist like Wang Jinxiong, a useless chess piece has no value. He was forgotten by the world. Every day, I was locked up with a group of real lunatics, eating, sleeping, and taking them out for exercise. However, what everyone doesn't know is, half of Liharin's madness is fake. After experiencing the initial fear and collapse, an instinct called survival that is more terrifying than death supported him and made him choose to survive in this most humiliating and safest way. He acted crazy every day, ate food that tasted like pig food, wore restraints, and received electric shock therapy. He endured it all because there was another thought in his mind. One, the only thought that kept him alive. That is revenge. He wants revenge on the devil, Gu Chongqing, who pushed him into this hell on earth. He wanted to take revenge on Wang Meng, his good friend, who, in order to protect himself, did not hesitate to abandon him. He also wants to take revenge on his cold-blooded father, Li Jianguo, who threw his own son away like garbage for his own benefit. Hatred. The overwhelming hatred, like a poisonous snake, gnawed at his heart day and night, causing his spirit to teeter on the edge of sanity and madness. Today, he finally got a chance. A chance for him to escape. The new nurse forgot to lock the door of his ward. Midnight, the back wall of the mental hospital. A ragged figure, emitting a foul smell, used his hands and feet like a gecko to climb over the 3-meter-high wall. It's Liharin. He successfully escaped. He hid in the stinking ditch for a whole day and rummaged through the trash can for a long time before he found a relatively intact piece of tattered clothes worn by a beggar. He stood in the shadow of the corner, looking at the bustling city in the distance, his cloudy eyes burning with madness and resentment. The first thing he had to do was to find the last trump card he had hidden. That is his only hope to turn the situation around. He was like a rat crossing the street, avoiding all surveillance and pedestrians, and moving through the darkest corners of the city. An hour later, he arrived in front of a long-abandoned teaching building near Jiangqing University. This was the place he and Lin Wanqing used to love to visit the most. This was also the place where he hid that thing 3 years ago. He pried open a rusty window with familiarity and climbed in. The teaching building was pitch black, and the air was filled with a rotten and moldy smell. Liharin lit the half-burnt candle he picked up from the trash can. The faint firelight illuminated his face, which was distorted by hatred, making it look particularly eerie and terrifying. He walked to the door of a studio. The sign on the door that read, Wanxing Painting Studio, was covered in dust, but still clearly visible. His hand trembled imperceptibly the moment it touched the door handle. He pushed the door open and walked in. Everything in the studio remains the same as it was 3 years ago. There is an unfinished painting on the easel. In the painting, there is a young boy with a bright smile. It's Gu Changsheng. Liharin looked at the painting, his eyes filled with jealousy and resentment. He walked to the corner and moved a heavy painting cabinet. Behind the cabinet, a loose floorboard was exposed. He pried open the floorboards. Inside, there was a waterproof metal box. With trembling hands, he opened the box. Inside the box, there lay a mobile phone and several memory cards. The phone contains all the original, unedited videos of that cold night 3 years ago. That was his last trump card. It was also the amulet he used to threaten Scar Chong and to guard against his cold-blooded father. He originally thought that he would never use this thing in his lifetime. But I didn't expect. He took out his cell phone and turned it on. The moment the screen lit up, it also illuminated his hideous smiling face, which was distorted by madness. Gu Changsheng. He muttered to himself, his voice like a curse from hell. Don't you want revenge? Don't you want everyone to know the truth? Good. I'll grant you your wish. I want to make all these things public. I want everyone in the world to see how your pure and innocent goddess wags her tail and begs for mercy at my feet like a dog. I will make you live in this nightmare for the rest of your life. I will make you live a life worse than death. He laughed wildly like a madman in the empty studio. He took out his cell phone and prepared to send out this big gift that would blow up the entire Jiangqing. However, just as he was about to press the send button, a cold, emotionless voice suddenly sounded behind him. I advise you, it's best not to do that. Liharin's laughter stopped abruptly. He was like a rooster with its throat strangled. His body suddenly stiffened. He slowly, mechanically, turned his head. At the door, there was a black, ghostly figure standing there quietly. The moonlight slanted in from the window, just illuminating the man's face. It was a face with clear outlines, as if it were carved by a knife or an axe. Those were a pair of eyes that were so cold that they didn't carry a trace of human emotion. It's Lung Fong. You, who are you? Liharin asked in horror. Lung Fong didn't answer him. He just walked towards him slowly, step by step. Every step he took seemed like stepping on the drumbeat of death, making Liharin feel an unprecedented, suffocating fear. No, don't come over. Liharin screamed in horror. He subconsciously wanted to press the send button on his mobile phone. However, his fingers didn't have time to touch the screen. A cold light flashed by. Puff. There was a slight sound of a sharp blade entering flesh. A sharp military dagger pierced his palm accurately, nailing him and the phone together, nailed to the loose floorboards. Ay. Liharin let out the most shrill scream in his life. Lung Fong had already walked in front of him and slowly squatted down. He didn't even look at Liharin, who was rolling on the ground in pain. His eyes were fixed on the cell phone that was stained with blood. He reached out and put away the phone and the memory cards. Then, he raised his head, looked at Liharin, and slowly said his second sentence tonight. My boss asked me to bring you a message. He said that he would keep your life for the time being. Because your stupid head still has one last use. Liharin was stunned when he heard this. He looked at Lung Fong, his pupils dilated with fear and filled with confusion. What is it for? Chapter 43. Kidnapping Su Mei? You messed with the wrong person. What is it for? When Liharin asked this question in his voice full of fear and confusion, Lung Fong just looked at him coldly. He didn't answer. Because some answers are revealed by the devil. He simply dragged Liharin, who was about to faint from severe pain and blood loss, like a dead dog, and disappeared silently into the darkness of the studio. Only the unfinished portrait of Gu Changxing remained, standing quietly on the easel. The boy in the painting still smiles so brightly. It seemed as if all the sin and hatred of the past 3 years had nothing to do with him. 7:50 p.m. There are only 10 minutes left before the Hongmin banquet agreed upon by Gu Changxing and Wang Jinxiu. The entire Phantom nightclub has completely entered a state of preparation for war, relaxed on the outside but tense on the inside. Su Mei, dismiss all the guests tonight. In the huge nightclub, there was no outsider except her most trusted subordinates. The monkey has taken over all the surveillance and network here through remote technology. No matter what happens, it will not escape his eyes. Shirley and Lung Fong were like two door gods, one on the left and one on the right, guarding the door of the tea room on the top floor, which was about to become a battlefield. The atmosphere was so oppressive that it almost froze. Gu Changsheng, on the other hand, was still sitting in the tea room as if nothing had happened, leisurely sipping the top-quality Weishan de Hongpo brewed for him by Su Mei. Mr. Gu, you don't seem nervous at all. Su Mei, wearing a tight, black Chong Sam that exuded a solemn aura, sat opposite him. Her peach blossom eyes, usually filled with charm, now had a rare solemnity. She knew better than anyone what kind of opponent she would face tonight. Wang Zhenxiong, that is a Real tiger that eats people without leaving any bones behind. What Gu Changxing did tonight was tantamount to pulling teeth from a tiger's mouth. If you are not careful, you will be torn to pieces. Why are you so nervous? Gu Changxing put down the teacup, looked at her, and asked. I'm not the one who should be nervous. But him. His voice was calm, yet full of absolute confidence that could convince anyone. Su Mei looked at him, looked at his eyes that were unfathomable, and seemed to have already calculated everything. The last trace of worry in her heart was quietly put aside. Perhaps this man can really create miracles. At this moment, the cell phone in Gu Changxing's pocket suddenly and rapidly vibrated. It was an unfamiliar, encrypted number. Gu Changxing frowned. Who would it be at this point in time? He answered the phone. A processed, hoarse, and malicious voice came from the other end of the phone. Is it Gu Changxing, Mr. Gu? It's me. Gu Changxing's voice suddenly turned cold. Haha, Mr. Gu, don't be nervous. The voice on the other end of the phone was full of joking. I just want to invite you to watch a good show. I have an old friend of yours here who wants to say a few words to you. As he spoke, a woman's painful whimpering sound was heard from the other end of the phone, and a man's arrogant shouting. Damn it, you stinky bitch. How dare you glare at me? Believe it or not, I'm going to scratch your vixen face right now. This sound. Gu Changxing's pupils suddenly shrank. It's Wang Ming, Wang Zhenxiong's son, and that woman's voice. Although it was faint, he could still hear it. It was Su Mei. Gu Changxing suddenly turned around and looked at this Su Mei opposite him, who was holding a teacup with a look of surprise on her face. Wrong. This Su Mei is exactly the same as the real person in terms of body shape and clothing. But her eyes no longer had the agility and charm of the past. Instead, there was a kind of fear. It's a substitute. Su Mei actually also managed to escape. She had long anticipated that tonight's Hongmin banquet would be full of danger, so she found a dancer with a similar body shape to herself to serve as a stand-in. And she herself. Gu Changsheng. Did you fucking hear that? Wang Ming's voice on the other end of the phone became increasingly arrogant. That stinky bitch Su Mei is in my hands now. I'll give you 10 minutes. Come alone to the abandoned dock west of the city. If you dare to call the police, or bring someone you shouldn't bring. Wang Ming let out a cruel laugh. Then I'll let you see with your own eyes how your beautiful ally is played to death by us brothers. Remember, you only have 10 minutes. Beep, beep, beep. The phone was hung up harshly. The entire tea house was in deathly silence. The dancer who played Su Mei was so frightened that her face turned pale and her whole body was shaking uncontrollably. Shirley and Lung Fong also rushed in, their faces full of solemnity. Brother Changxing, what should we do? Shirley asked anxiously. This is obviously a trap set by that old man from the Wong family. He wants to lure you out of here, and then set an ambush along the way. That's right. Lung Fong also said in a deep voice. Wang Ming is just a bait. The real danger is the professional killer lurking in the shadows. What he was referring to was the bloody rose. I know. There was no expression on Gu Changxing's face, but in his dead eyes, an unprecedented, raging rage was burning. He is angry. It's true, I'm angry. He could tolerate any conspiracy or trick used by his enemies against him, but he would never tolerate his enemies touching the people around him, especially women. Although Su Mei is good at calculating, and the relationship between her and him is more of a mutual exploitation. But, after all, she was his first ally in name only. The Wong family is touching his reverse scale. They messed with the wrong person. Monkey. Gu Changsheng picked up the walkie-talkie. His voice was so cold that it seemed like ice chips were about to fall. Find out Wang Ming's current location. Accurately locate every building. Also, notify Qin Yu. Tell her that the evidence she wants is right here at her doorstep. Stone Lung Fong. He turned around and looked at his two most trusted brothers. Prepare the car. His voice echoed in the empty tea room, filled with unquestionable tyranny and murderous intent. Tonight, Phantom's Hongmin banquet is cancelled. Us. Go and mess things up. I want to let the Wong family's ignorant father and son know. A bloodthirsty, cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Kidnapping my woman, what will be the end? Chapter 44 Gu Chongqing's Wrath, Bloodbath in the Abandoned Factory. The night was as black as a pot of spilled ink. In the west of the city, in the abandoned dock area, there is an old factory that has been corroded by time to the point that only its skeleton remains. It is like a giant beast lurking in the darkness, emitting an ominous aura. The factory is brightly lit. Wong Meng, with a ferocious look on his face, was gently slapping Su Mei's beautiful face with a sharp dagger. "You stinky bitch. How dare you glare at me?" He smiled arrogantly, his eyes filled with lust and violence. "Wait a minute. When that coward named Gu Chongqing comes, I'll let you see with your own eyes how he was beaten to death by the masters my father hired. Then, I'll let you taste the power of us brothers." Su Mei was tied up on a chair with her hands behind her back and a cloth stuffed in her mouth. Her tight black Chong Sam had been torn into several pieces, revealing large areas of snow-white skin. But there was no trace of fear or pleading in her eyes. What he did feel was just a cold pity, as if he was looking at a dead person. What she felt pity for was the fool in front of her who didn't know whether to live or die. She knew better than anyone how terrifying Gu Chongqing was. And if you touch his reverse scale, especially if you touch his woman, there is only one outcome. That is death. "Brother Meng, everything is ready." A subordinate ran over and excitedly reported. "Lady Black Widow of Bloody Rose has already ambushed us with her men on the second floor's commanding heights. If that Gu dares to show his head, I guarantee he'll be turned into a sieve in an instant." "All right," Wong Ming laughed triumphantly. "Spread my message. Have all the brothers grab their weapons. Tonight, let's catch the turtle in the jar." He hadn't finished speaking. Sudden, boom, a deafening roar came from the factory gate. The entire factory seemed to tremble violently. The huge iron door made of 10-centimeter thick steel plates, which was strong enough to withstand the impact of armored vehicles, was actually knocked away by someone in the most brutal and rough way. In the smoke and dust, a black, heavily modified Ford F-150, like a steel beast, roared and rushed in. The car lights were so bright that they were like two sharp swords, instantly piercing through the darkness inside the factory. Everyone was stunned by this sudden scene. Car door open. 3 figures slowly walked down from the car. The leader was Gu Chongqing. His face no longer had the usual calmness and composure. What there is just a cold, murderous intent that is enough to freeze the entire world. Wong Meng. His voice was not loud, but it was like a death warrant from hell, clearly reaching everyone's ears. "I am coming. Let him go. Then, I'll give you a decent death." Ha! After the initial shock, Wong Ming laughed wildly as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. "Gu Chongqing, did your brain get squeezed by a door?" He pointed at Gu Chongqing and shouted arrogantly. "Don't you see whose territory this is? You 3 dare to come in here and die. Brothers, come on." He waved his hand and gave the order to attack. "Chop them up." Inside the factory, hundreds of Wong family thugs who had been lying in ambush, armed with machetes and steel pipes, rushed towards Gu Chongqing and the other 2 like a tide, screaming. A bloody massacre with a huge disparity in strength is about to begin. However, facing this enemy that is coming like a tsunami, Gu Chongqing, Shirley, and Lung Fong didn't even blink. Stone. Gu Chongqing's voice was cold, without a trace of warmth. 5 minutes. Clean it up. Okay, Brother Chongqing. A bloodthirsty and excited light flashed in Shirley's eyes. He let out an earth-shaking roar, and his body, which was as strong as an iron tower, rushed forward like a cannonball, facing the surging crowd. He is an insurmountable moving wall. He is also an indestructible humanoid weapon. Bang, bang, bang. The dull sound of impact and the crackling sound of broken bones were densely intertwined. Shirley was like a prehistoric Tyrannosaurus Rex charging into a flock of sheep. He didn't even bother to use his fists. He simply used his indestructible shoulders, elbows, knees, and the simplest and most direct collision to knock one enemy after another, breaking their bones and sending them flying backwards. No one can stand in front of him for 3 seconds. The cold front is like the most efficient death harvester. He didn't draw his gun. He simply pulled out a military dagger that he never left behind. His figure was like a ghost among the crowd. Every flash was accompanied by a flash of cold light. Every time the cold light appeared, there would inevitably be an enemy who would cover his throat or wrist and fall down silently. His knife is fast, accurate, and ruthless. Only attack the most fatal point. Yet, he cleverly avoided all places where he could be killed with one blow. He didn't want to kill people. Instead, let these so-called thugs completely lose their fighting ability and wail in endless pain. If we say that Shirley's attack is domineering and destructive, Then, Lung Feng's attack is precise and artistic. The two of them, one hard and one soft, one with strength and one with skills, cooperate perfectly. It only took less than 3 minutes. More than half of the hundreds of Wong family thugs, who were considered the top figures in the Jiangxing underground world, had already fallen. In an instant, the entire factory turned into a hell on earth with rivers of blood. The rest of the people were completely terrified. They looked at the two devil-like figures, and the machetes in their hands fell to the ground with a clang. Then, they turned around and ran away crying. And Wang Ming was completely dumbfounded. His arrogant face was filled with fear that was more terrifying than seeing a ghost. He just couldn't figure it out. Why is this happening? Is this guy still a fucking human? At the moment he lost consciousness, a black figure appeared in front of him as if teleporting. It's Gu Chongqing. The game is over. Gu Chongqing looked at him and said lightly. Then, with a lightning-fast and precise knife strike, he chopped the back of his neck. Wang Ming only felt a black screen before his eyes, and then he completely lost consciousness. The second floor of the factory. A hot blonde woman wearing a black tight leather jacket was quietly watching the battle downstairs, which could be called a massacre, through the sniper scope. She is the ace killer of Crimson Rose, Black Widow, Anna. There was no expression on her face, but her blue eyes flickered with an unprecedented solemn light. Boss, she reported into the headset in fluent English, the target has appeared. But the situation has changed. The original plan has been cancelled. I suggest retreating immediately. Why? A cold female voice came from the other end of the headset. Because Anna looked at the man downstairs who was walking towards her step by step and said slowly, "We have messed with a monster that we shouldn't have messed with." Anna's pupils suddenly contracted because she saw that the man downstairs suddenly raised his head. Across a distance of hundreds of meters, it penetrated the endless darkness. His pair of cold eyes without any emotion seemed to be looking precisely at himself in the sniper scope. He discovered himself. How is this possible? Black Widow, Miss Anna. Gu Chongqing's voice was not loud, but it was like a spell, clearly echoing over the entire factory. Since you're here, why bother leaving in such a hurry? Why don't you come down and have some tea? Chapter 45 Scar surrenders and cuts off the lackeys. When Gu Chongqing's invitation, which was understated but full of endless oppression, reached Anna's ears clearly through the air. For the first time, a trace of horror appeared on the usually cold face of the Blood Rose ace killer. She was sure that she had restrained her aura to the extreme. Not to mention humans. Even the most alert beast would not be able to detect her presence. But the man downstairs, not only did he discover it, it can even accurately lock its own position from a distance of hundreds of meters. This is no longer a perception that humans can possess. This is a monster that is 100 times more terrifying than any target she has hunted before. Escape. This was the only thought left in Anna's mind. Without any hesitation, she put away the sniper rifle, and with a flash of her figure, she shot towards the exit on the other side of the factory like a ghost. The speed that she was proud of reached its peak at this moment. However, she is fast. There is someone who is faster than her. Just as she was about to climb out of the window, a black figure, like the Grim Reaper's scythe, appeared silently in front of her, blocking all her escape routes. It's a cold front. Miss, my boss invites you to tea. Lung Feng's voice was still so hoarse and without a trace of emotion. But his eyes were burning with the excitement of having met a worthy opponent. Anna's expression changed completely. She knew that tonight, she might not be able to leave. Downstairs, Gu Chongqing no longer paid any attention to the Black Widow, who was destined to be trapped. He walked to Su Mei and personally untied the ropes on her body. Are you okay? His voice held a hint of concern that he himself hadn't even noticed. Su Mei moved her numb wrist, and her charming peach blossom eyes looked at the man in front of her without blinking. The man was willing to massacre the entire factory for her. Her eyes were filled with unprecedented complex emotions. There was shock and fear, but more than that, there was a kind of inexplicable peace of mind. And heartbeat. I'm fine. She shook her head, and then, suddenly, as if remembering something, her face changed and she said hurriedly, Gu Chongqing, be careful. That old bastard Wang Jinxiong has a backup plan. I know. Gu Chongqing nodded, but there was no surprise on his face. He said he's prepared a big gift for you tonight. Su Mei's voice was filled with anxiety. It's an old friend you'll never expect. Before he finished speaking, in the shadows on the other side of the factory, suddenly, there was a sound of slow and heavy footsteps. Tread, tread, tread. Every step feels like stepping on everyone's heart, making people feel suffocated unconsciously. A strong man like an iron tower, His body, emitting a strong smell of blood, slowly walked out from the darkness. There was a hideous scar across his face, stretching from his forehead to his chin. His eyes, like a wild beast choosing its prey, were fixed on Gu Chongsheng. He was the one who had personally killed Lin Wanqing's life 3 years ago, the executioner. Scar is strong. He is here too. Gu Chongsheng. Scar Chong's voice was hoarse, like two pieces of rusty iron rubbing against each other. I've been waiting for you for a long time. He didn't hold any weapon in his hands. But Gu Chongsheng could clearly feel that there was a tangible murderous intent coming from him, which was several times more terrifying than the previous shadow. This is a killing machine that truly crawled out from a sea of corpses and blood. I've been waiting for you for a long time, too. The moment Gu Chongsheng saw Scar Chong, his eyes instantly became icy cold. The raging rage that he had forcibly suppressed, at this moment, burned fiercely again. Stone, he growled. Here, brother Chongsheng. Keep an eye on Miss Su. As for this beast, endless murderous intent burst out from Gu Chongsheng's eyes. Leave it to me. After saying that, he moved. His figure turned into a black lightning, and he took the initiative to shoot towards the devil-like man. The flame of revenge completely exploded at this moment. Court death. Scar Chong saw this and laughed instead of getting angry. What he likes most is to use his invincible iron fist to completely tear apart all the ignorant challengers. He let out an earth-shaking roar, and his body, filled with explosive power, also rushed forward brazenly. The two figures collided with each other in an instant. Bang! A loud bang that shook the earth. Where the two men exchanged fists, the air seemed to be visibly distorted. A strong shock wave suddenly spread out in all directions with the two of them as the center. The debris and dust around were blown into the air. With one punch. The difference is obvious. Gu Chongsheng still stood steadily in the same place, not moving at all. And Scar Chong, the man known as the meat grinder in the underground boxing world, was like being hit head-on by a high-speed locomotive. He flew backwards more than 10 meters. Dang, dang, dang. He left more than a dozen deep footprints on the ground before he could barely steady himself. His right arm, which was powerful enough to break stones and split rocks when he fought with Gu Chongsheng, was now hanging down weakly at an extremely strange angle. The bones of the entire arm were actually shattered alive by Gu Chongsheng with just one punch. No, impossible. Scar Chong's eyes were filled with endless horror and disbelief. The strongest power he was so proud of, in front of this young man, was actually so vulnerable. What on earth had he been through in these 3 years? Is he still human? Impossible. Gu Chongsheng slowly put down his fist and walked towards him step by step. There was no expression on his face, but his eyes were so cold that it seemed as if ice chips were about to fall off. 3 years ago, when Wanqing knelt on the ground, begging you desperately, did you ever imagine that this day would come? His voice was not loud, but it was like a heavy hammer, hitting Scar Chong's heart hard. When she told you that she was pregnant with my child and begged you to let her go, did you ever think that this day would come? When your hands were strangling her slender neck, feeling her life slipping away bit by bit in your hands. His voice suddenly became ferocious and hoarse. Did you ever think that this day would come? Oh. Scar Chong was completely driven crazy by Gu Chongsheng's devil-like aura. He let out a wild, beast-like roar, and with his only remaining left hand, he pulled out a military dagger that was flashing with a cold light from behind his waist. I'm going to fight you. He rushed towards Gu Chongsheng like a mad bull. The dagger in his hand pierced Gu Chongsheng's heart. However, in Gu Chongsheng's eyes, his movements were so slow and ridiculous. Just as the dagger was about to pierce his body, Gu Chongsheng moved. His figure, like a ghost, just moved slightly to the side. He easily avoided this fatal blow. At the same time, his hand stretched out like lightning. Accurately, he grabbed Scar Chong's wrist holding the knife, then twisted hard. Crack. There was another crisp sound of bones breaking. Scar Chong's left arm was also completely disabled. Ah! The dagger fell to the ground with a clang. Scar Chong let out a painful wail. But Gu Chongsheng didn't give him any chance to breathe. He kneed Scar Chong hard in the abdomen. Puff! Scar Chong spat out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body hunched up in an instant like a cooked shrimp. Immediately afterwards, Gu Chongsheng swung his knife hand, as fast as lightning, and chopped him hard on the back of the neck. Bang! Scar Chong's body suddenly stiffened. His eyes, which were filled with fear and unwillingness, slowly lost all their luster. The whole person collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud, completely losing consciousness. Gu Chongsheng slowly straightened up. He didn't even look at the dead dog lying on the ground. He just walked up to Su Mei, stretched out his hand, and gently brushed away the dust on her cheek that was stained by the fight just now. Then he raised his head and looked at a dark corner of the factory. His voice was cold, yet full of unquestionable dominance. Wang Zhenxiong, I've been watching this show for so long. It's time to get out, right? Chapter 46, Su Mei's Other Side, The Hidden Secret. Wang Zhenxiong, I've been watching this show for so long. It's time to get out, right? When Gu Chongqing's voice, which was cold and emotionless, rang out in the abandoned factory where blood was flowing like a river, the whole world seemed to be quiet. All that was left was the suppressed, painful groans of the Wong family thugs whose limbs were broken in the corner. There was dead silence in the darkness. No one responded. Gu Chongqing was not in a hurry either. He just stood there quietly. His eyes, however, were like two sharp hawks, fixed intently on a corner in the shadow of the second-floor platform. He knew that Wang Zhenxiong was there. The man who called himself the Underground Emperor was hiding in the dark and trembling like a frightened groundhog. Time passes by minute. Every second was like torture for Wang Zhenxiong. He could clearly feel that the gaze of the young man downstairs was like two real searchlights, penetrating all the darkness and cover, stripping off all his disguises. Under such gazes, his ferocity, which he was proud of, and his so-called imperial majesty became a huge joke. He was scared. It's true, I'm scared. He was afraid that he would become the next Scar Chong. In the end, the instinct for survival overcame that ridiculous dignity. Tread. A heavy and ethereal sound of footsteps came from the darkness. A burly figure slowly walked out from the shadows. It was Wang Zhenxiong. But at this moment, his face no longer had the arrogance and domineering attitude of the past. Some were just a dead gray, pale color, and those cloudy eyes filled with fear and disbelief. He looked at Gu Chongqing, at this young man who had single-handedly torn his carefully laid net into pieces. His lips trembled for a long time, but he couldn't utter a word. But when Gu Chongqing saw him walk out of the darkness, a look of disappointment appeared on his face. He shook his head gently. I thought Jianqing's underground emperor would be some extraordinary figure, but I didn't expect. His voice was full of disdain. He's just a coward who doesn't even have the courage to look me in the eye. These words, like a red-hot knife, stabbed deeply into Wang Zhenxiong's heart. His pale face instantly turned the color of liver. He wanted to retort and say something harsh. But when he met Gu Chongqing's cold eyes that were devoid of any human emotion, all his harsh words seemed to be strangled in his throat by an invisible hand, and he couldn't utter a single word. He could only watch Gu Chongqing and his men walk past him calmly. From beginning to end, Gu Chongqing never looked at him again. That was the most extreme and hurtful kind of contempt. It seemed that Wang Zhenxiong, the underground emperor who had been dominating Jianqing for half his life, was not even qualified to be Gu Chongqing's opponent in his eyes. On the way back, the atmosphere was somewhat silent. Shirley was driving the battered Ford F-150. Fong sat in the passenger seat, closing his eyes and resting, as if the bloody battle just now was just an insignificant walk after dinner. Gu Chongqing and Su Mei sat in the spacious back seat. Su Mei had already changed into a clean, loose camouflage jacket that Fong had prepared for her. Her torn cheongsam and the bloodstains on it were thrown into the factory trash can. She curled up in the corner of the seat, hugging her arms, her body still shaking slightly uncontrollably. Those peach blossom eyes that were usually full of charm and confidence were now filled with unprecedented fragility and fear. She is still a woman after all. After experiencing it herself, being kidnapped, threatened, and shrouded in the shadow of death, she couldn't really remain indifferent. Gu Chongqing looked at her delicate appearance, which was completely different from the Spider Queen, who usually captivated everyone. A soft spot in his heart was gently touched. He didn't speak. He just silently took off his coat and then gently put it on her. His body temperature still remained on his coat, and a faint smell of tobacco. Su Mei's body suddenly stiffened. She slowly raised her head, and her watery eyes looked at the silent man beside her. Their eyes met. There was an indescribable, ambiguous atmosphere in the air. Thanks. After a long time, Su Mei slowly spoke, her voice a little hoarse and nasal. No need. Gu Chongqing shook his head, then turned and looked out the window at the rapidly receding night scene. He was not used to such a tender scene. The car sped all the way and finally stopped at the door of the Phantom nightclub. I'm here, Su Mei said softly. She opened the car door and got out. But the moment she closed the car door, she suddenly stopped. She turned around and looked at the man in the car who was still looking out the window. His profile looked extremely cold under the neon lights. She bit her red lips, as if she had made some kind of decision. Gu Chongqing. She suddenly spoke. Aren't you curious? I'm not curious. Why could Wong Meng and the others kidnap me so easily? I'm not curious. I, Su Mei, have been in Jiangxing for so many years. Why don't I even have a decent bodyguard? Gu Changxing was stunned when he heard this. He slowly turned his head and looked at her. A sad, self-deprecating smile appeared on Su Mei's face. Because I don't dare. Because, behind me, there are a pair of eyes staring at me all the time. The owner of those eyes will not allow me to possess any powerful power of my own. He only allowed me, like a beautiful canary kept in a golden cage, to sing for him and gather intelligence for him. If I show any intention of breaking free, a trace of deep fear flashed across Su Mei's eyes. He would, without hesitation, break my wings and pluck out all my feathers. Gu Changxing's brows were tightly furrowed. He could feel that Su Mei was revealing to him the deepest secret hidden in her. A secret that is enough to change the entire Jiangxing, and even the higher-level situation. Who is he? Gu Changxing asked in a deep voice. Su Mei looked at him, and for the first time, a hint of vulnerability, almost pleading, flashed in her beautiful peach blossom eyes. Gu Changxing, do you really want to get involved in this mess? This muddy water is much deeper and much more dangerous than you can imagine. Its source is not in Jiangxing. She lowered her voice very low, as if she was afraid of being heard by someone. And, Yanjing, I am just a small chess piece they placed in Jiangxing. And my mission is... She took a deep breath and slowly uttered a name that made Gu Changxing's pupils shrink. Surveillance, the 4 major families. Especially that Zhao family. Chapter 47 Lin Wanqing's father, the only warmth. Yanjing, Zhao family. When Su Mei uttered these 2 words representing the top power in China, Gu Changxing's heart suddenly sank. He knew that he was probably caught up in a huge political vortex that was far beyond his imagination. But he does not regret it. From the moment he decided to take revenge, he had already disregarded his own life and death. Not to mention the Zhao family in Yanjing. Even the King of Heaven cannot stop him from taking revenge. I see. Gu Changxing looked outside the car at the woman whose eyes were full of fragility and pleading, and nodded slowly. Thank you for your reminder, Miss Su. But this is my war, not yours. From now on, all you need to do is stay in your phantom and do your business. I will bear all the hardships outside. As for the so-called eyes behind you, the corner of Gu Changxing's mouth curled up into a cold, domineering arc. If he dares to stretch out his claws, I don't mind chopping it up for you. After saying that, he winked at Shirley, who was in the driver's seat. Shirley understood and stepped on the accelerator. The black Ford F-150 let out a low roar and disappeared into the night like a black beast. Only Su Mei was left, standing there in a daze. She looked at the taillights of the car that was gradually moving away, and for the first time, her beautiful peach blossom eyes revealed a hint of a complex emotion called touched. Her heart, which had been frozen for many years, seemed to melt quietly at this moment. In the car, the atmosphere is a bit depressing. Shirley and Lung Fong both saw what happened in the rearview mirror. They could all feel that there seemed to be some inexplicable chemical reaction between Gu Changxing and the woman named Su Mei. Brother Changxing, where are we going now? In the end, it was Shirley who broke the silence first. Gu Changxing did not answer. He just leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes. Lin Wanqing's smiling face emerged uncontrollably in his mind, and her desperate cry on that cold, rainy night. I have your child. Please let me go. My heart felt like it was being tightly grasped by an invisible hand. It hurt so much that I could hardly breathe. The murderous intent in him, which had just subsided a little due to the battle, spread out again uncontrollably at this moment. Even the temperature inside the car seemed to have dropped several degrees. Shirley and Lung Fong both shuddered subconsciously. They knew that Brother Changxing was thinking about sad things again. After a long time, Gu Changxing slowly opened his eyes. Although those dead eyes were still cold, the murderous intent in them had been forcibly suppressed by him. He glanced out the window. The car has entered the city center. Go to Jiangxing University. He slowly uttered 4 words. Yes, Brother Changxing. Shirley didn't ask any more questions and immediately turned the car around. Jiangxing University, Family Housing Campus. This place still retains the appearance of the 1990s. The mottled walls, the old tube-shaped buildings, and the faint scent of books in the air. Gu Changxing got out of the car. He asked Shirley and Lung Fong to wait in the car. He, wanting to go up alone. He walked to the door of an apartment building and looked at the window on the 3rd floor, which he had visited countless times, with a complicated look in his eyes. That place was once the warmest harbor in his heart. There is the most amiable Uncle Lin in the world, and Auntie Lin, who cooks delicious food. But now, he took a deep breath, took a step forward and walked up. He raised his hand and gently knocked on the wooden door that had long faded. Boom, boom, boom. After a long time, there came a sound of dragging, old footsteps from inside the door. The door was opened a crack. A haggard, wrinkled, old face peeked out from the crack in the door. He is Lin Wanqing's father, Lin Boyong, a professor of Chinese at Jiangqing University. In just 3 years, this once gentle and knowledgeable university professor seemed to have aged 30 years. His hair has turned completely white. His back has become hunched. Those eyes that were once full of wisdom and gentleness now became turbid and filled with inextricable sadness. When he saw that the person standing at the door was Gu Changsheng, his cloudy eyes suddenly lit up. Then it quickly dimmed. His lips trembled for a long time, but he couldn't say a word. But tears streamed down my face. Uncle Lin. Gu Changsheng looked at him, at this old man whom he once respected as his own father, and his eyes couldn't help but turn red. He fell to his knees with a plop. I'm sorry, Wanqing. I didn't protect her. His voice was hoarse, yet filled with endless self-blame and pain. Lin Boyong looked at him, at this child whose youth and sunshine were also destroyed by that disaster. He stretched out his hands, which were trembling slightly due to his old age, and gently lifted him up from the ground. Silly child. His voice was hoarse, like an old bellows. I don't blame you. If you want to blame someone, blame this, the cannibalistic world. He pulled Gu Changsheng into the house. The room was dark and the lights were off. The air was filled with a strong smell of medicine and death. Hanging on the wall of the living room is a black and white photo of Lin Wanqing with a bright smile on her face. The girl in the photo is still so sunny and bright. It was as if she had never left. Your aunt passed away last year. Lin Boyong pointed to another smaller black and white photo on the wall. His voice was so calm, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. She missed Wanqing so much that she got depression. Before she left, she held my hand and told me she didn't blame me. She only hated herself for not being able to seek justice for her daughter. Gu Changsheng looked at the two black and white photos, one large and one small, and felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. Uncle Lin. He took out the black gold card from his pocket and placed it on the table. There's some money in it. You, take it back. Lin Boyong shook his head and pushed the card back. My child, I appreciate your kindness. But what's the use of so much money for me, a man who is about to be buried? He looked at Gu Changsheng, and for the first time, a hint of almost pleading appeared in his cloudy old eyes. Eternal life. Uncle knows why you came back this time. Uncle also knows that you must be very capable now. But he held Gu Changsheng's hand, his voice trembling. Uncle begs you to promise me one thing, okay? Gu Changsheng looked at him and nodded heavily. Uncle Lin, go ahead. Don't sacrifice yourself just to avenge Wanqing. Uncle and your aunt have already lost Wanqing. We can't lose you, our half-son, again. Promise me, okay? Chapter 48, I will protect you for the rest of your life on behalf of Wanqing. Promise me, okay? When Lin Boyong's old voice, full of pleading and expectation, rang out in the silent living room, Gu Changsheng's heart felt like it was pierced by 10,000 steel needles. He looked at the old man in front of him, who had become frail and emaciated due to the loss of his only daughter, and saw the purest concern and care of an elder for the younger revealed in his cloudy old eyes. Gu Changsheng couldn't say the word no. He could be cruel and ruthless to Sumei. He could be hypocritical towards Qinyu. He could even be cruel and bloodthirsty to beasts like Li Jianguo and Wong Zhenxiu. But when facing the old man in front of him, whom he once sincerely respected as his own father, he couldn't harden his heart. Because this was once his and Wanqing's shared home. And now this home only has the last bit of warmth left. Uncle Lin. After a long time, Gu Changsheng slowly spoke, his voice as hoarse as a knife that had been rusted by time. I promise. I will live well. He lied. A white lie. He knew that his road of revenge was doomed to be a road of no return from the moment he embarked on it. His destination is no longer the human world, but hell. But before going to hell, he must arrange everything for the only person in the world he still cares about. Good boy. Hearing Gu Changsheng's promise, Lin Boyong's wrinkled face finally revealed a relieved smile. The nerve that had been tense for 3 years seemed to finally relax at this moment. His body swayed, and then he fell straight back. Uncle Lin. Gu Changsheng's face changed, and he rushed forward quickly and held him firmly in his arms. He touched Lin Boyong's forehead, and it was burning hot. I checked his pulse again, and it was so weak that it was almost gone. Years of sadness, depression, and malnutrition have completely drained the old man's body. He has already run out of energy. Stone. Lung foam. Gu Changsheng held Lin Boyong in his arms and let out a heart-wrenching roar towards the downstairs. Jiangqing Central Hospital, VIP Intensive Care Ward. Gu Changsheng sat quietly beside the bed, looking at the old figure lying on the bed with a ventilator and various tubes inserted into his body. Behind him stood a man in a white coat, with gray hair, his eyes full of guilt and uneasiness. It was Sun Lren, who had just fallen from the position of dean because of Gu Changsheng's report. Of course, he can't be said to have fallen completely now. He was merely suspended from his duties for investigation by the Discipline Inspection Commission. Gu Changsheng used the monkey's method to quietly borrow him from the Discipline Inspection Commission's detention center. Mr. Gu, Sun Lren's voice was trembling. I have followed your instructions and mobilized the hospital's best equipment and medicine. I have also invited the best experts in Jiangqing to consult with Professor Lin. Professor Lin. He just fell into a coma because of years of overwork and mental exhaustion. As long as you take good care of yourself, there's no danger to your life. He didn't even dare to raise his head when he said this. He is afraid. He was afraid that this moody and resourceful young man in front of him would throw him off the building in anger because of the evil he had done in the past. However, Gu Changsheng didn't even look at him. His eyes were always fixed on the old man sleeping on the hospital bed. I want him to live. After a long time, he slowly spoke, his voice flat and without a trace of warmth. And to live a healthy life. To live to see all those who murdered his daughter receive their just punishment. Live long enough to enjoy a comfortable old age. He turned his head, and for the first time, his dead eyes looked directly at Sun Lren. Do you understand? Understand? I understand. Sun Lren was so frightened that he trembled all over and nodded repeatedly, like a rooster pounding garlic. You're an expert in this area. Gu Changsheng's voice remained calm. So from today on, you'll stay here and take care of him 24 hours a day. When he wakes up, he will be out of danger. I'll consider giving you a chance to atone for your sins anytime. Otherwise, a devilish smile curved his lips. I will make you and your filthy collections into specimens and send them to the Human Body Museum. Yes, yes, yes. Sun Lren was so frightened that he almost knelt down to Gu Changsheng on the spot. Just then there was a knock on the ward door. Shirley pushed the door open and walked in. In his hand, he was holding a steaming hot meal that he had just packed. Brother Changsheng, you haven't eaten for a day. Eat something first. Gu Changsheng nodded and took the lunchbox. He was indeed hungry. He hasn't had a drop of water since last night. But when he opened the lunchbox and saw the familiar braised pork ribs inside, he suddenly froze. His eyes turned red uncontrollably at this moment. Because he remembered. He remembered that every weekend when he came here to visit Wanqing 3 years ago, Aunt Lin would personally cook for him his favorite braised pork ribs. Then he watched him wolf down the food with a smile. Eat slowly, there's more in the pot. Boys should eat more meat to grow taller. The past is still vivid in my mind. But now everything has changed. A drop of hot tear slid uncontrollably from the corner of his eye and dripped into the still steaming ribs, splashing a circle of barely visible ripples. Brother Changsheng. Shirley looked at him, his honest eyes filled with worry. Gu Changsheng didn't say anything. He just picked up a piece of pork ribs with his chopsticks and started eating it in big mouthfuls. Eat very quickly and anxiously. It was as if he was using this method to hide the sadness that was about to burst out from deep within his heart. He ate while tears flowed uncontrollably. He swore. This was the last time he shed tears in his life. From now on, the word weakness will no longer exist in Gu Changsheng's dictionary. He wants to turn all his sorrow into the sharpest blade of revenge. He wants to kill all his enemies. He will use their blood to pay tribute to all the dead souls. He finished his last bite of rice, put down his chopsticks, and stood up. He walked to the bedside, stretched out his hand, and gently tucked the corner of the quilt for Lin Boyong. Then he turned around and looked at Shirley and Lung Fong, who had appeared at the door at some point. There was no sadness on his face anymore. There was only an icy, murderous intent that could not be dispelled. Stone Lung Fong. Exist. You two will stay here from today. His voice was filled with unquestionable command. I want you to protect Uncle Lin 24 hours a day. He can't make any more mistakes. He is the only relative I have in this world. What about you, Brother Changsheng? Shirley asked worriedly. Gu Changsheng walked to the window and looked out at the city that was completely shrouded in darkness. A bloodthirsty, cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. To kill people, of course. He picked up his phone and called Su Mei. Miss Su, where is that bloody rose from abroad blooming now? Chapter 49 Liharin's crimes are made public. Miss Su, where is that bloody rose from abroad blooming now? When Gu Changsheng's voice which was so cold without a trace of warmth, came through the phone. In the tea room on the top floor of the Phantom nightclub, Sumei's beautiful peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly. She could tell that this man was really angry. It was a murderous intent that would not stop until the enemy was completely crushed. Mr. Gu, you really make me worry. Sumei's voice was filled with a hint of lazy helplessness, but more of it was an excitement that could not be concealed. She likes the feeling of dancing on the edge of a knife. According to my latest intelligence, she said slowly, Blood Rose's trump card, Black Widow Anna, secretly sneaked into Jiangcheng last night and met with Wong Jinxiu. However, Su Mei changed the subject, her tone a touch playful. Ever since you slaughtered Wang Meng's party last night, this Black Widow lady has seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth and hasn't been seen since. I guess she might have been frightened by you. Really? Upon hearing this, Gu Changxing just sneered without comment. Scared to death? It is impossible for an ace who ranks among the top 15 international killers to have such fragile psychological qualities. She was more like a poisonous snake that was best at disguise. She temporarily retracted her fangs, hid in the dark, and waited quietly for the best opportunity to kill with one strike. However, Gu Changsheng didn't care, because the identities of hunter and prey have been determined from the very beginning. Miss Su, do me a favor. Gu Changsheng said lightly. Go ahead, my boss Gu. Su Mei giggled. As long as you don't ask me to sleep with you, anything is fine. Help me make this gift known to the public. Gu Changsheng's voice suddenly became icy cold. I want it to spread to every corner of Jiangcheng in the shortest possible time. I want everyone to see what kind of ugly face the so-called rich young master they once admired really is. That night, a high-definition video of about 10 minutes in length spread like a virus across all the online platforms in Jiangcheng. The video only has one title, but it is enough to make everyone who sees it feel creepy. 3 years ago, Lin Wanqing's murder case, the unabridged, complete truth. The video was a bit shaky and the lighting was dim, but the content is clear enough to make anyone with a conscience feel physical discomfort and anger. In the video, a beautiful, angelic girl was helplessly tied to a pillar, crying and begging, and around her stood several devils with hideous smiles on their faces. Liharin, Scar Chong, Wong Tsong, Zhao Sihai. Everyone's face is given a clear close-up in the video. Video recorded all their crimes, from the initial teasing to the subsequent humiliation, and finally, the girl, in despair, said she was pregnant and begged them to let her child go. In the last scene where Scar Chong, at Liharin's instruction, stretched out his evil hand and strangled the girl's neck. The whole video is like the sharpest knife stained with blood. It cruelly uncovered the shocking injustice that happened 3 years ago, revealing the bloodiest and cruelest truth. The moment this video appeared on the internet, the entire Jiangxing exploded. Public opinion has completely exploded. Fuck. Are they still human? They are simply a bunch of beasts. Oh my god. That girl is so pitiful. She's pregnant. Liharin, Scar Chong, Wang Tsong, Zhao Sihai. Put the names of these bastards on my head. Let them be infamous forever. The case from 3 years ago turned out to be a wrongful conviction. Then that person called Gu Changsheng, isn't that? Oh my god. I scolded him before. I am such a bad person. A thorough investigation. A thorough investigation is necessary. All those who participated in this incident, all those who covered up the truth, must be found out. Shoot them all. They must be shot. Anger. The overwhelming anger, like an unprecedented tsunami, swept across the entire Jiangxing network. Previously, the negative public opinion against Gu Changsheng that Zhang family's navy had worked so hard to build up was completely washed away at this moment. Instead, there is endless sympathy and guilt. The Li family, a family that once represented wealth and status in Jiangxing, has now completely become a synonym for evil and scum. Jiangxing Public Security Bureau. Qin Yu looked at the bloody video that was playing in a loop on her computer. Her pretty face had already turned pale. Her body was shaking slightly uncontrollably. Not because of fear, but because of anger. It was a feeling of extreme anger and self-blame as a police officer, witnessing such a brutal crime, yet being powerless to do anything 3 years ago, and even becoming an accomplice. Bang! She punched the table hard. Immediately, her voice became a little sharp because of extreme anger. Give it to me. Reopen the case. Bring all those involved in the Lin Wanqing murder case from 3 years ago, including Lu Hongwen, Sun Lren, and Officer Chen. Bring them all to me for re-examination. Also, her eyes became incomparably determined. Issue a Class A wanted warrant for the entire city. Wanted, fugitive suspect. She took a deep breath and pronounced word by word the name that she once considered a suspect. Liharin. Yes, boss. At this moment, the entire criminal investigation detachment was on fire with the same goal. At this time, the instigator Gu Chongqing acted as if nothing had happened. He came alone to a cemetery in the western suburbs of Jiangqing. He was holding a bouquet of white daisies. Slowly, I walked to a lonely small grave that didn't even have a tombstone. Buried here are his parents. 3 years ago, they died in a car accident. Gu Chongqing could only build such a cenotaph for them. He placed the flowers gently in front of the grave. Then, slowly, he knelt down. He didn't cry. His tears had already dried up that night. He just knelt quietly, like a silent sculpture. After a long time, he slowly spoke, his voice hoarse and low, as if he was talking to himself. Dad, Mom. Son, you are unfilial. It's been so long since I came to see you. Don't worry. His eyes, at this moment, became extremely gentle. Son, you have grown up. No one can bully me anymore. Your revenge, Wanqing's revenge, and the revenge of our unborn child. His voice suddenly became icy cold. I will get it back for you one by one. Everyone who owes us. No one can escape. After saying this, he stood up and took one last deep look at the lonely grave. Then he turned and left without looking back. The setting sun behind him stretched his shadow very long, like a demon god walking in the world. He took out his cell phone and called Gu Yanan. Sister Yanan, it's time to take action against that idiot from the Wong family. I want Wang Jinxiong to have a taste of this before he goes to hell. The corner of his mouth curled up into a cruel smile. The feeling of losing everything. Chapter 50. Public opinion is in turmoil, and the Zhang family is powerless to recover. The video of the truth was like a magnitude 12 online earthquake, completely shattering the three perspectives of the people of Jiangxing, and also shaking down the foundation on which the Zhang family's so-called media empire relied. Credibility. When a media outlet that prides itself on being objective and fair is proven by ironclad facts to have turned black into white and called a black cat a white cat for its own benefit 3 years ago, slandering an innocent teenager as a murderer and throwing dirty water on a girl who died tragically. It's already dead. Died in the hearts of all the people who once trusted it. At this moment, thousands of angry citizens have gathered spontaneously under the headquarters building of Jiangxing TV station. They held up banners and shouted earth-shaking slogans. The Zhang family is an unscrupulous media outlet. They're still trying to clear Gu Chongqing's name. Murder for a life. Blood debt for blood. Severely punish all accomplices. Zhang Jingda, get out here. Give us an explanation. Someone in the crowd even brought a black and white photo of Lin Wanqing. The girl in the photo still had a sweet smile, forming the most striking and heartbreaking contrast with the angry faces around her. Several emotional young people even started throwing eggs and rotten vegetable leaves at the TV station building. The police who were maintaining order couldn't stop them at all, because even their own faces are filled with the same anger. TV station, inside the director's office. Zhang Jingda, the media tycoon, who once stirred up public opinion in Jiangxing with his every word and action, now slumped in his boss chair like a stray dog with its spine pulled out. His face no longer had the former high spirits and hypocrisy. There is only a dead despair. His nephew Zhang Tao and his wife, that pair of adults, had already been taken away by the police for investigation because of that obscene video. Although he has not been affected yet, he is very clear that he will be soon. He could clearly hear the angry roars coming from downstairs, like a tsunami. He could even feel the entire building trembling at the sound of anger. It's over. He muttered to himself with a blank look in his eyes. It's all over. He has been manipulating public opinion for his entire life and for half of his life. But he never expected that one day he would be completely destroyed by the power he was best at controlling. Ding-ling-ling. The phone on the desk suddenly rang rapidly. It's the board of directors calling. Zhang Jingda answered the phone with trembling hands. A cold voice without a trace of emotion came from the other end of the phone. Zhang Jingda, I am formally informing you on behalf of the board of directors. From now on you are fired. In addition, we have commissioned a team of lawyers to file a lawsuit against you for your personal actions that have seriously damaged the company's reputation and interests. The company will claim at least 1 billion from you. Beep, beep, beep. The call was ruthlessly hung up. Zhang Jingda held the microphone blankly. It was a long time before he spat out a mouthful of blood with a puff sound. The whole person fainted completely. At this time, in another corner of Jiangxing, in the president's office of Chongqing Group, Gu Yanan was reporting the latest battle situation to Gu Chongqing in an orderly manner. Boss, the stock price of Zhang's Tianyu Media has completely collapsed. We've already closed all of our short positions, with profits exceeding 1.5 billion. Also, her eyes became extremely sharp. I've already had my trading team start secretly buying up Tianyu Media's outstanding shares. Its stock price has plummeted to an all-time low, practically worthless. A week at most. Her voice was full of confidence. This media empire that once controlled Jiangxing's public opinion will completely change hands. Gu Chongqing nodded with satisfaction. He looked out the window at the TV station building that had once been unattainable, but now it seemed to be crumbling in the vast ocean of people's war. There was no mercy in his eyes. This is the result of playing with fire and getting burned. No matter how you hurt others, you will eventually be destroyed in the same way. Sister Yanan, he said slowly. It's the Wong family's turn next. I understand. Gu Yanan nodded, a cold smile on her face. That idiot almost mortgaged all his wealth to acquire the Li family's assets. Now Li Real Estate has become a piece of waste paper, and his funding chain has been broken. We don't even have to be proactive. All we need to do is anonymously report his company's shady debts to the bank and the tax authorities. The bank will gnaw at him like the most vultures of vultures until not even a bone is left. Very good. A cruel arc appeared at the corner of Gu Chongqing's mouth. He likes the feeling of killing without spilling blood. He wanted to let Wang Jinxiang taste the feeling of being transformed from a so-called underground emperor into a heavily indebted pauper before he went to hell. Just then there was a knock on the office door. Shirley pushed the door open and walked in. He was holding a cell phone in his hand and was talking on it. Brother Chongsheng. His expression was a little strange. There's someone named Qin Yu looking for you outside. She said there's something she wants to give to you personally. Qin Yu? Gu Chongsheng was stunned for a moment. He picked up the phone. Qin Yu's voice, cold yet with a hint of complex emotions, came from the other end of the phone. Gu Chongsheng. You win. The retrial process for the case from 3 years ago has officially begun. All the criminals involved have been apprehended. Now there is only one main culprit left at large. Upon hearing this, the huge stone that had been weighing on Gu Chongqing's heart for 3 years finally fell down halfway. Thanks. He said it sincerely, although he and Qin Yu have opposing positions. But he knew that this woman must have been under tremendous pressure for this matter. No need to thank me. Qin Yu's tone remained cold. I'm just fulfilling my duties as a police officer. I called you to tell you. We found something very special when we were cleaning Lu Hongwen's office. I think things like this should be returned to their original owners. Where are you now? Chapter 51 Closing the Net. Liharin's Judgment Day. Where are you now? When Qin Yu's voice, cold but with a hint of complex emotions, came through the phone. Gu Chongsheng was standing on the rooftop of the long-abandoned teaching building of Jiangxing University. At his feet lay a man like a wild dog, emitting a foul odor and with his hands nailed to the ground with a dagger. It was Liharin. I'm in a place where I can clearly see all the sins in this city. Gu Chongqing looked at the TV station building in the distance, which was surrounded by angry people, and answered lightly. Address. Qin, you didn't waste any words. Gu Chongqing sent the address. You'd better hurry up, he added, because I'm afraid I can't bear it any longer. After saying that, he hung up the phone. He slowly squatted down and looked at his former enemy, who was lying on the ground, twitching in pain and fear. There was no trace of mercy in his dead eyes. Liharin. He spoke softly, his voice like a chill wind from the underworld. Haven't you always wanted to make the truth of 3 years ago public? Now, I'll help you make it happen. Are you happy? Woo, woo, woo. Liharin let out a meaningless, beast-like howl. He wanted to beg for mercy, to make excuses, but his head, which had long been filled with hatred and madness, could not form a single word. He only knew that he was finished. Completely finished. Do you know? Gu Chongqing continued to speak to himself, as if talking to himself. I've dreamed of that rainy night 3 years ago countless times. I dreamed of Wanqing, crying and shouting my name. I dreamed of your hideous, devilish, smiling faces. Every time, I would wake up from my dream, and then my whole body would be cold, and I would not be able to sleep all night. He stretched out his hand and gently wiped away the dirty tears that were flowing from Liharin's face due to pain. The movements were so gentle, as if caressing a rare treasure. But, starting today, the corners of his mouth curled up into a cruel, relieved smile. Finally, I can get a good night's sleep. Because, soon, his voice suddenly became cold and piercing. You must go down and confess to them in person. 20 minutes later, more than a dozen police cars roared to a stop under the abandoned teaching building. Qin Yu, with a team of armed special police, was the first to rush onto the rooftop. When she saw the scene on the rooftop, she was completely stunned. Gu Chongqing was sitting quietly on the edge of the rooftop with his legs dangling in the air and an unlit cigarette in his mouth. At his feet lay a bloody man who was no longer in human form. It was Liharin, the class of fugitive wanted by the entire city. And in Gu Chongqing's hand, he was holding a small, exquisite music box. A clear and pleasant piano piece is slowly flowing out of the music box. Yes, for release. Lin Wanqing, my favorite song. The entire rooftop was shrouded in an eerie silence filled with the aura of death. Gu Chongqing, Qin Yu's heart, was in her throat. Subconsciously, she wanted to draw her gun. Don't move. Gu Chongqing didn't look back, but just said lightly, move again. I'll take him with me and jump down from here. His voice was calm, but full of unquestionable determination. Qin Yu's hand froze in midair. She looked at Gu Chongqing's lonely back, which was full of aura of destruction, and her heart was filled with powerlessness. She knew that this man did what he said. He really dares to die. What do you want? Qin Yu asked in a hoarse voice. I don't want to do anything. Gu Chongqing shook his head. I'm just waiting for something. Wait, you promised to return the things to their original owners. Qin Yu was stunned when he heard this. Then she understood. She nodded to a police officer behind her. The police officer immediately handed over something sealed in an evidence bag. That's a diary. A very ordinary diary with a yellowed cover. On the cover of the diary, there were 4 words written in beautiful handwriting. Diary of the late Qing dynasty. They found this when they were cleaning Lu Hongwen's office, in his secret compartment, full of perverted collections. It's Lin Wanqing's relic. I brought what you want. Qin Yu took the diary and walked towards Gu Chongqing step by step. Now, can you hand him over to us? Gu Chongqing did not answer. He just reached out his hand. Qin Yu hesitated for a moment, but finally handed the diary to him. Gu Chongqing took the diary. He used his blood-stained hands to gently brush away the dust that no longer existed on the diary. The movement was so gentle that it felt like caressing a lover's cheek. He slowly turned the first page of the diary. On it was Lin Wanqing's familiar, beautiful handwriting. X year X month X day, sunny dot. Today is the 100th day that Chongqing and I have been together. He is still so silly, so unromantic. I just casually said that I wanted to see the sea. He actually took me on a green train for over 10 hours to the beach, the closest place to us. Although very tired. But, looking at his silly face, which was flushed red with excitement, I suddenly felt that he was the one for me in this life. Gu Chongqing looked, and unknowingly, his eyes became red again. He turned the pages one by one. The diary records the sweetest and most ordinary moments between them, until he turned to the last page. The page was soaked with tears, and the writing was a little blurry. X year X month X day, rain dot. I feel like I'm sick. Always want to vomit, want to sleep. Today, I secretly went to the hospital for a checkup. The doctor said, I am pregnant. Yes, my and Chongqing's child. I'm so happy, but also so scared. I don't know how to tell him this news. Will he like it? Will he be willing to marry me? Seeing this, Gu Chongqing couldn't bear it anymore. A drop of hot, burning tears slid down from the corner of his eye and dripped onto the tear marks that had long dried up. Wanqing, he murmured to himself, his voice hoarse as if he was crying. I do. I'm willing 1,000 times. He slowly closed the diary. Then he stood up, turned his head, and looked at Qin Yu with a relieved smile on his face. Thank you, he said. Then, in front of everyone's horrified eyes, he was holding Liharin, who had already fainted. Without hesitation, leaned back. He fell straight down from a rooftop 100 meters high. No! Qin Yu let out a heart-wrenching scream. She rushed to the edge of the rooftop, like crazy. However, what she saw was not 2 bloody corpses. Instead, it was a huge firefighting air cushion that had been prepared downstairs. And the man who held Liharin and landed steadily on the air cushion, then waved at her with a provocative smile. Officer Qin, his voice came clearly into Qin Yu's ears through the headset. It seems you've lost again. Liharin, I'll give this gift to you. As for me, the corner of his mouth curled up in a playful arc. You can't catch me. After saying that, his figure flashed and disappeared into the darkness downstairs. Only Qin Yu was left alone, disheveled in the night wind on the rooftop. She watched her men carry Liharin, who was already frightened to the point of incontinence, down from the air cushion. He thought again about Gu Chongqing's resolute and calculating look just now. Qin Yu smiled bitterly and shook her head. She picked up the intercom and gave her last order of the night in a voice full of fatigue and helplessness. Collect the troops. Also notify them. Starting today, a special task force will be established. Team leader, I'll take charge myself. A complex light flashed in her eyes. And the only person being investigated by this task force is Gu Chongqing. Chapter 52 Chapter 52 Deserted by friends and relatives, desperate wails. Liharin was arrested. This news, like a fuse, instantly ignited the powder keg of Jiangqing, which was already filled with explosives. When his face, completely distorted by fear and embarrassment, appeared on the headlines of major news media. When he was formally prosecuted for his involvement in the horrific Lin Wanqing murder case 3 years ago, all those related to him and the Li family fell into unprecedented panic and despair. The first to collapse were the families of Wong and Zhao Sihai. They had assumed their son had simply followed Liharin, misbehaving and playing with a few clueless women. At most, he would have to pay a small sum of money and be jailed for a few days before being released. But they never imagined that their good-for-nothing son was actually involved in a murder case that was worthy of the death penalty. Moreover, there were 2 lives lost to 1 corpse. It's over. It's all over. They used all their connections to try to get their son out of the case. They even spared no expense to invite the top legal team in Beijing. But it's no use. In front of the most original, unedited, and more than an hour-long video of evidence of crime that Monkey submitted anonymously to the police through the dark web. In the face of the dog-eat-dog confessions of Liharin, Zhao Sihai, and Wong, who were biting and pulling each other's strings in order to reduce their sentences, any excuse seems so pale and powerless. What awaits them is only the most severe and coldest judgment of the law. The second to collapse were the accomplices who had participated in covering up the truth. In the city center hospital, the former dean, Sun Lren, who had been suspended, completely broke his nerves, which had been stretched to the extreme, the moment he learned that Liharin had been arrested. He rushed out of the ward like a mad beast and tried to jump off the roof of the hospital to end it all. But he failed, because Shirley and Lung Fong, the 2 door gods, had long been by his side, protecting him. He doesn't even have the right to die. He could only wait for the belated judgment in endless fear and torment. And in the interrogation room of the municipal bureau, the once invincible, gold medal lawyer, Lu Hongwen, learned that Liharin had confessed all his crimes. For the first time, his eloquent mouth became speechless. All his psychological defenses completely collapsed. He admitted it. He confessed everything about his shady dealings with the Li family and the Jiangqing judicial community. A huge corruption network that was enough to cause an 8-magnitude earthquake in the entire Jiangqing officialdom was completely uncovered. At this moment, in some unknown, dark corner of Jiangqing, a man wearing a baseball cap, his face covered with burned scars, was quietly watching the news on his phone. The news was reporting on Liharin's arrest and the upcoming retrial of a wrongful conviction from 3 years ago. The man was none other than Li Jiangguo, the one who thought he had escaped. He looked at the screen and saw his son, who was no longer in human form, and his face was full of fear and despair. There wasn't a trace of heartache or pity in his eyes. What there is just a piece of cold, insoluble resentment. Waste. He cursed in a low voice, then threw his phone to the ground, breaking it into pieces. He lost. Lose miserably. He thought that he could fool everyone with a death scam and buy himself time to make a comeback. But he still underestimated the young man named Gu Chongqing. You underestimated him, his extraordinary means, and that heart of revenge that will not stop until he is completely crushed. Now, all his chess pieces have been removed. All his escape routes were blocked. He became a real loner. A rat crossing the street who can only hide in the gutter and barely survive. Gu Chongqing. He gnashed his teeth and repeated the name, his cloudy old eyes burning with a crazy, suicidal flame. Do you think that, just like that, you win? No, I haven't lost yet. I have one last trump card in my hand. He struggled to stand up from the ground, like a wounded, old lone wolf, and slowly disappeared into the deeper darkness. He is going to meet someone. A person he thought he would never see again in his life. One, the last hope that can help him drag the entire Jiangqing into the water. At this time, Gu Chongqing, the instigator of the incident, acted as if nothing had happened. He was sitting in Su Mei's red Ferrari, speeding towards a certain direction in the suburbs. Mr. Gu, you've mastered this tactic of killing with a borrowed knife to perfection. Su Mei was driving and glanced through the rearview mirror at the calm-looking man beside her. Her voice was filled with sincere admiration. She never imagined that Gu Chongqing would use this almost suicidal method to complete the final judgment on Liharin. He not only successfully threw Liharin, the biggest hot potato, to the police. By the way, he also transformed himself from a lawless avenger into a tragic hero who was wronged for 3 years, endured humiliation, and finally uncovered the truth in his own way. Now, public opinion in the entire Jiangqing is almost overwhelmingly in support of him. There were even many people who spontaneously petitioned online, asking the police to give Gu Chongqing a lenient sentence. This move was so beautifully executed. I never use a knife to kill someone. Gu Chongqing shook his head and said lightly, I just sent those who were supposed to die to where they were supposed to go. As for who will do it and how to do it. The corner of his mouth curled up in a cold arc. I don't care. Sume just giggled when she heard that. She knew that this man was saying one thing and thinking another again. Okay, I won't argue with you anymore. She changed the subject and asked, where are we going now? Go meet an interesting old friend. Gu Chongqing's voice was a little playful. A distinguished guest whom I invited back from Donghai City. Sume was stunned for a moment when she heard this. Then, she thought of something, and her beautiful peach blossom eyes suddenly opened wide. Is it him? Gu Chongqing smiled and said nothing. The car sped all the way and finally stopped in front of a heavily guarded private hospital. In the intensive care unit of the hospital, a man with hideous scars on his face and thick plaster on his limbs was like a wild beast trapped in a cage, staring at the ceiling with his eyes full of resentment and unwillingness. That's right, Scar is strong. When he saw Gu Chongqing and Sume walking in from the door together, his eyes, filled with resentment, were instantly replaced by endless fear. You guys. His voice became extremely hoarse because of fear. What do you want to do? Chapter 53 Systems Ultimate Mission. Perfect Killing. What do you want to do? When Scar Chong's hoarse and fear-filled voice rang out in the silent ward, Gu Chongqing smiled. He pulled over a chair and sat down casually in front of the bed, like an old friend visiting. Brother Chong, don't be nervous. His voice was gentle, even with a hint of concern. I just came to see if you were seriously injured. After all, we still have to give Mr. Chen face. What do you want? Scar roared fiercely but weakly. He looked at the young man in front of him with a warm smile on his face, but eyes colder than a scalpel, and felt that his heart was about to jump out of his throat. This man is a devil. A real devil crawling out of hell. I don't want anything. Gu Chongqing shook his head, then took out a mobile phone from his pocket and put it on the bedside table. I just want to invite you to watch a very interesting video. As he said that, he pressed the play button. In an instant, a nightmare scene appeared on the phone screen, a scene that Scar Chong would never forget in his entire life. It was a dark, abandoned factory. A beautiful, angelic girl was helplessly tied to a pillar, crying and begging. The person who filmed the video was himself. No. To be precise, it was him 3 years ago. This is the original video that idiot Liharin copied from his mobile phone without any deletions. How could it be in Gu Chongqing's hands? Scar Chong's pupils dilated to the extreme in an instant. He wanted to say something, but found that his throat seemed to be strangled by an invisible big hand, and he couldn't utter a word. Shoo! Gu Chongqing made a gesture to keep quiet, and his face showed an intoxicated expression, as if he was appreciating a work of art. It's beautiful. All right, let me admire your masterpiece from back then. The video continues to play. In the picture, the unbridled and obscene laughter of Liharin, Wong Tsong, and Zhao Sihai could be heard. Lin Wanqing's painful cries filled with despair and helplessness were also heard. Please let me go. I'm pregnant. I'm pregnant with his child. When hearing this line, Gu Chongqing's eyes instantly became icy cold. A tremendous, tangible murderous intent suddenly erupted from him. The temperature in the entire ward seemed to drop by several degrees. Scar Chong was so frightened that his whole body was shaking like a sieve. He could clearly feel the murderous aura coming from the man in front of him, which was enough to completely freeze his soul. Didn't you promise Master Chen not to kill me? He screamed in horror. That's right. Gu Chongqing nodded, and that warm smile appeared on his face again. I promised not to kill you. But his voice suddenly became cold and piercing. I never said I wouldn't torture you. He reached out and picked up an apple from the bedside table, then slowly and methodically peeled it with a fruit knife. You know what? He said without looking up as he peeled an apple. I've always been very clear about gratitude and resentment. Master Chun, give me face. So, I will spare your life. But you killed my unborn child. His hand paused. The sharp blade of the fruit knife cut a deep blood mark on the rosy skin of the apple. So, the corner of his mouth curled up into a cruel, devilish smile. I will make sure you have no children or grandchildren in this life. After saying that, he handed the peeled apple in his hand to Scar Chong's mouth, which was completely twisted by fear. Eat it. This is the last time you can taste something sweet in this world. Half an hour later, a scream that was not like a human voice and was extremely shrill came from the ward. It resounded throughout the night sky of the entire hospital. When Sume pushed the door and walked in, what she saw was a scene that she would never forget in her life. Gu Chongqing was sitting quietly by the window, smoking a cigarette. On the hospital bed, the once invincible underground boxing champion, Chong, was curled up like a puddle of mud, his whole body soaked in cold sweat. His eyes were empty and desperate, like a rag doll with its soul completely drained away. He is not dead, but he was in 1,000 times more pain than if he were dead, because he is no longer a complete man. Sume looked at the man in front of her, who was clearly doing the most cruel and bloody thing, but his face still had that calm expression. The feeling of heartbeat that had just arisen in my heart was replaced by a stronger emotion called fear at this moment. She suddenly realized that she seemed to have never truly understood this man. He is like a collection of contradictions. Sometimes he is warm and affectionate, like a guardian angel. Sometimes he is cold and ruthless, like a ghost crawling out of hell, taking lives. Should she get closer to him or stay away from him? At this moment, a cold, mechanical prompt sound suddenly rang in Gu Chongqing's mind. Fight. Host detected. Final judgment of all the running dogs in the core enemy chain has been completed. Judgment method. Treat others in their own way. Trial result. Perfect. In progress. Comprehensive assessment. Assessment successful. Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden system's ultimate mission. Ultimate mission. Perfect kill. Mission target. Liharin. Mission requirements. Completely crush the target in all aspects, including legal, public opinion, and physical aspects. Make them repent and die in endless pain and despair. Quest reward. Failure penalty. The system will permanently unbind the host. Looking at the blood red, temptation-filled and dangerous ultimate mission on the system panel, Gu Chongqing's eyes lit up instantly. He knew that the real feast was finally about to be served. He put out the cigarette in his hand and stood up. He walked up to Sume, who was already frightened silly, stretched out his hand, and gently pinched her pretty face that was full of collagen. Then he leaned over and whispered in her ear in a devilish tone that was full of temptation. Miss Su. Next, the real show begins. Are you interested in coming with me to watch the most magnificent? The corner of his mouth curled up into a bloodthirsty smile. Fireworks. Chapter 54. Chapter 54. An accident. A perfect death. Fireworks. Sume looked at the bloodthirsty yet charming smile on the man's face, listened to his devilish whispers, and felt her heart skip a beat. She knew that this man was about to start his crazy and gorgeous performance again, and she was willing to be his most loyal audience. Okay. She giggled, her beautiful peach blossom eyes curved into two charming crescents. I love watching fireworks the most, especially the kind that can burn scum to ashes. 3 days later, Jiangqing City #1 Detention Center. Liharin, like a dead dog, curled up in the darkest corner of the solitary cell. He is completely ruined. Legally, the evidence is overwhelming. What awaits him will be the most severe trial of the law, and the death penalty is almost a foregone conclusion. In public opinion, he had long since been disgraced, a scum despised by the entire Jiangcheng, and indeed the entire nation. Every day, countless letters, greeting, to his family flew into the detention center like snowflakes. Mentally, he had gone completely crazy since that night, when he experienced the thrill of falling from a high altitude on the rooftop of the abandoned teaching building. Sometimes lucid, sometimes crazy. When he was awake, he would think of Gu Chongqing's devilish face, and then tremble in endless fear. When he was mad, he would hold his head and roll around wildly in the cell, repeating the same sentence over and over again. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I was wrong. He has become a living, moving joke. And today is the day he was escorted to court for his last public trial. 8 o'clock in the morning. 2 tall prison guards opened the door of the cell. Liharin, come out. Upon hearing this, Liharin shuddered all over and shrank into the corner like a frightened rabbit. No, I won't go out. I won't go, he screamed in horror. He will kill me. He will definitely kill me. Everyone knew who the he was referring to was. Stop talking fucking nonsense. An older, square-faced prison guard cursed impatiently, stepped forward, grabbed his prison uniform, and dragged him out from the corner like a dead dog. Another younger prison guard took out cold handcuffs and handcuffed his hands tightly behind his back. Walk. Liharin was held by 2 people, one on each side, and walked towards the prison van that had been waiting outside the detention center for a long time. Along the way, all the prisoners who saw him looked at him with contempt and disdain. Some people even spat at him. Deserted by everyone. When a wall falls, everyone pushes it. This is what happened to him now. The prison van slowly drove out of the detention center. There was no one else in the car except Liharin and the 2 prison guards who were in charge of escorting him. The square-faced prison guard took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed one to the young prison guard next to him. Come, have a cigarette, and perk yourself up. Thank you, Brother Zhang. The young prison guard took the cigarette, lit it, and took a deep puff. Brother Zhang, he asked, somewhat puzzled, looking at the trembling Liharin in the corner. What do you think the higher-ups are thinking? They're really going to use the two of us to personally escort such a useless guy? Wouldn't it be enough to just send 2 new recruits? You know shit. The square-faced prison guard, Brother Zhang, blew out a smoke ring and said in a low voice, "This kid is a hot commodity right now. I don't know how many people want him to shut up forever before the trial begins." You mean? The young prison guard's expression changed slightly. That's right. Brother Zhang nodded, a shrewd glint in his eyes. So, our mission this time is not just to escort. It's also to protect. The higher-ups have issued a strict order. This kid must not have any accidents before the trial begins. Otherwise, you and I will both be in trouble. I understand. Upon hearing this, the young prison guard immediately put out the cigarette in his hand and sat up straight with a serious face. The prison van drove smoothly on the highway leading to the city center. Everything seemed so normal. However, just as the prison van was about to enter a 3-kilometer-long tunnel, the square-faced prison guard, Brother Zhang, had a pair of shrewd eyes in which a subtle, unnoticeable, strange light flashed. He glanced at his watch. The timing is just right. He turned his head and gave a kind smile to the young prison guard beside him. Xiao Wong, come on, have another cigarette. This cigarette is strong. I promise that after you finish smoking, you can have a good sleep. As the prison van slowly drove out from the other end of the tunnel, the scene inside the car has undergone a drastic change. The young prison guard had already fallen into a deep sleep with his head tilted and leaning back on his chair. Liharin in the corner had already stopped trembling. There was no fear or madness on his face. There is only a dead silence. Because, at some point, a small, inconspicuous pinhole had appeared at the position of his heart. A tube of high-concentration potassium chloride, enough to kill an adult elephant instantly, has been accurately injected into his heart. He is dead. Died silently. Death is just right. And the square-faced prison guard, Brother Zhang, who was supposed to be responsible for protecting him, acted as if nothing had happened. He slowly and methodically put an empty syringe into his pocket. Then he took out his cell phone and dialed an encrypted number. Hello. An old, hoarse voice came from the other end of the phone. It was the one who was supposed to be dead, Li Jianguo. Boss. Brother Zhang reported respectfully. It's done. That little bastard won't say a word again. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment. Then, Li Jianguo's crazy laughter filled with resentment and pleasure was heard. Good. 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 Zhang, you did a great job. When I finish the things on hand and return to Jiangcheng, I promise to let you sit in the position you have always dreamed of. Thank you, boss. A greedy smile appeared on Brother Zhang's face. He hung up the phone, took a look at the already cold body beside him, and snorted with disdain. Waste. He started the prison van and prepared to stage a perfect scene where the prisoner suddenly fell ill and died despite rescue efforts. However, just as he was about to step on the accelerator, a black, ghostly figure suddenly appeared outside his car window. It's Gu Changxing. You. Brother Zhang's pupils instantly dilated to the extreme. He wanted to draw his gun and call for help. But everything is too late. Gu Changxing's hand just gently pressed on the car window. Crash. The thick bulletproof glass actually shattered in an instant like ordinary glass. Immediately afterwards, a cold, iron-like hand gripped his throat tightly. Li Jianguo, where is he? Gu Changxing's voice was very calm, but it sounded like a death curse from hell. I don't know. Brother Zhang uttered a few words with difficulty. Yeah. The corner of Gu Changxing's mouth curled up into a cruel arc. He activated the new ability that he had just exchanged from the system mall. Mind reading. The next second, all the secrets about Li Jianguo's hiding place in Brother Zhang's mind flooded into Gu Changxing's brain like a tide. Turn out to be. A cold glint flashed in Gu Changxing's eyes. He's hiding there. He let go of his hand. Then, in Brother Zhang's eyes filled with fear and despair, he slowly said his last words of the night. Thank you. Now, you can go down and accompany him. Chapter 55. Is it finally over? No, it's just the beginning. The next morning, Jiangcheng was once again completely detonated by a piece of heavy news that was enough to go down in history. The devil of the century, Liharin, died suddenly of a serious illness during the escort. Forensic identification. The cause of death was acute myocardial infarction, exactly the same as the cause of death of his victim Lin Wanqing 3 years ago. God has his way. Who can escape this fate? As soon as this news came out, the whole Jiangcheng was in an uproar. Everyone was telling each other and celebrating. They think this is retribution. It is the most just divine punishment sent down by the spirit in heaven on the tragically dead girl and her unborn child. No one would suspect whether there was something fishy behind this accident, because the ending is so perfect. It is so perfect that everyone is willing to believe it is true. Office of the Director of Jiangxing Public Security Bureau. The newly appointed acting director was looking at the investigation report on the Liharin death incident submitted by Qin Yu in person with a headache. The report clearly states, after an on-site investigation and autopsy, it was determined that the deceased, Liharin, and the 2 prison guards who died, all died in an accidental electrical short circuit caused by aging wiring in the prison van. During the accident, the high-voltage current instantly penetrated the hearts of the 3 people, causing their deaths, ruling out any possibility of homicide. Bang! The acting director slammed the report on the table. He looked at his favorite student, who had a calm face but a hint of smile in her eyes that she herself didn't even notice. Qin Yu, he said with a look of dismay. Ew, do you really think I'm old and confused? Do you believe this kind of nonsense when you write it? Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's cold and pretty face showed a faint smile for the first time, like ice and snow just melting. She looked up at her teacher and asked back word by word, Teacher, does it matter whether you believe it or not? The important thing is, her eyes became extremely firm. Isn't this the result that all the people in Jiangxing want to see? The acting director was choked by her words. He looked at his student, who used to be very strict and regarded procedural justice as more important than anything else, but now he had learned to play Tai Chi with him in this almost rogue way. He knew she had changed. He was completely changed by the devil named Gu Chongqing. After a long time, he waved his hand weakly. Never mind. You. He pointed at Qin Yu and wanted to say something, but in the end it just turned into a helpless sigh. Take care of yourself. At this time, in an unknown underground safe house in Jiangxing, Li Jiangguo was like a wild beast trapped in a cage, smashing everything in the room frantically. Oh, he let out a desperate and unwilling roar. Dead. His only son is dead. His last trump card, the corrupt policeman A Zhang who was bribed by him, is also dead. All his plans went to waste. And the culprit who destroyed everything for him, Gu Chongqing, is still at large. He even became the hero who upholds justice in the hearts of the people of Jiangxing. Puff! A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out of Li Jiangguo's mouth. He fell to the ground weakly, and for the first time, his cloudy old eyes revealed real despair. He knew he had no chance of turning the situation around. All he could do now was wait, waiting for the devil to find you. Then give yourself the final judgment. The president's office of Chongqing Group. Gu Chongqing stood quietly in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the city below, which seemed to have returned to calm, but in fact the undercurrent was even more turbulent. Behind him stood all his core members, Shirley, Fong, Guyanan, and the monkey connected via remote video. Boss, Guyanan reported. After Liharin's death, the last bit of value of Li real estate was completely squeezed out. We have successfully completed its full acquisition. At least 40% of Jiangxing's real estate market is now firmly controlled by our Chongqing Group. We have become the new uncrowned king of Jiangxing. There was no trace of joy on Gu Chongqing's face when he heard this. He just shook his head slowly. No. His voice was soft, but filled with an endless murderous aura. A kingdom where even the king's head hasn't been chopped off yet. It's hardly a real kingdom. He turned around and looked at everyone, and for the first time, his dead eyes were filled with a fiery fire that was almost crazy. Liharin is dead, but Li Jiangguo is still alive. This revenge is far from over. Monkey. He gave new orders to the screen. I want all the hiding places of that old fox Li Jiangguo. I want a net that will trap him so that he has no way to escape. Hey boss, just wait and see. Monkey's voice was filled with confidence. I promise that even when he goes to the bathroom, he'll feel like someone is handing him paper. Stone Fong. Gu Chongqing looked at his 2 most trusted brothers again. Exist. Get ready. Xiaohu bot protects files from piracy. If you are looking for a book, choose Xiaohu. It is stable and reliable, and you won't step into any pitfalls. A bloodthirsty, cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Let's go. Dragon Slayer. He picked up his phone and called Su Mei. Miss Su, I already know where that old fox hiding in the gutter is. Are you interested in going with me to enjoy a fight between trapped beasts? Chapter 56. Qin Yu returns without success and dies without any evidence. A trapped beasts fight. Su Mei's laughter on the other end of the phone was as sweet as a silver bell, but with a hint of unconcealable excitement. My dear boss Gu, what are you talking about? Isn't that old fox Li Jiangguo already in your pocket? Something in the bag? Gu Chongqing just smiled without comment when he heard it. Miss Su, he said slowly, looking out the window at the city completely shrouded in darkness. Have you ever seen a lion cornered? The counterattack it launches before dying is the most deadly. And what I like most is to appreciate the most gorgeous struggle of the prey before death. So, Su Mei's tone became playful. Are you deliberately giving him a chance? No. Gu Chongqing shook his head. I'm just preparing him a meal worthy of his status. The corners of his mouth curled up in a cruel arc. Coffin. At the same time, inside the interrogation room of Jiangxing Public Security Bureau, the atmosphere was so oppressive that it was almost frozen. Qin Yu was sitting at one side of the interrogation table with a cold expression on his face. Sitting opposite her was the man she had been chasing for days, but who had managed to escape right under her nose. Gu Chongqing. Of course this time he walked in by himself. Just half an hour ago, when Qin Yu was still worried about the accidental prison van accident, Gu Chongqing actually took the initiative to call. He said he was here to cooperate with the police investigation. Gu Chongqing. Qin Yu looked at the man in front of her who had a calm and leisurely face as if he was drinking tea in his own living room, and her heart was filled with anger. You'd better give me a reasonable explanation. About Liharin's death. A reasonable explanation? Gu Chongqing showed an extremely innocent expression when he heard this. Officer Qin, isn't this your police's official announcement? He pointed to the TV on the wall. The TV was playing a press conference about Liharin's death in an accident. Isn't it clearly written in the notice? He said seriously. The deceased, Liharin, and 2 prison guards, all died in an accident beyond their control. Any possibility of homicide has been ruled out. What? He looked at Qin Yu and blinked. Officer Qin, are you doubting the notice issued by your own police? You. Qin Yu was so choked by his words that she couldn't utter a word for a long time. She knew clearly that this man was pretending to be ignorant. She also knew that the so-called accident was definitely related to him. But she has no evidence. The scene was cleaned up. The square-faced prison guard brother Zhang, who should have been the biggest suspect, also died in the accident, like Liharin. There is no evidence to prove the truth. Everything forms a perfect, logical, closed loop. Let her have no idea where to start. Okay. Qin Yu took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. She knew that if she played word games with this man, she would only be crushed. She decided to try a different angle. Then let's not talk about Liharin. Her eyes became extremely sharp. Let's talk about Li Jianguo. According to our intelligence, she stared intently into Gu Chongqing's eyes, trying to catch a glimmer of hope on his face. He is not dead. And according to our speculation, he is most likely hiding in a corner of Jiangsheng right now, preparing to take crazy revenge on you. Mr. Gu, her tone suddenly softened and even carried a hint of concern. You are in danger now. I hope you will cooperate with our police. Tell us everything you know. That's the only way we can keep you safe. She is retreating in order to advance, trying to use the name of protection to trick Gu Chongqing into speaking. However, how could Gu Chongqing be fooled so easily? He just smiled when he heard that. Officer Qin, are you kidding me? He looked at Qin Yu with eyes full of undisguised sarcasm. Protect me. Where were you 3 years ago when I was wrongfully imprisoned like a dog? Where were you when my parents died tragically on the streets seeking justice for me? Now, his voice suddenly turned cold. You come to me and tell me you want to protect me? Officer Qin, don't you think what you said is ridiculous? Qin Yu's face turned red instantly. She was speechless. Yes. What right does she have to say she will protect him? She and the public power behind him were the ones who hurt him the most. Gu Chongqing. After a long time, Qin Yu slowly spoke, her voice hoarse and tired. I admit we've made mistakes. But I promise you it won't happen this time. As long as you trust us. Believe me. She looked at Gu Chongqing's clear eyes and saw a look that was almost pleading for the first time. Gu Chongqing looked at her, her face which looked a little haggard due to staying up late, but was still full of justice and persistence. A soft spot in my heart was gently touched. He knew this woman was different from those people. She really wanted to do something for this city. Good. Finally, he nodded slowly. I can trust you. A hint of joy flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. But, Gu Chongqing changed the subject. I also have my conditions. What conditions? Gu Chongqing looked at her, and a meaningful arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's very simple. I want you to help me act out a scene. A fight that will lure that old fox Li Jianguo out of his hole. His voice was full of temptation. Big drama. Qin Yu was stunned when he heard this. She looked at Gu Chongqing's eyes, which were so deep that they seemed to be able to suck people's souls in, and her heart was full of hesitation and struggle. She knew that once she agreed, she would be completely stepping onto the devil's chariot. There's no going back. But can she refuse? Gu Changsheng. She looked at him and asked word by word. I'll ask you one last time. What do you want to do? Chapter 57. Chapter 57. Huge reward. Comprehensive enhancement of physical fitness. What do you want to do? Wen Qinyu's voice full of struggle and determination sounded in the interrogation room. Gu Changxing smiled. He looked at the female police officer in front of him who had clearly been dragged into trouble by him, but was still trying to maintain her last bit of pride in procedural justice, and slowly stood up. He didn't answer her question. He simply walked up to her, reached out his hand, and gently straightened her collar, which was a little messy due to staying up late. The movements were gentle, as if handling a fragile work of art. Qinyu's body suddenly stiffened. She wanted to step back, but found that her feet seemed to be nailed to the ground, and she couldn't move at all. An unfamiliar masculine scent that made her blush and her heart beat fast instantly enveloped her tightly. Officer Qin. Gu Changxing's voice was very light and soft, like the whisper of a devil in her ears. Don't try to understand someone who has come back from hell. You just have to keep your eyes open and watch. Look at how I personally punish the sins in your heart that cannot be judged by the law. The corners of his mouth curled up in a cold arc. One by one, they were all dragged into a place deeper than hell. After saying this, he didn't stop. He calmly turned and left in Qinyu's complicated gaze filled with shock and shame. He walked out of the interrogation room, where he was supposed to be imprisoned forever, when Gu Changxing returned to the office of Changxing Group. Finally, the cold mechanical prompt tone he had been waiting for rang in his mind. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the system's ultimate mission. Perfect kill. Mission target, Liharin. Mission completion level, SSS level, perfect. Completion evaluation. The host used thunderous means to carry out a comprehensive, dimensionality-reducing attack on the target across multiple levels, including legal, public opinion, spiritual, and physical. Not only did they lose their reputation and become deserted by their friends and family, but they also ended their sinful life in the most legal and unexpected way. The entire process is a textbook example of the art of revenge. Task reward settlement in progress. Settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 villain points, 5,000. 2. Physical fitness gift pack. Permanently increase your constitution, strength, and agility to the human limit, 30 points. 3. Skill upgrade. Mind reading, beginner, mind reading, master. 4. System mall permission upgrade. Primary mall, intermediate mall. 5. Hidden reward. Mysterious key X1 can be redeemed in the intermediate mall. Boom. A series of rewards generous enough to drive anyone crazy instantly flooded into Gu Changxing's mind like a tide. Immediately afterwards, a golden warm current that was more powerful and turbulent than any previous enhancement appeared out of thin air, washing over his limbs and bones madly. At this moment, his body seemed to be thrown into a furnace, undergoing the most thorough transformation. The bones made a crackling sound and became harder than steel. The muscles bulged at a speed visible to the naked eye, becoming full of streamlined and explosive beauty. The blood in his veins roared like the Yangtze River. He could even clearly feel that every cell in his body was cheering and jumping for joy. It was an unprecedented feeling of power, an absolute confidence that seems like one can blow up a wall with one punch and overturn a car with one kick. 10 seconds later, the reinforcement is over. Gu Changxing slowly opened his eyes. For the first time, a ray of golden light, as if it were real, flashed in those dead eyes. He opened his property panel. Host, Gu Changxing. Physique, 30, human limit. Strength, 30, human limit. Agility, 30, human limit. Spirit, 25, extremely tough. Evil points, 5,800. Mastered abilities, God-level fighting, passive, mind-reading, mastery. Warehouse, mysterious key X1. Looking at his abnormal attribute panel, Gu Changxing showed a satisfied smile on his face. He knew from now on, he is no longer an ordinary human being. He is a Superman in human skin. A monster that is powerful enough to crush 99.9% of the so-called masters in this world with the purest violence. Boss, are you okay? The monkey's voice on the other end of the video came with a hint of worry. He just witnessed the incredible change that happened to Gu Changxing through the camera. I'm fine. Gu Changxing shook his head and turned his gaze to the brand new intermediate mall. System mall, intermediate. Product list. 1. Mental enhancement fluid, basic price, 1,000 points. Increases the host's mental strength by 5 points. 2. God-level driving, passive price, 2,000 points. Masters the driving of all modes of transportation on Earth. 3. God-level hacking skill, passive price, 3,000 points. In the online world, you are a god. 4. Danger Sense, passive price, for 1,000 points. Allows foreseeing fatal dangers from the outside world. 5. Gene Repair Fluid, single-use price, 5,000 points. Can repair all non-fatal genetic damage and diseases. 6. The dazzling array of abilities that could be called divine skills made Gu Chongqing a little dazzled. But he didn't redeem it immediately. He knew it wasn't the right time yet. He wanted to save these precious points for the most critical moment. His eyes fell on the so-called special exchange list. He took out the ancient key that was full of mystery. System, use the mysterious key to open the special exchange list. Ding. Command confirmed. The mysterious key has been consumed. The special exchange list has been opened for you. A brand new list emitting golden light appeared in front of him. And there is only one redemption option on the list. An option that made Gu Chongqing's breathing stop the moment he saw it. Special exchange item. Absolutely loyal. Clone army. Exchange requirement. 10,000 villain points per person. Item description. The members of this legion are perfectly cloned using the host's most loyal subordinates, Shirley, Lung Fong, as templates. They possess the same combat power and loyalty as the originals. They are your sharpest swords and strongest shields. They are the most powerful army you can use to conquer this world. Looking at this redemption option that was full of endless temptation, Gu Chongqing's heart began to beat violently for the first time. He knew that his pace of revenge could be faster. A little crazier too. Just then there was a knock on the office door. Gu Yanan pushed the door open and walked in. There was a hint of solemnity on her face. Boss, that old bastard Wang Jinxiong is making some moves. Chapter 58 The next target. The smiling tiger, Li Jianguo. That old bastard Wang Jinxiong is making some moves. When Gu Yanan's cold yet solemn voice sounded in the office, Gu Chongqing's eyes, which had just become a little hot due to seeing the clone army, instantly returned to their calm and cold state. He slowly closed the system mall. Then he turned around and looked at Gu Yanan. Explain. His voice consisted of only one word, but it was filled with unquestionable majesty. According to the information sent back by our spies planted inside the Wong family, Gu Yanan spoke quickly, and it was obvious that the situation was somewhat urgent. When Wang Jinxiong learned that his 3 billion yuan had been completely wasted, he was so angry that he vomited blood on the spot. However, he did not immediately retaliate against our Chongqing group, as we expected. On the contrary, her eyes became a little strange. He sold all the assets under his name that he could move. They even resorted to borrowing high-interest loans of 2 billion from underground banks. He collected a full 5 billion in cash. Then he took the money, his son Wang Meng, and all the remaining core members of the Qinglong Society and quietly left Jiangqing this morning. Left? Gu Chongqing frowned slightly when he heard that. This is not in line with Wang Jinxiong's reckless character. With his vengeful temper, after suffering such a huge loss, he would never give up until he turned the Chongqing group upside down. There is only one possibility why he is so anxious to leave Jiangqing. That is, he encountered a being that frightened him more than himself. Where did he go? Gu Chongqing asked in a deep voice. According to our latest tracking intelligence, Gu Yanan's face showed a hint of astonishment. His convoy finally entered the neighboring city of Donghai. And he went straight to the Iron Blood Alliance's underground boxing gym. Donghai City. Master Chun, the old and majestic figure who had only spoken to him on the phone, once instantly emerged in Gu Chongqing's mind. He immediately understood Wang Jinxiong's intention. This old man is going to call for help. He was going to use Master Chun, the sharpest knife in the entire eastern region, to kill himself. Interesting. The corners of Gu Chongqing's mouth curled up into a cold and sarcastic arc. If you can't beat them, go and complain to their parents? This so-called underground emperor is really going backwards as time goes by. Boss, what should we do now? Gu Yanan asked worriedly. Master Chen is no match for a reckless man like Wang Jinxiong. He's scheming and ruthless, and holds a pivotal position in the entire eastern region's underworld. If Wang Jinxiong really convinces him, he won't. Gu Chongqing shook his head, his face full of absolute confidence. Because I did him a favor he couldn't refuse. Besides, his eyes became extremely deep. Compared to Wang Jinxiong's wrecked ship that's about to sink, my aircraft carrier, Gu Chongqing, which just went to sea, is obviously more worthy of his investment. So he will not help Wang Jinxiong. A playful smile appeared on Gu Chongqing's lips. He'll even help me clean up that idiot Wang Jinxiong. Just wait and see if you don't believe me. He pointed to the clock on the wall. No more than 12 hours. Mr. Chun will personally pack Wang Jinxiong's head and deliver it to our building. Gu Yanan looked at the man in front of her who was clearly saying the bloodiest and most horrifying things, but his face was still calm, as if everything was under control. The heart that had been silent for 3 years began to beat violently, uncontrollably at this moment. She knew she had followed the right person. This man was born to be a king. Just then the office door was pushed open. Shirley and Lung Fong walked in. There was a hint of solemnity on their faces. "Brother Chongsheng," Shirley said in a muffled voice. "Something happened at the hospital." Gu Chongsheng's eyes turned cold instantly. "What happened to Uncle Lin?" "Professor Lin is fine," Lung Fong said in a deep voice, taking over the conversation. "With that old man Sun Lren around, no one dares to touch him." The one who got into trouble was Sun Lren himself. Just an hour ago, he committed suicide in his office out of fear of punishment. Committing suicide out of fear of punishment? Gu Chongsheng frowned tightly when he heard this. This is impossible. How could someone like Sun Lren, who is so selfish and afraid of death, commit suicide? That's right. Lung Fong nodded and took out an evidence bag from his pocket. Inside the bag was a bloodstained note. "We found this next to his body." Gu Chongsheng took the note. Scribbled on it were a few bloody words filled with fear and despair. "Don't look for me. It's not me. It was him. He forced me to. Devil. He is a devil. Let my family go. Please." At the end of the note was a hideous smiling face drawn in blood. A smiling face that is exactly the same as the one Li Jiangguo gave him 3 years ago. "It's Li Jiangguo." Gu Chongsheng's eyes instantly flashed with murderous intent. This old fox. He actually dared to take the initiative to provoke. He was using Sun Lren's life to warn himself. He is issuing a final declaration of war against himself. Good, very good. Gu Chongsheng was so angry that he laughed. He slowly crumpled up the piece of paper and threw it into the trash can. He picked up his phone and called Monkey. "Monkey." His voice was so cold that it seemed like ice chips were falling off. "Have you found Li Jiangguo's location?" "Found it, boss." Monkey's excited voice came from the other end of the phone. "That old fox is very cunning. He set up more than a dozen fake hiding places in Jiangxing. But I finally found him. He's hiding right now in the place where they humiliated Miss Lin. In an abandoned chemical plant. There again. A cold, fatalistic light flashed in Gu Chongsheng's eyes. He knew Li Jiangguo did it on purpose. He wanted to make a final break with himself in that sinful place that started all his nightmares. Very good. Gu Chongsheng hung up the phone. He turned around and looked at the faces behind him that were full of fighting spirit. His voice was not loud, but it was like a thunder that exploded throughout the office. "Everyone get ready. Tonight, we have only one goal." He spoke out word by word the name he had hated for 3 years. Smiling Tiger, Li Jiangguo. Chapter 59. Chapter 59. Parents' Death Day, Blood Oath at the Grave. There is no moon tonight. Thick, dark clouds, like a heavy block of lead, pressed down on the sky above Jiangxing, plunging the entire world into a suffocating darkness. The storm is coming. Gu Chongsheng did not immediately go to the place where his destiny would end. He asked Gu Yanan to continue to make the final stranglehold on the Wong family in the financial market. He asked Monkey to continue monitoring all of Li Jiangguo's movements to ensure that the old fox could not escape. Then, he brought Shirley and Lung Fong to the cemetery in the western suburbs. Today is the anniversary of his parents' death. 3 years ago today, those two bodies, already blurred in blood, were hastily gathered and buried here. There wasn't even a proper funeral. There was dead silence in the cemetery. Only the night wind, blowing through the pines and cypresses, made a woo sound, as if playing funeral music for the sleeping souls. Gu Chongsheng, alone, holding a bunch of white chrysanthemums, slowly walked to the lonely, nameless little hill. Behind him, Shirley and Lung Fong, like two silent sculptures, stood guarding the entrance from a distance. They knew that the next period of time belonged to their boss and his deceased relatives. Gu Chongsheng gently placed the bouquet of chrysanthemums in front of the grave. Then, he took out a bottle of the cheapest erguotu from his pocket. That was his father's favorite wine when he was alive. He unscrewed the bottle cap and first, slowly poured half of the wine onto the cold ground. The wine seeped into the soil, taking away the son's belated longing. Then he raised the bottle and drank the remaining half in one gulp. The spicy, cheap liquor burned like a fire from his throat all the way to his stomach. It also burned his eyes, which had long been dry, and made them turn red again uncontrollably. "Dad, Mom." He knelt down slowly, his voice hoarse and low. "Son, I'm here to see you." He stretched out his hand and gently brushed away the few withered weeds on the grave. The movements were so gentle, as if caressing the parents' cheeks, which had long been blurred. "Sorry. Son, you are unfilial. I'm sorry to have made you suffer." He couldn't continue. An irrepressible, heart-piercing sadness, like a sudden tsunami, instantly submerged his heart, which had long been wrapped in hatred and coldness. He is not God. He is not a demon either. After all, he is just a mortal who has lost all his loved ones and bears a deep blood feud. He will feel pain too. Yes, weak. He pressed his forehead deeply against the cold grave that smelled of a mixture of earth and grass. His shoulders shook violently and uncontrollably. There was no crying. There was only the low whimpering that was suppressed to the extreme, like that of a wounded beast. Far away, Shirley looked at this scene, and his honest tiger eyes couldn't help but turn red. "Brother Chongsheng," he said in a muffled voice, his voice full of heartache. Lung Fong didn't say anything. He simply took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed one over. Then, he lit one for himself. The scarlet flames flickered on his chiseled, cold face. He looked at the young figure in the distance, kneeling in front of the grave, his shoulders looking extremely thin in the darkness. For the first time, a trace of a complex emotion called admiration flashed across those calm and indifferent eyes. He has seen too many so-called strong people. Some of them possess tremendous power. Some have wealth that rivals that of a country. Some possess violence that is enough to destroy everything. But he had never seen anyone like Gu Chongshen, one who is clearly carrying a heavy past that is enough to crush anyone. Mingming is walking on the darkest, bloodiest road of revenge. Yet, deep in my heart, I can still retain that purest tenderness towards home and family. This kind of person is the real, strong one. After a long time, Gu Chongshen slowly stood up. The sadness on his face has completely disappeared. What replaced it was an indissoluble, cold, murderous intent. He took out the military dagger that Lung Fong had given him. Without any hesitation, he cut a deep wound on the palm of his left hand, so deep that the bone could be seen. Blood gushed out in an instant. The land in front of him was dyed red. His eyes, which had long been filled with hatred, also turned red. "Dad, Mom." He raised his blood-stained left hand, facing the lonely grave and the cold world, and made the most solemn and bloody oath of his life. "Son, I swear to heaven here. Tonight, I will definitely kill my enemy, Li Jianguo, with his dirty, dog head. Come, pay tribute to your souls in heaven." This oath, his voice echoed in the empty cemetery like thunder. Heaven and earth witnessed together. Gods and ghosts listened together. After saying this, he didn't stop. He turned around, with a murderous aura rising to the sky, and walked down the mountain step by step. Behind him was a lonely grave stained with blood. In the darkness, it seemed as if a flame of revenge had also been ignited. He walked up to Shirley and Lung Fong. There was no expression on his face anymore. What there is just a pure, almost Tao, murderous intent. "Stone Lung Fong. Exist. Are Su Mei and Monkey ready?" "We're ready," Shirley reported. "Monkey has already cut off all communications around the chemical plant. He's also forged over a dozen false alarms to lure Qin Yu and her men south of the city. Ms. Su has already mobilized all her connections to block all possible routes to the outside world. The chemical plant now is a true, isolated island." "Very good." Gu Chongshen nodded. He glanced at his left hand, which was still bleeding, and a mad, fiery look flashed in his eyes. "Then we should set off." He opened the car door and got in. "Go to our old friend." The corner of his mouth curled up into a bloodthirsty, cruel smile. Finally, the dinner. Chapter 60 Selfish Ant, Ugly Face. The black off-road vehicle, like a silent beast, was speeding on the road to the fateful battlefield. The atmosphere in the car was so oppressive that it almost froze. Shirley and Lung Fong could both clearly feel the murderous intent emanating from the man beside them, which was enough to change the color of heaven and earth. They knew that tonight, their boss was going to slay a dragon. However, just as the vehicle was about to leave the city and head towards the abandoned chemical plant that had long been shrouded in the breath of death, Gu Chongshen's cell phone suddenly rang at an inopportune time. It's an unfamiliar local number. Gu Chongshen didn't want to answer it, but for some unknown reason, he still pressed the answer button. "Hello? Is this Chongshen?" On the other end of the phone came a woman's voice that was both familiar and unfamiliar. That voice was filled with a deliberate, even somewhat flattering, enthusiasm. Gu Chongshen was stunned for a moment. Then, the face of a middle-aged woman, who was both mercenary and shrewd, emerged in his mind. It's his aunt, Shin Suilian, his father's only sister. He is also the last blood relative in this world, besides Lin Boyan. "What's up?" Gu Chongshen's voice was cold and without a trace of emotion. He had no good feelings towards this so-called relative. He clearly remembered 3 years ago when his family was broken up and he was wrongfully imprisoned. Not only did this aunt not offer a helping hand, but she immediately cut all ties with his family. She even gossiped about her nephew to her neighbors behind his back, fearing that her murderer nephew would implicate her. It is human nature to seek benefits and avoid harm. Gu Changsheng was too lazy to argue with her. But now, this woman who chose to disappear at the darkest moment of his life suddenly called him. It goes without saying that the weasel is paying a New Year's visit to the chicken with no good intentions. Oh, Changsheng, how can you talk to your aunt like that? You're so reserved. Chun Tzuilian's laughter on the other end of the phone became even more enthusiastic. Aunt, I miss you so much. Why didn't you tell me when you got out of prison? I could have given you a warm welcome. Look at you now, you've really made it. You've become the biggest celebrity in Jiangxing. Auntie, I'm so proud of you. So proud of you. The words were spoken so flawlessly and affectionately, as if they were really the closest relatives in the world. Get to the point. Gu Changxing interrupted her impatiently. He had neither the time nor the mood to play coy with this woman here. Chun Tzuilian was choked, as if she didn't expect that Gu Changxing would be so disrespectful to her. But she quickly returned to her flattering smile. That's it. Changsheng. She rubbed her hands and said carefully, look, you're the boss of a big company now. Your cousin, Xiaojun, just graduated from college a while ago and hasn't found a job yet. Look, can you let your cousin go to your company and work? And he doesn't ask for anything else. Just arrange a position for him, like a manager or director, and that'll be fine. As for the salary, just give it as you see fit. Around 10,000 or 8,000 will be fine. We are all family, and how can I let you suffer any loss? Hearing this, Gu Changxing showed a hint of extremely sarcastic sneer on his face. He finally understood why this woman called him suddenly. It turned out that he saw his own success and wanted to have a piece of the pie. It's just as realistic and ugly as always. No problem. However, to Chun Tzuilian's surprise, Gu Changxing actually agreed without even thinking about it. Really? Chun Tzuilian's voice instantly rose an octave, filled with incredible ecstasy. She thought she would have to spend some more time talking. Of course. Gu Changxing's voice remained calm. But I also have a condition. What are the conditions? Changxing, just tell me. As long as your aunt can do it, there will be no objection. Chun Tzuilian patted her chest and promised. It's very simple. Gu Changxing's mouth curled up into a cold arc. I'm on my way to your house now. I need you to prepare the property deed for your old house. I want to use it. That old house was the only inheritance his parents left him. 3 years ago, after he was imprisoned, this house was forcibly taken over by this good aunt in the name of keeping it for safekeeping. What? Chun Tzuilian's laughter stopped abruptly. Her voice suddenly became sharp. Changsheng, what do you mean? That house was given to me by your parents back then to support me in my old age. How can you take it back? Why can't I go back? Gu Changxing's voice suddenly became icy cold. Chun Tzuilian, I'll ask you one last time. That house belongs to my parents. Are you going to give it or not? There was a deathly silence on the other end of the phone. After a long time, Chun Tzuilian's shrew-like curse, full of resentment and unwillingness, came out from the phone. Gu Changsheng, you little ungrateful bastard. Do you think you're so great just because you have a few bucks now? I'm telling you, forget about that house. You won't get a penny. You are a murderer, a prisoner in a forced labor camp. You, beep, beep, beep. Gu Changxing simply hung up the phone. He has already got the answer he wanted. He slowly closed his eyes. Completely sever the last bit of ridiculous bond between myself and this world, which is called family affection. He turned his head and looked out the window at the abandoned factory that was getting closer and closer. In those dead eyes, there was no more hesitation or concern. What there is just a pure, cold, murderous intent that is enough to freeze the entire world. He took out his cell phone and dialed Monkey's number. Boss, what are your instructions? Gu Changxing's voice was flat and without a trace of emotion. Monkey, the property deed to the old house at my aunt's house. I want it to appear in front of me within an hour. As for my good aunt, the corner of his mouth curled up into a devilish smile. Let her and her precious son experience what it's like to live on the streets. Chapter 61, Using Money to Reveal the Despicable Nature of Human Beings. Let her and her precious son experience what it's like to live on the streets. When Gu Changxing's cold voice, without a trace of emotion, came through the phone. On the other side of the network, in a dim basement filled with various high-tech equipment, a young man with a lollipop in his mouth and wearing flip-flops on his feet, looking thin and wretched, but with a gleam of excitement in his eyes that was totally disproportionate to his appearance, chuckled. Got it, boss. The monkey's fingers turned into afterimages on the keyboard. Guaranteed to complete the mission. Let these blind mortals see what a true dimensionality reduction attack is. In an old residential area in Jiangqing, Chun Tzuilian hung up the phone with a resentful look on her face. Damn it, little ungrateful bastard. She pointed at her phone and yelled at her precious son who was playing games in the living room. I told you all along. Your cousin is a jerk. He's just like his damn dad. He's got a little money, but he doesn't even know his last name. Now look what's happening. He's even planning to take over our house. Bah, he's dreaming. Her son Shinjun, a fat, big-eared young man with dyed yellow hair, also raised his head from the game when he heard this. What's wrong, Mom? He asked impatiently. That prisoner won't give me a job at his company. How dare he? Chun Tzuilian put her hands on her hips like a shrew. If he doesn't assign you a manager, I'm going to make a scene outside his company. I'm going to expose him on TV. I'm going to see how he, this great hero, can put his face down. That's right. Shinjun also joined in the commotion. A murderer really thinks he's a piece of cake? Don't worry, Mom. I'll take care of this. I'll get some guys to go to his company tomorrow and have a good heart-to-heart with him. The mother and son sang in unison as if they had already defeated Gu Changxing. In their eyes, Gu Changxing is their relative after all. Even if the bones are broken, the tendons are still connected. If they make a fuss and throw a tantrum, can Gu Changxing really do anything to them? Yet they were still too naive. They had no idea what kind of existence they were provoking. Just then, boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a loud and rough noise that sounded more like banging on the door than knocking came from the door. Who is it? Attending a funeral? Chen Jun yelled impatiently, walked over in slippers, and opened the door. Standing at the door were a dozen burly men wearing black suits and sunglasses, giving off an aura of keep away from strangers. The leader was a middle-aged man who looked gentle and refined, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and holding a document in his hand. You, who are you? What do you want to do? Chen Jun was frightened by the scene and subconsciously took a step back. The man with gold-rimmed glasses pushed up his glasses and showed a professional, cold smile on his face. Excuse me, are you Ms. Chun Tzuilian and Mr. Chen Jun? Yes, so what? Chun Tzuilian also walked out of the living room and asked vigilantly. That's good. The man with gold-rimmed glasses nodded. He opened the document in his hand and read in a formulaic tone without any emotion. According to the latest property change records we just retrieved from the Municipal Housing Authority, the property you two are currently living in, located in Unit 401, Building 3, Xingfu Community, has officially been transferred to our boss, Mr. Gu, 5 minutes ago. So, he looked up at the completely stunned mother and son, his face still wearing that cold smile. I am here to formally inform you two on behalf of our boss. Please pack up your personal belongings and move out of here immediately within 10 minutes. Otherwise, he paused and pointed at the dozen or so strong men behind him who were already rubbing their hands and eager to try. My colleagues will be happy to give you a hand. What? Chun Tzuilian and Shin Jun were completely dumbfounded. Property changed. How is this possible? The property certificate is locked in my home safe. I don't believe it. You are liars. Chun Tzuilian screamed like a mad lioness and was about to close the door. Yet her hand had not yet touched the door. A big hand like a pair of pliers had already grasped her wrist tightly. Ah! Chun Tzuilian let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. Mom! Shin Jun was also anxious when he saw this. He relied on his height and strength to roar and punch the strong man who was holding his mother. However, his fist had not yet touched the opponent's body. A fist bigger than a sandbag had already arrived and hit him hard on the bridge of his nose. Bang! A muffled sound. Shin Jun felt as if his nose was hit hard by a sledgehammer. Sore and numb. All kinds of feelings flooded into his brain in an instant. He spun twice like a top, then fell face down on the ground with a plop and passed out completely. Xiaojun. Chun Tzuilian let out a heart-wrenching scream. The man with gold-rimmed glasses acted as if he saw nothing. He just glanced at the valuable Patek Philippe on his wrist. Then he said in that still cold tone, Ms. Chun, there are 8 minutes left. 10 minutes later, Chun Tzuilian and Shin Jun, who had just been awakened by a basin of cold water, were thrown downstairs in the community like 2 stray dogs. Beside them were only a few black garbage bags containing their clothes. Their home, where they had lived for 3 years, had been completely emptied. The door was also replaced with a brand new combination lock that they could never open. Why is this happening? Chun Tzuilian sat on the ground in a daze, with empty eyes and muttering to herself. She couldn't figure it out. She couldn't figure out why things turned out like this. Mom, I want to call the police. I want to sue them. They are robbing a private house. Chun Jun shouted fiercely while covering his nose that was still bleeding and completely crooked. Call the police? A cold voice with a hint of sarcasm suddenly sounded behind them. The mother and son shuddered and turned their heads subconsciously. They saw a black Rolls-Royce Phantom, which they had only seen on TV in their lives, quietly parked in front of them. The car window slowly lowered. Revealed was a young face that was both familiar and unfamiliar to them. It was Gu Changsheng. He just sat quietly in the car and looked down at the two piles of messy garbage on the ground. There was no anger or pity in his eyes. There is only pure cold indifference. It's you. You little ungrateful bastard. The moment Sun Lren saw Gu Changsheng, she got up from the ground like a madman and rushed towards the car. But she didn't come close. Two strong men in black got out of the car and pinned her to the ground. Gu Changsheng, she screamed like a shrew. You will die a miserable death. How dare you rob your own aunt's house? Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? Aunt. Gu Changsheng smiled when he heard that. Where was your dear aunt when I was wrongfully imprisoned and my parents tragically died on the street 3 years ago? Where were you when Wanqing's parents took all their family's savings and knelt on the ground begging you, their dear aunt, to speak up for them? Now, his voice suddenly turned icy cold. You have the nerve to come and talk to me about family affection? Sun Lren, don't you think you're ridiculous? A series of questions were like sharp knives stabbing into Sun Lren's heart. It made her pale and speechless. Gu Changsheng ignored her. He turned his gaze to Qin Jun, who had already been frightened silly. He pulled a check from his pocket. He scribbled a string of numbers on it. Then he threw it in front of Qin Jun like garbage. It's 1 million. Take it and get out of Jiangqing. From now on, never appear in front of me again. Otherwise, a cold, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Next time, it won't just be your nose that's broken. After saying that, he rolled up the car window. The black Rolls-Royce started slowly and disappeared silently into the night. Only the mother and son, whose souls had long been corrupted by money and interests, were left staring blankly at the check on the ground that was light, yet as heavy as Mount Tai. And the string of zeros on the check is enough to buy out all their family affection. Mom, it's 1 million. Qin Jun's voice was trembling. We've become rich. Chapter 62 The prototype of a business empire, Chongqing Group. The black Rolls-Royce Phantom blended silently like a ghost into the night of Jiangqing, which was wrapped in neon and sin. In the car, Gu Changsheng leaned back on the soft leather seat and closed his eyes to rest. There was no expression on his chiseled face. It seemed as if the ugly farce about family affection and interest just now was just a trivial after-dinner episode to him. But Fong, who was sitting next to him, could feel it clearly. The cold aura emanating from this man was even stronger than before. He is using a thick layer of ice armor that is harder than steel to completely seal up the last bit of softness called humanity deep in his heart. He is gradually transforming into the true ruthless and desireless god of revenge. Boss. Fong hesitated for a moment and finally spoke. His voice was still as hoarse, but with a hint of worry that he himself was not aware of. Is it worth it? He asked. Gu Changsheng slowly opened his eyes. There was a dead silence in those deep eyes. He did not answer Feng's question. He simply turned his head and looked out the window at the bustling street scene rapidly receding. After a long time, he slowly spoke, his voice so soft that it seemed as if he was talking to himself. There is no such thing as worth or not worth in this world. It's just a matter of whether you want to or not. And should I? The following week, the entire Jiangqing business community was caught in an unprecedented earthquake. A mysterious emerging force called Chongqing Group is like an ancient beast awakening from its slumber. They began to expand and annex others crazily in an almost barbaric and unreasonable manner. Its first step is integration. Under the thundering hand of Gu Yanan, the former queen of finance, companies and enterprises, large and small, that once belonged to the Li, Zhang, and Zhao families have fallen into chaos due to the power vacuum. In just 3 days, they were all acquired by the Chongqing Group at a price that was almost a bargain. From real estate to media and entertainment to medical devices. The tentacles of the Chongqing Group have almost reached every corner of Jiangqing where money can be made. The second step is cleaning. All corporate executives and professional managers with dirty hands who have had dirty deals with the 4 major families. Without exception, everyone received an anonymous, encrypted email overnight. The email contained irrefutable evidence of all their corruption, bribery, and collusion between officials and businessmen over the years. There was only one sentence at the end of the email, where you can go to the Discipline Inspection Commission and turn yourself in with the evidence of your crime. Or wait to see yourself on the headlines of major news outlets tomorrow morning. In this precise, targeted elimination orchestrated by monkeys behind the scenes, The entire Jiangxing business community has set off an unprecedented surrender frenzy. Countless business elites who were once in the limelight rushed to the door of the Discipline Inspection Commission crying and shouting, and took the initiative to confess their problems just to get lenient treatment. The positions they vacated were quickly replaced by Gu Yanin with a team of more capable and cleaner professional managers that she had already prepared. For a time, the reputation of Chongqing Group reached an unprecedented height in Jiangxing. Everyone was talking about this emerging group with a mysterious background, powerful means, and a style of doing things that was almost chivalrous. They all said that the weather in Jiangxing was really going to change. A dark old era belonging to the four major families has passed. A bright new era belonging to the Chongqing Group is about to come. The president's office of Chongqing Group, Gu Yanin, was reporting to Gu Chongqing excitedly about the brilliant achievements made in the past week. Boss, until the closing of this afternoon, the total assets of our Chongqing Group have exceeded 30 billion. We have successfully replaced the Li family and become the new business overlord of Jiangxing. Her voice was filled with the pleasure of revenge and the excitement of returning to the top. However, Gu Chongsheng, who was sitting opposite her, still had a calm expression on his face. He seemed not at all interested in these numbers, which would drive any businessman crazy. What's going on at the Wong family? He asked calmly. He never cared about money, but hatred. Wong family. When this name was mentioned, the excitement on Gu Yanin's face subsided a little. That old scoundrel Wang Jinxiong suffered a setback in Donghai City, she reported. Master Chen didn't help him deal with us as he had expected. Instead, he humiliated him and drove him out. The Wong family is now destitute. Their assets have been largely seized by the bank due to a broken funding chain. It can be said that they are dead in name only. Really, Gu Chongqing just sneered without comment. A mad dog cornered. That's often the most dangerous. He stood up and walked to the window, looking at the city below him that he had initially taken control of. A cold, murderous look flashed in his eyes. Sister Yanin, I'll leave all the business matters to you. I want you to take away all the remaining assets of that idiot Wong family as quickly as possible. I'm going to make him a real pauper. I understand. Gu Yanin nodded heavily. As for things outside of business, a bloodthirsty arc appeared at the corner of Gu Chongqing's mouth. Leave it to me. He picked up his phone and called Lung Fong. Has the Crimson Rose hiding abroad made any moves now? Chapter 63 Recruiting Troops and Expanding Power. Has the Crimson Rose hiding abroad made any moves now? When Gu Chongqing's voice, which was so cold without a trace of warmth, sounded in the silent night sky. In the president's office of Chongqing Group, a hint of solemnity flashed across Gu Yanin's intellectual eyes. She knew that once this man started to get serious, it would mean another bloody storm in Jiangxing. Yes. Gu Yanin nodded and put a file that had just been encrypted and sent by Monkey onto the big screen. According to our latest intelligence, Crimson Rose's ace assassin, codenamed Black Widow, Anna, secretly infiltrated Jiangxing 3 days ago and had a brief encounter with Wang Jinxiu. But what's interesting is, Gu Yanin said, changing the subject with a hint of amusement, ever since you slaughtered Wang Meng's racing party and crippled Long Si, this Black Widow lady has disappeared from the face of the earth and hasn't been seen since. I guess she might have been frightened by you and is reassessing the risks of the mission. Scared, Gu Chongqing just sneered without comment. He knew better than anyone that a top assassin who was ranked among the top 15 international killers could not possibly be so mentally fragile. She was more like a poisonous snake that was best at disguise. She temporarily retracted her fangs and hid in the dark, quietly waiting for the best opportunity to kill with one strike. But Gu Chongqing didn't care, because the identities of hunter and prey are determined from the beginning. Boss, we now control most of Jiangxing's official industries. Gu Yanin's expression became serious, but the power of the underground world is still a blank. After the fall of the Wong family, the Qinglong society is leaderless. Now that Jiangxing's underground forces are in chaos, it's the perfect time for us to intervene. I need an armed force that can truly fight tough battles and handle those shady matters. Gu Yanin's words coincided with Gu Chongqing's thoughts. He knew that a business empire needed order, and that order must be supported by the purest violence. Although Shirley is brave, he is just one person after all. He needs an absolutely loyal and absolutely powerful army. I have already chosen a candidate for this matter. Gu Chongqing looked at Anna's cold and beautiful face on the screen, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He stood up and walked to the lounge area of the office. There, a man dressed in black casual clothes, exuding an aura of keeping strangers away, was sitting quietly on the sofa, slowly and leisurely wiping a military dagger in his hand with a white cloth. It's a cold front. Ever since they last parted at the dock, he has become Gu Chongqing's shadow. Lung Fong. Gu Chongqing looked at him and spoke slowly, with a hint of appreciation in his voice. I need you to help me build my own security force. A force that can protect all of our Chongqing Group's businesses and handle all troubles. Sharp blade. Upon hearing this, Lung Fong stopped wiping the dagger. He raised his head, and for the first time, a hint of incredible fanaticism flashed in his eyes that were as dead as an ancient well. He knew that Gu Chongqing was not joking. This man has the power to help any warrior abandoned by the system and forgotten by society regain his dignity and value. I need a knife that can charge into battle with courage and strategy. I need a ghost who is proficient in various modern weaponry and can carry out targeted elimination missions. I need a resourceful and strategic brain. I need all the power I can get to fight for me. Gu Chongqing's voice became louder and deeper. Lung Fong looked at him, at his eyes that were ignited by hatred, yet burning so purely. He felt as if he had found his lifelong faith. Boss. He stood up suddenly, his posture straight as a gun, and gave Gu Chongqing a standard military salute. Lung Fong, I will not fail in my mission. From today on, the security department of the Chongqing Group will become your sharpest knife and most reliable shield. Very good. Gu Chongqing nodded with satisfaction. Money, people, equipment, whatever you want. I only have one request. What's the request? Lung Fong asked. Gu Chongqing's eyes became extremely sharp. I want this team to become the strongest in Jiangcheng, and even in all of China, in the shortest possible time. I will make everyone who dares to challenge us tremble in fear when they hear its name. I want it to become the most indestructible cornerstone of our dark empire. Yes. Lung Fong accepted the order, his eyes flashing with the long-lost fighting spirit. He knew his passion had not yet cooled, and this man will be the king most worthy of following in his life. Sister Yanin. Gu Chongqing turned his head and looked at Gu Yanin again. Yes, boss. Cooperate with Lung Fong to post a recruitment notice. Target only those retired military personnel with actual combat experience. Salaries will be 3 times the highest market standard. Clear. Monkey, he said lightly to the air. Boss, I'm here. The monkey's energetic voice immediately came from the computer speakers. Use all your authority to conduct the strictest background checks on all applicants. I don't want trash or traitors. I only want the strongest and most reliable warriors. Don't worry, boss. I promise I'll find out everything about their ancestors, including whether they've ever stolen sweet potatoes from the neighbor's house. Just a few minutes. A vigorous recruitment campaign was carried out in an orderly manner under the impetus of the huge war machine of Chongqing Group. After doing all this, Gu Chongqing sat back on the sofa as if nothing had happened. He picked up his phone and called Su Mei. Miss Su, is that beautiful Rose still in Jiangxing now? Chapter 64. Su Mei's Pledge of Allegiance. Is that beautiful Rose still in Jiangxing? When Gu Chongqing's voice, without a trace of emotion but full of playfulness, came through the phone. In the tea room on the top floor of the Phantom nightclub, Su Mei was lazily lying on her chaise longue, wearing only a silk nightgown as thin as a cicada's wing. Her long, straight legs were casually crossed, emitting a warm ivory luster under the dim light. Hearing Gu Chongqing's question, her red lips curled up into a foxy smile. How? Her voice was as soft as a piece of fine rice cake that could capture the souls of all men. Is my boss Gu jealous? Or do you have a crush on someone and want me to help you set them up? Miss Su, let's talk business. Gu Chongqing's voice was still so unromantic. Su Mei was amused by his straight man appearance. She slowly sat up from the chaise longue, and a corner of her already loose nightgown accidentally slipped off, revealing a large area of snow white and tempting spring scenery. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Her voice became slightly more serious. You guessed right. That thorny rose is not only still in Jiangxing. And her tone became a little subtle. She even contacted me. Oh, Gu Chongqing raised his eyebrows slightly. What does she want to do? She wants to see you. Su Mei said slowly. She said she's very interested in you. The man who even made Wong Jinxiong stumble. She also said. Su Mei paused, a subtle glint flashing in her beautiful peach blossom eyes. As long as you are willing to pay a higher price than Li Jiangguo. She wouldn't mind a change of employer. Even, she can also help you get rid of that old dog Li Jiangguo hiding in the gutter. This condition is very tempting. A top international ace killer voluntarily surrendered. This is simply a godsend. However, Gu Chongqing just sneered and said nothing. Miss Su, do you think I'm the kind of fool who would be blinded by beauty? A woman who can easily betray even her own employer. Do you think I would trust her loyalty? Sume was stunned when she heard this. Then the smile on her face became more charming. I knew I couldn't hide anything from you. She slowly stood up and walked to the window, looking out at the night view of the city that had long been controlled by the Chongshin group. That's right. That woman named Anna is indeed not trustworthy. She is a beautiful snake that can never be tamed. She contacted me because she wanted to play both sides, Li Jianguo and Wong Jinxiong, and wait for a good price. But she changed the subject and her voice took on a hint of bewitching magic. She's not trustworthy though. But I am different. Me? Gu Chongxing asked with interest. What do you mean, Miss Su? Gu Chongxing. Sume turned around and stared at him with her charming peach blossom eyes in the night, as if she wanted to suck his soul in. How about we make a deal? What deal? I'll help you get rid of Crimson Rose, Sume said slowly. And from now on, my Phantom Intelligence Network will be completely open to you alone. I, Sume, will also become the most loyal knife in your hand. In exchange, a cold and deep hatred flashed in her eyes. I want you to help me kill someone. Who? Gu Chongxing frowned slightly. He could feel a raging flame of revenge coming from Sume, which originated from the same source as his. This woman also carries a deep blood feud. A big shot far away in Yanjing. Sume's voice was so low that it seemed as if every word was stained with blood. A man who destroyed my entire family and made me live like a dog for so many years. Beast. Gu Chongxing was silent. He looked at the woman on the other end of the phone who was showing her most vulnerable and real side to him for the first time. A soft spot in my heart was gently touched. He knew that this woman was finally willing to give him her final token of loyalty. This token of allegiance was earned with her deepest scars and heaviest secrets. Good. After a long time, he slowly opened his mouth and said only one word. I promise. But he changed the subject, not now. After I've dealt with all this eyesore garbage in Jiangqing, I will personally accompany you to Yanjing, then help you take the head of that so-called big shot. The corners of his mouth curled up in a cold arc. Twist it off with your own hands. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. Gu Chongxing could even hear Su Mei's suppressed sobs. It was a long time before her voice, with a hint of hoarseness and nasal tone, sounded again. Good. I'm waiting for you. But before that, her voice regained its usual laziness and charm. I also prepared a small gift for you. It's like wishing us a happy cooperation in advance. What gift? Gu Chongxing asked. Sume giggled. Someone who can make your cold policewoman lover fall in love with you. A great achievement. She slowly uttered a name that made Gu Chongxing's eyes instantly sharp. The Wong family's money laundering network. Chapter 65. Chapter 65. I will help you get to the top, and you will be my spy. The Wong family's money laundering network. When Su Mei's seductive voice came clearly from the other end of the phone, a cold gleam flashed in Gu Chongxing's eyes. He knew that Su Mei had given him a huge gift, a deadly weapon that is enough to uproot the Wong family, the underground dynasty that has deep roots in Jiangqing. The reason why the Wong family has been able to stand firm in Jiangqing for decades is not only due to Wong Jinxiong's brute force and the desperate criminals of the Qinglong society. What's more important is their huge money laundering network that spans the entire gray industry and brings them billions of black income every year. This network is like the main artery of the Wong family. Once cut off, then the seemingly ferocious tiger of the Wong family will instantly turn into a sick cat with all its claws and bones pulled out, at the mercy of others. Miss Su. Gu Chongxing's lips curled up in a playful arc. Your gift is really precious. I'm afraid I can't bear it. Su Mei's silvery laughter came from the other end of the phone. My boss Gu, you're a man who doesn't even care about the blood-red rose. Why? Are you afraid of this little gift? Besides, her voice became full of seduction. Isn't mine yours? Why should we be so clear about the distinction between us? Upon hearing this, Gu Chongxing just smiled without comment. This woman is always testing and releasing her fatal charm. He knew he couldn't let his guard down even a little. Otherwise, once you fall into the gentle trap she has woven, you won't know how you will die in the end. All right, Miss Su. He changed the subject calmly. Tell me, what are your plans? It's very simple. Su Mei's voice returned to its usual shrewdness and competence. The Wong family's money laundering network is mainly composed of 3 parts. The first is the underground casinos and loan sharks they control throughout the city. This is the entrance for funds. Secondly, they use their subsidiary, Manhwa Construction, and several shell companies to conduct sham transactions, laundering the black money into legitimate project funds. This is laundering the funds. The third and most crucial step, Su Mei said. her voice low, is through a highly intelligent criminal codenamed Professor who uses offshore accounts and complex financial instruments to completely transfer this clean money. This is the export of funds. These three interconnected lines constitute the Wong family's most core and most secretive wealth empire. And I happen to have all the evidence of the crimes committed by that so-called professor, she said, her voice tinged with complacency, including every single mess he's handled for the Wong family. Now I give this gift to you. As for how to use it, her voice became full of bewitchment. It all depends on your ability, Boss Gu. Gu Chongqing fell silent after hearing this. He looked out the window at the still sleeping city, but his mind was racing. Sume gave him the sharpest knife, a knife that is powerful enough to kill the Wong family in one blow. But he didn't want to kill the Wong family so easily. It's too cheap for them. What he wants is to destroy the heart. What he wanted was to make everything that the Wong family had worked so hard to build his own. A crazier and bolder plan quietly took shape in his mind. Miss Su, he spoke slowly after a long while. Do you have anyone under your command who is both capable of fighting and intelligent, and whom you can trust? Oh, Sume was stunned for a moment before she started to giggle. Why? Is my boss Gu trying to poach my girlfriend? No. Gu Chongqing shook his head. I'm not poaching. I wanted to. His voice was filled with unquestionable dominance. Help you cultivate a new underground emperor of Jiangqing. The next morning, in an inconspicuous tea house in the old town of Jiangqing, Gu Chongqing met the person Su Mei recommended for him. He was a middle-aged man, about 40 years old. He is not tall, and even a little thin. He always has a smile on his face, like a good-natured man who makes money through kindness. He is Master Ma San, a small-time gang leader in the old city of Jiangqing. He has dozens of brothers under him and makes a living by collecting protection fees and running several chess and card rooms. In front of a behemoth like the Wong family, he is not even qualified to be an ant. Gu, Mr. Gu. Master Ma San rubbed his hands and sat opposite Gu Chongqing with a stiff look on his face, not even daring to raise his head. He never expected that the legendary Mr. Gu, who turned Jiangqing upside down overnight, would take the initiative to meet him. Master Ma, don't be nervous. Gu Chongqing personally poured him a cup of tea with a warm smile on his face. I came here today to discuss a big business deal with you. Big business. Mr. Ma San was flattered and quickly picked up the teacup. That's right. Gu Chongqing nodded and gently pushed a USB flash drive in front of him. Here are the detailed information about the Wong family's underground casinos and loan sharks. It also includes their account books and protective umbrellas. I'll give it to you. Puff. Mr. Ma San just spit out the tea he had just taken. He looked at Gu Chongqing in horror, thinking he was hallucinating. All the Wong family's underground businesses. What kind of international joke is this? That's a huge cake that can generate tens of billions of dollars every year. What virtue and ability does he, Master Ma San, have? Mr. Gu, what do you mean? His voice was trembling. My meaning is very simple. Gu Chongqing's voice was still calm, but full of irresistible majesty. From today on, all the underground industries in Jiangqing are surnamed Ma. And that idiot from the Wong family. A cold, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. It's time to abdicate. Master Ma San was completely dumbfounded. He looked at the young man in front of him who was clearly saying words that were enough to cause a major earthquake in the entire Jiangqing. But his face still had a calm expression. A huge wave rose in my heart. He knew that he had encountered the greatest opportunity in his life. It is also the biggest gamble. If he wins the bet, he will be the new underground emperor of Jiangqing. Lost the bet. He and the dozens of his brothers will die without a burial place. Mr. Gu, his Adam's apple rolled with difficulty. Why should I? Just me. Gu Chongqing's voice was filled with unquestionable confidence. I'll help you get rid of all the thugs of the Wong family. I will help you get rid of all the protections of the Wong family. I can even help you sit on the seat you've always dreamed of. He looked at Master Ma San and spoke word by word. Location. And what I want is very simple. I want you to be the most secretive nail I planted in the Jiangqing underground world. He just twitched the corners of his mouth slightly. It was an extremely stiff movement, and it couldn't be considered a smile at all. Master Ma San was silent. He looked at Gu Chongqing's eyes, which were so deep that they seemed to be able to suck people's souls in. After a long time, he slowly stood up. Then he bowed deeply to Gu Chongqing. Mr. Gu. His voice was filled with unprecedented respect and enthusiasm. From now on, my life, Ma San, belongs to you. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Gu Chongqing smiled with satisfaction. He picked up his phone and called Yu. Officer Chin. Did you receive the gift about the Wong family's money laundering network?